Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 million. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me Cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you had to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get that, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansell Adams.
I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
Yeah.
You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me Cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you had to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get that, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansell Adams.
I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
got 50 mil lens, now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you had to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get that, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like I'm Ansel Adams.
I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
to Summoner's Rift. Killing spree. Double kill. Triple kill. Rampage.
is day 2. My name is Mika Fabs alongside Autolus and Osiris. And guys, we had some really interesting revelations yesterday, which we are really excited to discuss. But first up, of course, thank you so much to all of our sponsors, to Minesty Philippines, and of course to Globe Telecom for organizing this event. With Globe Telecom, you can hashtag reinvent your Wild Rift journey like never before. Level up your Globe Wild Rift game with Go 50 for 5 gigs for all sites, plus Go Play 10 for an additional 1 gig to play Wild Rift for 1 day. And of course, to Oppo, experience gaming at full speed.
Oh, wow. All right.
Yes. Oh, but it's so pretty.
Wow.
It's so pretty.
Wow.
I have it in a pretty purple color, and you can experience gaming
Mine
at
is
full speed.
box it.
It's not it's a box. Unboxed it already. And of course, it has its Helio P95 chipset, 6.43 full HD AMOLED screen display, and 4,310 milliamperes and 30 watts VOC flash charge 4.0. Victories and ranking up will be easy. I am now a full rank beyond
Wow.
my summer season rank, thanks to, of course,
Wow.
my Oppo A94. And you can live life at full speed with the Oppo A94.
At syempre, nandito din ang sekreto ng mga gwapong gamers. Kahit buong araw na naglalaro, hindi mo ang na-GG, fresh pa rin at para fresh all day. Bring your clay game with Master All-in-One Clay Face Wash. It cleans 99.9% of germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. All-in-one, bring your clay game with Master. Sekreto ng mga gwapo.
Alright, some funny moment out there, but let's be serious for a moment because we would like to greet our new sponsor, and that's none other than Secret Lab. Help yourself to the best seat in the house from Secret Lab, outfitted with a built-in adjustable lumbar support mechanism, fully adjustable armrests, and super supportive patent-pending cold cure foam for maximum comfort. Helping every gamer secure that is, and helping every player that carries their teammates at their backs not have their backing whatsoever.
Yes.
That is Secret
Yes.
Lab for you.
Secret Lab helping you carry your teammates. I love it.
Yes.
And one last thing to add to this whole picture, you can up your game even more as Virtual Hangouts Go Esports brings you events and programs like no other. You can get an apprenticeship program with the pros. We have stream takeovers and local and international tournaments just like this one. Just download the Globe One app and click on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated and get hashtag Go All Together now on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. So, previously on the Icon series fall season, I mentioned that we had some big revelations yesterday, and the biggest of which I believe was Liyab Esports and their new roster and their I was gonna say super rookie, but I would say super not so rookie El Yon, plus the first pentacle of the season. As we check out the highlights, yes, day one highlights from yesterday. Day one, and I believe I think 2 or 3 hours into the fall season, we already had a pentacle, so that was pretty amazing. Let's check out our highlights from yesterday. I want to hear your thoughts as well, panelists, on your favorite revelations, your favorite highlights from yesterday.
Yeah, I ditto your sentiment there, Mika. It was uber fun for all competitive fans out there. We witnessed the pentacle from an up-and-coming rookie, Elioni, from Liyab Esports. It was so iconic because I swear, the Infernal Dragon was wearing a GrindSky jersey, right? But he was able to trump over everything and was able to get that very iconic pentacle 2 days in, or actually 2 matches into the season. And next, we also have seen the meta shift. Specifically, tanks in the Dragon lane is now being picked up to be paired with Senna. Senna is very unique, allows this to happen. But yeah, it's not really as effective as we hope it would be. There are teams that was able to get some wins out of that strategy. But this day number 2, we will see further if Senna is really the deal, or if it's some puzzle that is waited that we just have to wait to be solved. No clear upset from yesterday except for that match between Team Secret and GXR, right, Osiris?
Yes, of course. Galaxy Racer did put up a really good show, and even shutting down the key factors coming in from Team Secret with their new jungler anyway. But going back to the meta, going back to the meta, yes, as much as I would love also that Senna, it seems like it's not really working wonders for now. You've seen also Riven, which is somehow fall short, but Liyab, of course, with that pentakill early on. Oh my goodness, this guy is new. And one thing also that one of the directors here at the productions has been told by Pato that it has been the the Saya that we are somehow not hating, but just saying that it gives a low damage. But it was early on proving everyone out that it is something that you need to consider as a marksman. It puts a lot of those pressure, and we know also at Summer Super Cup that it functions well with Rakan. So you wanted to put that Saya, you wanted to consider being played. One, of course, also going back to the Twitter, that one of our fourth panelists or ghost panelists told us that there's a missing piece in terms of the Lucian level 1 in Braum, rocking the concussive blows. But they work well onto the Kaisa as well, the old school, the traditional side, but Lucian is still out there, but not really as flashy as what we've expected for day one.
And because we're seeing them on our screens right now, we also have UCFC Esports making quite a debut. They had a really unorthodox style that they mentioned in the interview that we had with them yesterday, that they actually figured out from scrimming with international teams. And you know, this could be a wild card here, UCFC Esports coming into the fall season, especially since you know, going up against Team Secret. Team Secret was another revelation that we had. Maybe not so much on the happier side of things, but of course we'll see how they fare today. You know, I'm concerned. I am very concerned. I'm not even gonna hide it. But okay, so status quo at the moment. Let's check out our Group A standing. So we have Group A, we have Liyab Esports, and we have RRQ as the clear titans over here in Group A. And Bren Esports still yet to get their footing, but I can expect they will be on the board soon. GrindSky Esports still holding their own. What do you think? Is this a good overall assessment of how it is, how the cards have been laid on the table after day one?
You know what? I would say otherwise, right? I feel like RRQ, Liyab Esports, Bren Esports, and GrindSky Esports can actually eat each other, right? And can defeat each other to a point that it will be a rock, paper, scissors, or maybe something extra in it. It's very hard to predict, and maybe if there's a group that I would say very hard to, you know, to assess, it's Group A. It's because on the skill level and on the experience level, it does appear that almost every single one of these teams has what it takes. GrindSky Esports, I know it's fairly new when it comes to the team name, but their roster is fairly experienced as well.
Yeah, and considering also that we've seen a lot of those jitters or some interesting plays, it feels like day two, the one who's accumulated 1 point is going to face off, and then the other two who fell short is going to face each other also. So this might be the bar setter for today, as everyone is going head to head.
And of course, we also have Group B, and I feel like Group B is a little bit more complicated because we do have a Team Secret in a bit of a, how should I say, identity crisis. And you know, while they're figuring this out, we actually have Galaxy Racer looking like the team to beat. What do you guys think?
Oh wait, you're making Osiris have some naughty smile out there. But yes, I'm impressed with how Galaxy Racer did things yesterday. Their new jungler, anyway, is an import from Korea. We know the history between Koreans in League of Legends in general, so that definitely is a very good addition. For UCFC though, I feel like they're the most solid team in this particular group. Not just the experience, but their swag. Yesterday, they played with their food. I would say with that. I dare say that because they just dismantled Action PH. As for Team Secret, we haven't seen the general, Ham Easy himself, so I think they'll be fine.
Yeah, I still, even though GXR really toppled Team Secret, I would still like to consider that Team Secret is still the champion of North Luzon and our representative at Summer Super Cup. So you want to touch that, wherein they are used to playing behind, or they are the ones who's being aggressive around the mid game. So supposed to say that they just need to shrug off some jitters, and then they can bounce back. As for UCFC, they are really aggressive. So I'm really worried about the GXR because it feels like it's not as fast as how UCFC does it. For Action PH, they still need to adjust their whole play style to really have that score because all of the teams right now at Group B is heating up.
Yes, indeed. And let's actually take a look at today's schedule. And we talked about this yesterday. We have some very interesting matches as well. I actually like how the storylines are forming with groups A and B over here, especially since, we're getting different rosters. We're getting different kinds of chemistry coming in as the teams face off against each other. I am looking at, of course, match 1. Check that out. That's very, very hot. But match 4 is the one that I have my eyes on, particularly because we saw Team Secret struggle. This is a kind of like just going to be a check-in for them in a way, and getting their footing here in the fall season. What about you guys? What can you guys say about the matches today?
Well, yesterday there was a trend, right? Left, right, or right, left,
Yeah,
right, left.
yeah.
I think we are going full left here for this particular schedule. Liyab Esports, Bren Esports, UCFC Esports, and Team Secret. Please, Team Secret, don't make me do the same mistake twice. So yeah, I feel like the teams on the left side would probably win. I think the most challenging one to predict is a match number 1 because Liyab Esports and RRQ are on the same footing. But Leon, right, the up-and-coming rookie, but might be, one step closer to being this super rookie that we would love to see.
Yeah, and right now it has been RRQ and Liyab really surprising us with their own method, and we talked about this that Liyab also got their own different approach towards their training, and it improved a lot. You can see how well they played around the map. It was a really disciplined type of team fighting prowess that they put in. Match also, I wanted to touch in. This is the one that I mentioned a while ago. UCFC super aggression against the Galaxy. So this might be something that we need also to watch as to who really owns the Group B.
And you're right, match 3 over there. It will actually really show should Galaxy Racer win that one. It should really show how much they've grown since the summer season, and they will. I feel like they'll be the definitive titans of Group B should they win that match. But again, Team Secret, they are still indeed the Philippine representatives to the Summer Super Cup. They're probably just warming up. It could be first day jitters. That's a possibility indeed. And Bren Esports might have had that as well. They're still trying to figure out their footing, and it's entirely possible that things are going to change, of course, at the end of day 2 and at the end of this broadcast week. We actually have 48 matches to go through, and we'll have 48 matches indeed for the whole fall season. And the prize pool is actually still the same as the summer season, 5 million Globe Cup points. The allocation though is a little bit different this time, with 75,000 Globe Cup points per series. And again, that's 48 matches for the whole of the fall season and leading up to the playoffs at the end of August. So I hope you guys save the date.
That's right. For the lower bracket, for the playoffs, what's at stake is 400,000 Globe Cup points. And for upper bracket, Cyrus?
So you want to stay at the top, getting that 1 million Globe Cup points in total. So Spearhead, make sure that you got all the points here at the group stage and then transition to playoffs, racking up more Globe Cup points.
Yes, indeed. And that means that, every series does matter indeed here in the fall season, here in the Icon series, because that is still a lot of Globe Cup points at stake. And speaking of winning, by the way, to everybody watching at home, you guys can also get a chance to win. We have some exciting giveaways this fall season, so do stay tuned for that. We will check out our standings first and foremost as how our status quo basically left all of our teams at the end of day 1. And again, we have Esports on top and RRQ not too far behind, UCFC Esports on the board as well, and Galaxy Racer with those points as well. And each of these teams will get 75,000 Globe Cup points. And we are waiting for our other 4 teams, Bren Esports, GrindSky Esports, Team Secret, and Action PH to get on the board. Now, one of the big storylines here is for Action PH. We mentioned yesterday how this is kind of a second chance for them because they did not get to score any points or Globe Cup points rather in the summer season. So we're really hoping for them to really show how much they've improved and eventually get some Globe Cup points there on the board and maybe win a series, maybe even more. That would be great for Action PH, and it also is great, I feel like, for the Wild Rift esports teams because it shows how these teams develop. It is the first Icon series after all, so it would be great to see the development of Action PH here. And of course, as we mentioned, we do have giveaways for you guys, and it is going to be very, very interesting because, well, yeah, as you can see, us panelists here have been sitting really very, very early over here on some secret lab chairs, and I think, some people out there might want to get one of their own. And I think they can do so with our giveaways. Let's take a Wild Horse and a Secret Lab gaming chair. Oh my gosh. Okay, so Osiris, let's get the Wild Horse first. How exactly do they get those Wild Horse?
You want to get that skin first before winning. So we know you'll have to share your fearless forecast with us, and now is your time to express yourselves and bring out the game analyst in you and be one of the 15 lucky winners of 790 Wild Course. So here's how. Make sure to like and follow the PPGL page. Like and share the live stream with the hashtags #SISPH, #CIconSeriesPH, and then #PPGL Wildrift. During the broadcast, comment your gameplay analysis along with your Riot ID on the stream chat. The best comment will be pinned after each series. A total of 15 winners will be announced on the last day of the broadcast week.
And if you can't get enough with Wild Course, we are also giving away a Secret Lab gaming chair. Be one of us and own your own Secret Lab gaming chair. Just follow the mechanics. Number 1, make sure to like and follow the PPGL and Secret Lab's official Facebook page. Number 2, like and share the live stream with the hashtags #SASPH, #CIconSeriesPH, #PPGL Wildrift, and #PPGLX Secret Lab. Before the end of each broadcast day, there is a link to a quiz. Okay, it's a weekly quiz that will be shared in the stream chat in Facebook. So which you need to answer. This will be your raffle entry, and the grand winner will be drawn and announced at the end of the fall season PH playoffs that will be broadcasted on August 29th.
There you go. Wow. Save the date. And wow, Secret Lab really making you work hard for this chair.
Yeah, there's a quiz.
I know. I'm actually really curious. So maybe if some maybe if our audience out there who have taken the quiz can let us know. I want to know how hard is this quiz, or are they gonna ask very specific questions, or I don't know. I'm really curious. Can we actually get to? I want to see if we can participate, and because I just want to take the quiz. I don't know. I'm feeling competitive. But of course, we're also live on our other channels. So if you want to join these giveaways, just head on over to Facebook. But you guys can also be watching via YouTube, via Twitch, or via TikTok. And speaking of social media, we're also active on Twitter. So if you guys want to join in on the discussion, you guys can share your thoughts with us panelists over here. You can be like our fourth guest panelist for each of our like a mid-series discussion and everything. Just use the hashtags #CIconSeriesPH and #DominateTheRift. And of course, you guys can share all of your thoughts, and we'll pick out some and share your discussion, I guess, with everybody here watching the Icon Series PH. We are going to be taking a quick break, but when we will be back, we'll kick things off with day 2 over here with 2 of our very big teams. It's going to be Liyab Esports versus RRQ, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Yo, Mark 9. They really don't think we can keep doing this. They don't think we can keep making hits about cameras. But I'm the cameraman. Stay creamy.
Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me Cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you have to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
Yeah, kid Newton, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving them wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansell Adams.
I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
To the Sea Icon Series fall season. We started big yesterday for day one. We are starting big again today. It is going to be Liyab Esports versus RRQ for our first match of the day. And these were two teams that performed really well yesterday. Two teams that went through some roster changes in between seasons, and it's working really, really well for them. Let's check out Liyab Esports' lineup first up. Otilus, how are you liking the new and improved Liyab Esports?
I like it. Right? Simply put, yesterday I had so many questions about them. And if yesterday was a good indication of how they will perform all throughout the split, I think they're in a very good shape right now. Moraita Boy is still in the support. Miggy is in the jungle. We have Nixu going from the Baron lane to the mid lane. Dawn will be in the... Wait a minute. I think Dawn will still play the Baron lane, right? And Elion will play the Dragon lane. Or maybe they will mix things up. It's Liyab. It's their support system. So I'm prepared to be surprised.
Yeah, and then there's no question about that. The flexibility of the team is something that you need also to consider. I mean, even Moraita Boy can be a killer at times. Surprises us with different picks. So I really love how well they are trying to shake things up, even the meta with their memorable lower bracket ones. So from there on, it was really the momentum. It was really the improvement. And right now they decided to have Exocet as the sixth man, but Nixo didn't really fall short on making his presence felt. But of course, I want to highlight Miggy. The jungler of Liyab really did a great job yesterday, looking for the setups, making sure that he keeps going on with the back line, making sure that everyone is being isolated with the Gragas pick. He's one of the most players who's really good about that. And of course, he got the birthday buff. Happy birthday to the jungler of Liyab, Megi, as he is going to face RRQ and a really solid kill participation of 66%. And of course, the birthday buff coming in.
HBD!
Happy birthday, Miggy!
Happy birthday.
This is influencing my predictions. We do know that birthday buff is very real indeed. But of course, they will be up against RRQ, and this is a team that has been consistently good in the summer season. Now they're stepping it up as well with the addition of Hex, as we saw yesterday.
Yeah.
That worked really well. How is this RRQ different from the RRQ months ago? Osiris, I want to hear your thoughts on this as we check out RRQ's lineup.
Yeah, as what we've mentioned from day one, it has been Isila who has been the core or the split push approach of RRQ from the previous season. But right now, it's going to be Hyde onto the top lane, Chaz on the jungle. Still, you got Helios and Marquee mid lane and Dragon lane and the support Hex. So at first, it has been the Chaz's as the tank jungler, but this time it was the Chazix being revealed yesterday. So I really love how the thought process of Kaigu into the draft, they're running into Ghost and then one Destiny, making sure that they can find the right target. Early pickup of Evolution coming in from Kha'Zix just to go for the resets and the bursts.
That's right. I love that you mentioned Chaz because he is going to be our highlighted player for this game for RRQ. Chaz, we mentioned multiple times that I feel like he's the best tank jungler during the summer season. But with Silogan, they have to do another playstyle for themselves, and that unlocked the Chazix, right? The no-chill Chaz in the jungle, just making sure to assassinate the priority targets, finding the right timing with his sleeps. And I don't know, I feel more comfortable with this version of Chaz.
Very interesting. Very interesting. And you know, RRQ and Liyab, they are home to two of our legendary Pokemon, so to say, here in the Icon series, because they do have, of course, RRQ has Coach Kaigu as the brains and overall sort of like giving direction to the team. And of course, Liyab Esports has Exocent. Maybe a 6-man, but of course, he is still part of the team. He is still giving his insights there. So this is going to be interesting show match indeed. And of course, we also have our Globe Key Player Clash. And if we're talking about Liyab Esports, we would be remiss not to talk about Elyon over here with wow, oh my goodness. Those stats are giving goosebumps.
32? Oh no, that has to be the
That's
highest,
insane.
right? Yeah,
That's
although
insane.
it's inflated numbers, right, with just one game sample size, that's still huge, 91% kill participation, and the damage per minute is 1,488. For those who missed it, he just secured a very first pentakill yesterday against GrindSky, and he also was able to secure triple kill as well. I think he ended that game with 20 KDA, but with 32 KDA, that's huge.
Yeah, and not a big of a question. He got the first penta. That was day one, and we're still moving on. So I must say that might add up also if he gets another pentakill. So one of the highest, same as what we saw from summer season, that it's around the double digits, but so far it is really looking good. The same as, yes, Elyon got that 91% kill participation, but Marky 69, which is nice as a marksman, get using the Twisted Fate. So you wanted to maximize that kind of approach towards the game, and really, this is a neck-to-neck fight for day 2.
You also have the same pose. I just have to say, they're both like, okay, quiet, quiet panelists. Let's get to the game. Let's get to the game. All right. Actually, you know what? You guys can actually get into our discussion by just using the Twitter hashtag #CIconSeries, hashtag #CIconSeriesPH, and hashtag Dominate the Rift. And we're gonna show your tweets over here. And you know, as we get into our discussions, just like we're gonna give the spotlight to a few tweets, I believe right now. And you guys can also join the PPGL community on Discord. I believe the link is somewhere in the description. And you guys can interact with us. I mean, like, Otolus, Osiris, and myself might jump in the PPGL Discord and, just hang out there while the game is ongoing. But right now, we have a tweet from Marmitet. Marmitet, is that correct? And he or she says, first match versus Liyab versus RRQ matches this week feel like playoffs indeed. Yeah, this could be a little teaser to the playoffs. More power to PPGL and PH Wild Rift teams. And of course, our hashtags, hashtag #CICON Series PH and hashtag Dominate the Rift. That is right. Thank you so much, Marmitet, for that. It does feel like the playoffs. It does feel like this is a little snippet or a little preview to what we might be seeing at the end of August. So I hope you guys save the date for that. I think we do have a couple more tweets to show, if I am not mistaken. So we're gonna wait and see if they come on. But of course, again, you guys can join the PPGL community Discord. We are still fixing it up. If we have any volunteers out there to help us fix up, what we have ongoing, this is for you guys, so that we can have this sort of like big community discussion ongoing for our teams, and of course for Wild Rift Esports in general. And it looks like we don't have any more tweets to show. We are going to jump into our predictions because we cannot wait to start the match. As we saw Elion and Marky a while ago, quiet. All right, start the game. So Otolus, which way is this match going to go?
RQ looked solid, but I'm going with Liyab mainly because I really am excited to see how Elion will perform in his second match. Also, Miggy, happy birthday.
Yeah.
I thought you're going to leave it with the HBD, but yeah, happy birthday, Miggy, right there. And I wanted to go, of course, for Liyab, but that's around 80%. Some part tells me still RRQ with their unusual lineup. You can see also Kaigu knows how well Liyab functions as he is a former player there. So yeah, but all in all, it will be Liyab.
I think Osiris changed his prediction when he, realized that it was Miggy's birthday. Because I believe in the birthday buff. I really do. So I think this is going to go in favor of Liyab Esports because they have that. Because I believe they're feeling good. They probably have a great lunch and great celebration for Miggy, and they're ready to step into the Rift. As we are, of course, we have the two Titans from Group A kicking things off for day 2. This is Liyab Esports versus RRQ. Casters, over to you guys.
Minions have spawned.
Did you see that awesome team intro? It really hyped me there. We'll be your casters for day 2 for series. I'm Yukon, alongside me is Riku. So one of the things I would like to touch up on is the fact that these two teams, they were able to get 2 zeros yesterday.
Yeah, they're riding on the hype. They're riding on to this momentum yesterday in their day number 1. They have solid performances. Just as you mentioned, Yuko, it was a strong 2-0. And the thing that is extra exciting about this matchup is because we've seen this matchup before. We've seen these two fight during the playoffs, during the second round of the lower bracket. And how that ended, it was Liyab sending RRQ home in the playoffs in 2-0 fashion. Now, the biggest question is, with the difference in rosters, with the shakeups happening, I wonder if the fate will remain the same.
Will we see a rewrite, or will it be will we see rather the same results? But yeah, we are gonna talk about players in a bit. But so far, I like how you touched upon the rosters, the changes. The changes so far from summer season to fall season is a lot, because not only did we see new faces, not only did we see new, lineups, champions, we also saw how strong teams became. And this is also the fact that we realized the importance of the jungle and the ADC synergy, looking back at GXR.
Yeah, yesterday it was an incredible story as well. I feel like it is going to be a tale of revenge that we're looking at. Just as you mentioned, it was GXR being triumphant after a 6-0-6 lost streak up against Team Secret. What is wrong with me? But now the same thing could happen. Maybe RRQ can take it back. Maybe it's their turn to make it into a 2-0. Especially there's a difference in dynamics. A lot has brought up, Chaz as well from the usual tank jungler picks now on the assassins, as we saw Chazix, as the panel has coined, and of course Hyde as well with a phenomenal performance on the Renekton both games. So I am not gonna be surprised if if Liyab would ban that as well.
Made me think though, Renekton, I think he is kind of ban worthy, but maybe Kha'Zix Liyab would pick it up for themselves, if Miggy wants to pick that jungler. But yeah, these are the faces of our players for our series number 1, game 1. Again, RRQ versus Liyab. I forgot to tell you, our panelists gave us their predictions. What are yours?
Oh dear me. Okay. Both 2-0s yesterday. Both had a strong showing. It's very hard to pick one, but if I had to pick based on this very strong momentum and showing, maybe I have to give it a little bit towards Liyab. But of course, RQ had a very strong performance as well when they went up against Bren. And I think it's just going to be a difference of where they want to pour in their resources. Maybe for Liyab, they want to pour in a little bit more on Elian. If that works out, I think that's a very strong win condition. For RQ, maybe if they get Hyde ahead again, I feel like that would be the biggest problem that Elion has to face. Maybe barring another pentakill possibly in the series.
Possibly. And yeah, since you did highlight Elion, maybe one of the things to stop an ADC is just, put all of your CCs or stun him to the ground, make sure he cannot move. But if we are going to be seeing him in a Saya, it is still going to be a struggle because Saya, very, very mobile. We talked about this in summer season. We talked about it in summer Super Cup. Rakan can stand alone, but Saya can't. So seeing that this player, Elion, proved us wrong, like, no, you don't need Rakan to have a very functional Saya. Watch me. And we did see that amazing pentakill, first one for our fall season, by the way. But yeah, talked about the pentakill. Let's talk about the triple kill that Hyde was able to do earlier on. It just basically whoever gets momentum or the lead first, they will just steamroll all throughout the game. And we are now going to jump into the pick and ban phase for game number 1. So ban so far, Rakan, Gragas, and Olaf for RRQ. For Liyab, Zed, Camille, and J4.
Yeah, big, very understandable that they want to take out the Gragas. Gragas is such, again, a high-value pick, especially when you're up against Liyab. Practically everyone can play it. Maybe 4 lanes from the side of Liyab. But of course, RQ, we've seen how Hyde performed so well on the Renekton. Biggest thing is, though, we've seen Helios play top laners in the past. We did see him play out the Fiora in the mid lane. So I wouldn't count this Renekton on Hyde just yet.
Oh, there's gonna be a hover and lock in on Galio. Maybe I was about to say Liyab can pick up an ADC. They are gonna hover over that Lucian. We have been seeing a lot of Lucian and Senna picks, but now for side of RQ, they could get a jungler and a support. Nami being hovered, they could lock that in. We did see them use Nami in day number 1.
Yeah, Nami again with strong poke, I suppose, when it comes to the dual lane, to the laning phase in general, and as well as that tidal wave is just high value. I was about to touch upon how Ziggs basically passed through 2 phases in the banning phase so far, and now Liyab will decide to pick it up. Nixu played this once yesterday and was proven to be very effective. But I'm curious to see what the paired support will be for Elion in general, because Galio, now that the Ziggs appeared, actually, it is going to be Muraita Boy over here on this Galio.
And now RQ, they just need 2 more champions to finish up their lineup. Rather, it's going to be an ADC core kit versus Fate, most likely. Okay, I mean, I'm not gonna predict where Twisted Fate will go. I thought initially he was gonna be in the mid lane yesterday, but apparently he was picked up by Marky. Lee Sin was open, and RQ will get that for themselves. And it's gonna be a JG, Lee Sin, of course. And for the last pick of Liyab, gonna go over to the Baron lane. It will be a Garen.
Yeah, it will be a Garen going towards Dunn for sure. He did pick this up once in their series yesterday as well. So this is pretty solid. You have 3 tanks and then your 2 AD carries, or 2 carries rather. 1 magic, 1 physical. And I think this is pretty solid when we look at it in a 5v5 perspective, and as well as taking down towers as fast as you can, and is able to punish out, macro decisions against RRQ. In the meantime, though, this is very scary when we look at the side lanes. This is a Twisted Fate, and you get to see a Renekton and a Lee Sin. Remember, Lee Sin Renekton has been one of the most oppressive top lane and jungler duos back in the Summer Super Cup, and now we get to see on top of that a Twisted Fate. They better hide from Hyde.
Nice. I see what you did there. But yeah, I was about to say that 5v5's Liyab's draft, it's perfect. There's no other way to put the word, or at least describe it. But RRQ, you want 5v5s? Maybe no. Let's just try to, turtle this one out. Maybe try to go with the skirmish, with the pickoffs, and we're gonna jump into the game. This is game number 1. Helios will be using that Twisted Fate. Apparently, we're gonna go back to basic. TF mid lane here, and Marky. I love his character or player development. Now he is just using different ADCs.
Yeah, Elion now on the Zig. So we've touched upon this before. We first saw the 80 carry air quote Zigs back in the Summer Super Cup. I believe it was Chewy that used it from Team Secret, and I feel like this is air quote maybe an oppressive lane as well when it comes to poke. But the thing is, you're up against a Nami and a Corki, so they have pretty much answered sustain from the pokes as well with the healing, and as well their pokes coming from the Corki, especially when we talk about level 5.
Bouncing bombs here and there. Explosive Mindful has been used as well, but Chaz, well, it's early game, so he's just gonna farm this one out. Marky, he can just safely kite from the back lines. Hex is actually the one that's being very aggressive this early on, most likely because he has the slight advantage because of the ebb and flow. But looking at the Bren lane, Hyde a bit in a... Ooh, I thought that's gonna be a duel, but Don is gonna jump in. He does become silenced. He does flash out. Still very safe, but that was too close for comfort. He was forced to use one summoner spell there.
Yeah, that is going to be a little bit tricky for Hyde, especially that he has no flash, no barrier anymore. So that additional safety up against a Demacian Justice may be a little bit sticky for him, but I feel like, at least the flash, perhaps, or the barrier.
Ooh, Chaz being boxed in 1v3. Are you gonna say right? The answer is gonna be a yes, because he was saved by Hex, and there you have Helos jumping in. The stuns are gonna connect, but there is no follow-up. RQ, they try to mirror the aggression that Liyab Esports is showing them, but they don't want to commit to the fights just yet. They just want to get more damage, get more items, but I have to commend Miggy here, the birthday boy, the one with the birthday buffs. I like his pathing, I like his jungle pathing, and I like how he is trying to go to as much lanes as he can.
Yeah, being able to secure the Rift Scuttlers, but it is going to be one apiece, especially that you have to respect a level 3, level 4 Renekton. There's just so much, I wouldn't call it chase, but the kit, the combo, and the burst, if you will, is just too much. And Liyab decided to, okay, let's just back away, give out that second Rift Scuttler instead. In the meantime, now it's a story of Hyde. How will he be able to stabilize this? We talked about Chaz and Hyde picking these 2 picks, being the possibility of being oppressive and maybe get a bunch of kills to Hyde, just to make sure that they can replicate the performance from yesterday.
Are gonna connect. That is gonna be Dawn just going with the spin and Rooney. I thought initially with the Renekton and the Lee Sin combo, they would want to take down the enemy Baron laner, but that's Garen. That's very tanky. So I guess they just have to focus somewhere else. Marking almost got caught up there, but don't have the sustain coming in from Nami here though. At the very least, Dawn was able to get the honey fruit too close for comfort. Again, these 2 Baron laners, goodness me, Hyde does not have dominos anymore, and now that it's going to be him. He does still have barrier. Flash still not going to be up until a few more seconds. Helios is just going to focus on clearing out the main waves again. Now Miggy most likely going to go back and get his buff, and maybe he could visit Dawn at the Bran lane.
Yeah, just try to maybe relieve pressure, because Hyde does have Summoner Spell advantage over Dawn right now. And remember, it's already Helios reaching level 5, level 6 already, Chaz as well. So this lane of Dawn can potentially be dangerous, as we can see a rotate from Hex already at top side. This could be a possible tower dive.
Here it is, but Dragon is gonna be up in 1 second. No, Cloud Drake is now up. Bark already available for Elyong, but Dawn's gonna go with the reset again. And RQ, they would
There it
love
is.
to get a pickup first, and that is gonna be them. Is gonna be Poppy. Also have the Void Spike. Blue team was able to get the first blood. Dawn does say goodbye. 4 champions from RQ is there at the Baron lane. Here comes the other members of Liyab Esports. They could hold their ground, but at the very least, Miggy is already having first dibs here at the Dragon.
Really nice call from RRQ there. And this is a solo dragon. That means RRQ can rotate to the dragon and then take it for themselves, because it is a temporary 4v5 and Nixu is up top, so the 80 carry is not present for this dragon fight.
Niku, they heard you now. Dawn is there at the front line. Yes, the Son of Cape is gonna connect, but I don't think Chaz is gonna jump in just yet. Explosive Mindfoot has been popped. We also have Chaz jumping in, but he was able to jump out. Are gonna connect, but we have the Valkyrie right there. Look at that. Blue team was able to get the Cloud Dragon. Jump in coming from Liyab Esports, but Wukong does say goodbye. Lee Sin also got taken down by Ziggs right there. You also have Sustain coming in for the side of Liyab Esports, but at the very least, that was a 2-for-1 trade in favor of RRQ. And going back here to mid lane, you have Nixu dashing in, popping in with his first kill, but was not able to damage Hyde. And Hyde was able to get the honey fruit. No other casualties for the side of RRQ.
Really nicely done by RRQ. Again, it was that rotate after killing Dawn with a tower dive. It's just very calculated. Miggy was all alone with that dragon, therefore it's going to be a slow take. RQ had that scuttler at top for the extra movement speed. Do not forget of Hex as well with his assistance. And yeah, they were able to secure, Chaz was able to secure that smite in on their first dragon of the game. And just in time, look at this, a rotation again, their first here on the Rift Herald.
Ooh, okay, right, the burst right there. 3 more seconds before the Rift Herald is gonna be up. So RQ, you said this earlier. In terms of objectives, RQ, they really prioritize these objective picks. Marita plays there at the sides. He will not use his taunt just yet. Nixu is there at the sides as well. You have Nikki holding his ground at the mid lane, but Elyon is just alone at the Baron lane. Looks like that is gonna be a non-contested Rift Herald for RQ. Someone here at the mid lane, or maybe at the Baron lane, but that's been a lot of damage being taken by Elyon. He does get bursted down. Helios coming in with the stuns, and then his team is just gonna go with the follow-up. You have the Aqua person being popped, and that is gonna connect, but RQ is not gonna commit any further. You also have Chaz being able to get the Rift Scuttler, more gold, more EXP going over to his side.
Whew, the side lane pressure. We talked about the Twisted Fate on how it can create impact, especially at the early stages of the game. And the thing is, Liyab has a response. But the thing is, you know, the hero's entrance is not necessarily both of these global ults are air quote global. You really have to get in range before anything else, especially at the early levels. So with that said, the punish potential wasn't there because Liyab unfortunately wasn't able to catch up with RQ's very fast rotations.
By very fast, even Elyon did not expect that there would be 3 or 4 champions in his lane. So looking back here at the Dragon lane, RQ, again, they just want to play the objective game. They were able to get first turret of the match 7 minutes in 4. And one on the scoreboard, now Liyab, they will go most probably with the trade here at the mid lane. But you have Helios there. And I don't think he's going to jump in just yet, but that is going to be a jump in coming in. Helios entrance from Murai the boy. But here comes Marky with the Gatling gun, and it does hurt a lot. You have the Mega Inferno bomb being popped by Elyon, but it did not take anyone out just yet. Rift Herald has been summoned at the mid lane. Liyab would want to defend their mid lane turret, but looks at RQ. They are constantly pressuring Liyab. That's been the time connecting onto 2, onto 3, but now you have the follow coming from Nixu. Nixu is being chased down by Cork, and he does get bursted down. What? Here comes Dawn, flash in, and was able to take on, but look at that, it's be a 2. He won, but that's be a double going over to Marky. Connecting does get bursted down. After person connecting as well. Liyab trying to sustain, trying to keep them to the line, but it's just one connect onto Miggy. Miggy was able to jump away, and RRQ, that was a 2-2 in favor of no one, but at the very least, they were able to get 1 turret.
Yeah, I think that was definitely an RRQ win. They were able to chunk down 2 towers actually from top side, even in the mid lane. So that is extremely important, especially when we look into the later stages, later minutes of this game. And now they get a bonus. They managed to clear out the top lane as well. So there is no first outer tier towers already available for Liyab. RRQ still has 2 healthy ones standing, and this is such an amazing start right on time. There is a second dragon spawning as well, and RRQ has full control.
Man, look at Helios' items though. Just looking at them, you have to say out. And okay, RQ, you would want to get this Mountain Drake. Of course, gives you extra shielding. If you want to get more turrets, more objectives. Dragon is up, but I think this may be a non-contested dragon take for RQ. So Liyab, they wanted to go with a trade. Why not get 1 turret at the Baron lane? That's very, very far from where our RQ is. Explosive minefield plus that bouncing bomb. Apparently not gonna hit Marquee. The Baron now is gonna be up in 20 seconds. That's gonna be making for a bomb being popped, but not much damage has been dished out.
Yeah, still waiting on that Rabadons for sure for Elion here, but it has been a struggle so far. I mean, you do have that Ziggs to get platings, to get early platings, to open up the map even more, but it was RRQ's side lane pressure that resulted to this. What we see right now, 2 dragons on RRQ, and as well as full control in general in the current map state. But of course, once Elion has acquired the second item, I think it is going to be a little bit more comfortable when we look into the fights later on with a poke. But the thing is, they don't have disengage. Usually you want to poke a little bit more before you go all in. RQ has those options, has those stalling potential to chase you down, especially when we talk about the tidal wave and the destiny.
Ooh, I thought he was gonna try and duel Dawn there, but looks like you have Twisted Fate alone at the Baron. There is a ward placed by Liyab Esports near the Baron area to see whenever RQ will try to take that. But looks like RQ, do they want blood? I think so, because they're just waiting for Liyab Esports to make a mistake or go where they are. Triforce and Fork already available for Lucian, for Nixu, so that's more damage on their side. You have High trying to zone out Dawn, making sure he is nowhere near where his teammates are. And that is in the not but again, more wars coming in from Liyab Esports. Chaz being targeted, but he is just gonna focus on the dewarding. RQ consistently applying pressure on the map, making sure Liyab Esports cannot go any further from their base's outer area.
Yeah, the 1-2-2 is just very scary when we look at the map state right now, because look at where they put Hex. They put Hex next to Hyde over there instead of the other way around, and I feel like it's a good dynamic.
They're gonna jump in, and it's been a stuns connecting. Miggy at the front line. There is gonna be flashes here, and then as we the Mega for the bomb being popped. The wave has been used, but defensively. Because of that, Liyab Esports was not able to jump in any further. So that was there. Now we have 3 ultimates down from the side of Liyab Esports and only 2 for RQ.
Yeah, this is RQ's game right now. As look at them.
Ooh, Nixu, that hurts, and the Hyde was forced to go back, but perhaps the stuns connecting. Chaz was able to survey his way out of there. No full commits just yet, except Dawn right here at the mid lane. That is going to be the Proto Belt, and that's going to be the calling being popped by Nixu. Will be enough. The answer to be no, but here comes jump in coming in from Hyde. He was able to box in that Rokaita boy. -1 for Liyab Esports, and they're just forced to go back. RQ, they could still keep on hunting. If they want blood, they can do it now. They can force this 4v5 just so Liyab Esports will be put in an awkward position. But instead, they're going to focus on controlling the waves. They could get Baron, they could get the buff, or they can just wait for Liyab Esports to have a peek or make another mistake. But no, Elion keeping his guard up. Baron is still awake, still alive, but the next dragon is going to be up in 23 seconds.
Yeah, teeny tiny win. Elion is able to deny the red buff steal, I suppose. So a little bit of slows in his attacks later on, especially when RQ attempts to even pursue the dragon. But of course, there is the Infernal Drake. This is such a huge boost. RQ's already painful to begin with.
Ooh, so much folks, like what Riku said earlier on. RQ, they would want to get their hands on the dragon first, and Twisted Fate is just I like what Helios is doing. Whenever there is a fight, he is just gonna focus on the sides just to clear out the way. That's the tidal wave being popped by Hex. No follow-up though. I guess that's more information for Liyab Esports. Helios just dealing cards, those cards that hurt a lot. For onto Liyab Esports, the Valkyrie or special delivery has been used by Marky already. They're just gonna go with the Dragon Dance right now, making sure taking a good feel on what they could do next, making sure no bomb being popped right there. But now Dawn, that is elite 1 or 2 times have the that is actually Chad jumping into the back line. What is gonna happen next? He's very, very low, but instead Ziggs is the first one to actually get taken down. Garen does say goodbye as well. Marky does become golden, but here comes Chad jumping in. You have Helios at the safe part of the back line, but now Hex alongside this Helios is forced to go back. They could still go with the Dragon Steel. Maybe. No? Okay. No, okay. That was too early.
Oh, wow. What a kick from Chaz. But unfortunately, that's the thing when we look at Liyab's composition. The longer you try to linger around, Aliens pokes, he does have that Rabadons already in inventory. And it's going to be, going to be chunking you down. And I don't think Hex's heals will be enough. And that play was incredible, but unfortunately not the follow-up that RRQ expected it to be. And Liyab is rewarded not only denying this damage buff, this infernal buff towards RRQ, but as well as achieving their first dragon of the game.
Well, I thought Liyab could have gone to the Baron area or at least take it down now. But 15 minutes in, 9-6 on the scoreboard. Gold advantage still on the side of RQ as well as the third takedown. It's Marky being a real problem for Liyab this point on. Chaz looking for his next target. You have, look at the wave clear that RQ has right now. No one is still, really? No one? Okay. No one is still trying to give attention to the Baron. With the stuns connecting, but that's the the boy. That's the stuns, the slows, all of those things thrown right at his face, but he is still alive. He does not care. Okay, but here comes Helios jumping in with the Destiny, but he was not caught out by Liyab Esports just yet. That was too close.
It was incredibly close. That was the thing about RRQ's composition, is that they're great when it comes to picking off people one by one. They have a lot of single target and as well as this tidal wave when they want to start something in the lane. But when it comes to maybe purely 5v5, in a sense, Liyab will triumph in this type of composition. They have 3 frontliners, they have a lot of AoE CC, and they have the necessary damage to follow up the engages that Liyab wants to do. Rather, they're doing a good job just waiting for RQ to start something and punish someone like this one possibly.
Are you okay? Okay. I thought something was gonna happen there. He did use his protobelt though, just to make it out of there alive, but that was a handful of seconds that Liyab Esports was focused on him. Now Miggy taking a quick peek at the Baron, but nope, no one is taking that just yet. Marky just tried to put a bit of damage onto Liyab Esports jungler, and almost everyone is clumped at the mid lane. Liyab Esports 16 minutes in, make that 17 minutes. This is the late game, and this is basically where their lineup shines. So now they're just clumped together. They would want to force RQ with this 5v5s, 4v5s maybe. Hyde, though, is still going to commit with a split push, making sure he still has the wave control. Helios here at the top alongside Chaz. Will they commit onto Miggy? Not yet, maybe because he still has the clone. It has been used now, though. They could force the 4v2, but I don't think RQ has that in mind just yet.
And not just yet, though.
Oh, Hyde. Let's meet 2v1.
Destiny.
Destiny has been popped as well. 2v2. Let's meet the Suns connecting. And oh no, let's get a jump in. A flash in, and Lucian does get taken down. But as we hear enemies coming in from Murai the boy, will he be able to get out of there alive? The answer is yes, because Hyde is actually the only one that got taken down from RQ. And Nixu actually got taken down as well for a Liyab Esports. Are they gonna go re-engage? Helios at the front line. Chaz still has his ultimate, but he is just gonna commit on taking down this turret. The stuns, the burst, the cards out. And that just basically forces Liyab Esports to not take another fight, which opens the Baron for RQ. Will they be able to get this though? I think this could be a bait just to make Liyab Esports go to where they are.
Yeah, it's a little bit problematic though, because the waves are shoved not in favor of Liyab, so they still have to set this up. RQ though still has massive respect to Elion. The reason why they're very hesitant of taking the Baron is because with the Ziggs on red side, it is just the perfect spot to rain down all the bombs behind the Baron pit. And RRQ is just going to be satisfied setting up for this Elder Drake. And Liyab is holding on. Despite RRQ's lead for now, in a 5v5 sense, RRQ still has to be wary in these dragon dances.
Speaking of dragon, the Elder Dragon is now up. But looks like Chaz and Helios is the hunters for Arc, or at least they're trying to get as much vision as they can for their team. Dawn being very tanky, the more minutes that jumps into this game. Yeah, 10 and 7 scoreboard, but Nixu still holding his ground. That's gonna be the Sonic Wave connecting 3v1. Are you gonna survive this? The answer is gonna be a yes! As Dawn is still up, he does use his flash to get out of there.
What?
But Nami gets bursted down by Wukong. The next one is actually Galio. So 1-1 in favor of no one. Let's see the chance popping in with a Sonic Wave. No follow-up just yet. Oh, okay. Hyde is gonna go with a follow-up, but now you have the stuns in there. No one fully committing just yet, because if you are standing at the 4v4, you do not want to pick a fight against Liyab Esports. That's actually a good clone, a good feint from Miggy, but Marky gonna focus on Elion with the Gatling gun and all those missile barrages, but no, that's not gonna happen just yet. You have
Oh my word!
The kites coming in from Marky though, being very confident, but now the other part of the map, he was being chased by Dog, being chased by Nix as well. RRQ, we're already giving the Elder Drake a start. That's the stuns connecting, and that's gonna be a goodbye on Don. He does pop his ultimate mark, he does get percent down by Nixu, and that is gonna be a 3-2 in favor of RRQ.
It reset! The Elder Dragon reset! So now all of RRQ's hard work, they have to start this again as Nixu and Miggy are coming down and now they're scared. What is happening?
I can't find the words, but the only thing I can say though is this is the Liyab Esports definitely stepping up. So they also forgot the wave coming in from the Bren lane, so RRQ was forced to go back, clear that out, and I guess this also the effect with the fact that Hex got taken down earlier by Miggy, if I'm not mistaken. Tidal Wave was casted, but there's no actual sustain from RRQ from that point on. And now you have Helios just gonna get that buff. Lucian and Galio together, just taking a peek at where the dragon is. You have wards being placed there as well. There's one ward from the side of RQ. Makita Boy will connect. Son is gonna connect. He does have GA, but Chaz is just gonna jump out of there. Miggy, that is gonna be clone to RQ. Go with the re-engage. The answer is gonna be yes, but it was denied by me.
It was denied, but there's another Destiny being used, I suppose, just to reposition. But this is round 2 again of this Dragon take. This is gonna be a little bit interesting.
Mega Inferno bomb, but now everyone is just focused on Don. Tidal Wave being popped, and he does go to Skin Rudy, but now you have Nixu popping in with the calling at the side. The high taking so much damage, but he is still alive as he's being popped coming from the side of RRQ. Now Galio gets taken down. Hyde is on the front line. He actually wants to take that Elion to get a double kill going over to the next, and Elion does say goodbye to this going over to Miggy, but still RRQ, they are going all in. 2 down, 3 down, no problem. GA being popped. Coming from Helios, they are not gonna stop the chase anytime soon. To get person down, that is gonna be a 1-3 in favor of RRQ.
What a fight! And it's just these minuscule things when it comes to positioning that made the fight matter.
Oh no, that is giving the stuns again, but you have a TP. Miggy still alive, but here comes Don. I think he can take a huge chunk of damage. Destiny being popped here as well. Martin. Oh, okay. Helios, what?
It's okay. It's okay. It's over.
He thought they were gonna go into that push, but it's fine. It happens. I do that too. But finally, RQ gets their hands on this Elder Ocean Dragon. Finally.
Yes, finally they've managed to secure this dragon. But I want to give props to Helios. The thing about that engage from Liyab in that Baron, or rather in that blue buff, is that the carries were zoned out by the one teeny-weeny gold card by Helios. He was basically stopping and barring the carries of Liyab to join and follow up with the attack. So even though the setup was beautiful, there was no carries to supply the damage. So I think that zoning, that positioning from Helios was just so huge in that fight.
Okay. Nixus is gonna be right there. I thought they were gonna try and pull some magic here and there. Marky! Can I just say that Marky is A-okay with being alone? I'm actually the one that's scared for him. What if he gets picked off? But you know what? He's very confident. I'm just gonna leave him be. Now Hex and Chaz is gonna hold their ground at the mid lane. So they're gonna go with a 1-3-1 again. Just focusing on pushing the waves into the side of Liyab Esports. Helios again in charge of wave clear duty. Baron still right there, and Liyab Esports not gonna take or at least pick any more fights. Hyde still has his GA up. Chaz's GA did get popped earlier on, and now Liyab Esports. This is them being very, very careful.
Yeah, RQ is also very careful as well. Remember the pokes?
Ooh, that is going to be also coming from the side of RQ, but you have the portal being popped by Moraita Boy. Responsible connect. The answer is going to be yes, but he wasn't able to make it out of there alive. Nope. Apparently, he's going over to Lee Sin. Now Wukong being taken down, shut down onto the jungler of Liyab Esports. Now Dawn forced to get so much damage. The kites are just too much for them to bear. This point on 24 minutes in, that is going to be a 2-0 in favor of RQ. And after that, safe to say, they can finally get another objective.
Yeah, it is 2-3 of the frontliners. And Liyab, maybe they want to take a risk. But look at the bottom portion of the map. There are super minions already building up. Half HP already towards this Baron.
Ooh, are they gonna go with the steal? Will they be able to get it? The answer should be no. So at the very least, they can just focus on clearing out the wave. Nice try though for Liyab Esports. Chaz. Okay, not gonna recall. He just wanted to see if there was someone there. Blue minions are now making their way into Liyab Esports' base, and now these are Baron buff minions. Everyone is capped. This is 25 minutes in.
Yeah.
This is just game number 1. It's a good thing. It's a good thing.
It is a good thing. It is a good thing. It just means that the build-up towards game number 2 is going to be amazing, and the build-up to the second round robin of this matchup is going to be exciting.
Aqua Prison did connect, but Don was able to make it out of the alive. The calling beam pop right there defensively, just so RQ will not be able to jump in any further. This is the result of the 1-3-1 earlier, and Hyde and Helios just being focused on clearing the wave. Tongs are gonna connect that wave being popped right there. You have the making for the bomb being popped by Ziggs, jump in by Migid, but there is no follow-up. And now RRQ last engage, all in. Hyde, he does not care. He focused on the Nexus, and that basically gave RRQ their game number 1. That was a bit too fast. I have to say that.
It was crazy. Look at Marky. He's like shaking his hands. It was too intense for him. But RQ really are happy with that win. 25 minutes. It was a long game. But at the end of the day, they were patient. They were calculated. And they just played to their strengths of focusing on getting picks and catching Liyab off guard.
And you did mention the positioning by the members of RQ here. Damage 32,000 from Hyde. Is that even legal? And Marky 45,000.
Yeah.
I don't think that's legal. 45k is not legal. But yeah, this is just RQ really stepping up. There were moments though that Liyab Esports did shine. However, there were some initiates here and there by Migi that there were no follow-up. Nixu tends to pop the culling defensively. I was waiting for a good Elyon play or for Liyab to give space or an opening for Elyon, but it just did not happen. Maybe because they were also being very careful of the stuns and the CCs from RQ's lineup.
Yeah, I'm very curious what the plan is now moving forward, because yesterday we saw an incredible alien performance in the AD carry role, but now this is an AP carry that, you know, we saw Nixu played well as well, but this time around Liyab felt like they struggled, especially the early game. This is them wanting to survive the early game, and they did have answers. They have really good wave clear. Dawn managed to get that 1v1 right, especially when we talk about the early game of slowing down the stunt of our Renekton that could potentially snowball. But at the end of the day, if you add into the equation this Lee Sin, this Helios as well on the Twisted Fate, it makes things much harder.
And these are your Oppo A94 plays of the game. The moment your RQ was able to get a Call Dragon, because of that, of course, movement speed boost, and they just utilize that. Aside from Helios or Marky being safe at the backline, I also would like to highlight the fact that Hex, this guy, this player, the initiates, the sustains that he was able to give his team, that beautiful ebb and flow just becomes a huge threat to Liyab Esports. And whenever someone from Liyab Esports would maybe overextend or try to do something, they need to be very wary of this support.
Yeah, Hex, or actually Moraita Boy as well. There is just, two melees on the side of RQ, which is, their intention is to try and stick to that. And they always manage to catch and bait out the taunt right away. So that kit, that very important kit, is basically taken off right off the bat. And you cannot exactly try to 1v2 anyone from RQ. It's only because Helios will just visit and make it into a 2v2. And that's the reason why Liyab had a very hard time when it comes to slowing down the push up against RQ in the 15-minute game, 15-minute mark onwards.
There were also times that Chaz would successfully just penetrate the back lines and say, okay, nope, no damage dealer for you, or at least he would use his ultimate, his pick, to isolate the key members of Liyab Esports, and these are the Chase here and there, Moraita Boy. He would get a lot of damage in his health and he would survive for a tad bit. And again, this was the moment where I thought it was the calling coming in from Nixu, but the moment the gold card met Lucian, it was goodbye. And while there was a skirmish at the top part of the Nexus, Hyde just decided to focus on taking down the Nexus. Master of the match, of course, is going to be Hyde on this Necton. Flash plus barrier, itemizations right here. KDA 3.25. Damage taken per minute though, 1,540.
It wasn't the same as we saw last time, but he still was able to get the early game kills necessary to transition to the mid game and basically be a huge headache for the AP carry and the AD carry. Nixu and as well as Elian had a difficult time whenever they would basically be on top of them. The thing about the composition once more is that they don't have that team disengage, and now that means Hyde can have a hell of a party in the backline.
He was A-okay, and then I also realized that the lineup for RQ was more in your face, as I like to call it, because they would be the ones to initiate fights, skirmishes here and there, and Liyab Esports, they were just forced to use these skills, these summoner spells to go with disengage, or maybe just try to reposition. And whenever they would try to reposition, Destiny, Helios, what up? And then that's gonna be take two or part two of RQ.
Yeah, it's very difficult because they only have a small window for them before Helios arrives in the scene, and they didn't really have the necessary damage just yet because they had to wait they had to wait for Elion to receive that second item, the third item Rabadon's third item Morello. So it was a struggle for them to do anything in 10 minutes or maybe even less, 8 minutes of the game. All they could do rather is try to stall as much as they can. But with the composition that RQ had, they had the capability to 1-2-2, 1-3-1 setups here and there, try to bait out, and as well as slowly chip away towers. And RQ was just very patient. It was a very clean game. They played to their strengths and they managed to get all the dragons. Except one, which is the Infernal. The only time that they sort of slipped was during the Infernal Dragon Take, where Chaz had an amazing setup but no follow-up because it was a very prolonged dragon dance. Therefore, Elian, with the 2 item spike already with the Revenants in hand, was able to chunk down the rest of RQ in that sequence.
Mm-hmm. And even though Liyab did try to play the waiting game or did try to be patient, made me realize that RQ, they have a scaling composition. That's literally all of their care is all about that skill, all about that sudden burst, and they also have CC, so it's just a matter of looking or waiting for an opening and then just jumping right on it or right through it. But yeah, what do you think are the adjustments that Liyab Esports could do for game number 2?
I think we got to see the Saya again on Elion. I think that is his element. I think I think Nixu on surprise picks in the mid lane as well, playing some of the top lane picks into the mid lane, I think works very well. Or if the Ziggs is open, I feel like Ziggs will be open once more. I think it's safe to put that back again onto Nixu. I think I see the process though. I think I see the reason why they wanted to put Nixu in the mid lane, rather on an AD carry, is because they wanted to do more things in the map earlier on. Especially you have a Wukong as well in the jungle, and I feel like that was the track that they were going for, especially early skirmishes. When we talk about maybe early Rift Scuttlers, it's very dangerous when we look at Renekton, Lee Sin, Twisted Fate. That is deadly.
That's scary. And of course, you have to take into account the amount of power or the early game power that Renekton plus, well, more on Lee Sin, but you know, Renekton with the follow-up with the stuns. It's very scary. But yeah, Twisted Fate, Helios, this guy, I can't highlight him enough. Also, when you mentioned that maybe Nixu could put in some Baron laners into the mid lane, I do not know why, but I immediately thought, does Nixu know how to play Fiora in the mid lane? Just ideas here and there. But yeah, if Ziggs is open for game number 2, which I think it will happen, Ziggs will be open. They could just get it for themselves. So here is the draft in order. Game number 1, Renekton definitely a priority for RQ. After that, Galio gets first pick a lot lately. That's what I've noticed in day number 1 up until day number 2. And they paired it off with Illusion. And knowing that there's already an AD carry for the side of Liyab, but no, that was used by Nixu, by the way. RQ, they decided to just focus on getting Nami and then one AD carry, which is going to be a Corki for Mark.
Yeah, we brought this up before the draft, or rather during the draft earlier, is that, you know, for day 1, of course, the Gragas has been one of those things that is left open, but at the same time, very high valued when we look at the Summer Super Cup and as well as the summer season in general. And when you're up against Liyab, of course, you want to take that out because every single lane can play the Gragas. We're talking about top lane. We're talking about Miggy, especially Miggy. Miggy's Gragas is very, very effective for Liyab rather. And of course, don't forget about Nixu, who did play Baron lane for the entirety of the summer season, moving into the mid lane. Of course, he's going to have that in his pool. And of course, we've seen Gragas supports as well. Very, I wouldn't say it's common, but it would pop in here and there. And that's the power of the Gragas pick. And that's the reason why we get to see RRQ. Okay, we don't want to see that at all in this game. And look, as they ban out so many of these things that could possibly deter hide on this on this Renekton. So I really like the approach coming from RRQ with this pick composition. Very, very strong, especially if they want to impact the side lanes very early.
Also, I realized that the Rakan ban kind of makes sense. I mean, they don't want the quickness to be in the way whenever they're gonna go with a skirmish or whenever they are gonna get an objective or a turret takes. So yeah, we talked about what Liyab could do, but for RQ, what do you think are the things they should keep on doing or should translate to in game number 2?
I think this is fine. I think they should keep the same picks. They could keep the same bans as well. You ban out the Rakan, that means removing Peel, and as well as additional bonus. If ever Elian decides to pick up the Saya again, might as well just consume one of those bans to take out one out of the pair rather. And this pick composition, we've seen Helios incredibly strong on the Twisted Fate. I feel like when we look back into the summer season as well as the playoffs, there are 2 prominent picks that would come up in our minds, either the Fiora mid or the Twisted Fate. And I feel like, it's nice to see him back again shine on this pick as well.
That's just him, and that's his branding from this point on, basically. But yeah, I also would like to say, highlight how good Chaz was. Chazix was not seen in game number 1, but maybe in game number 2, you'll never know. Yeah, he just provides so much information and so much openings for his team. Although there were times that there was no follow-up, it was just him being able to predict that maybe Liyab Esports will go here, will go there. Sonic Wave will most likely connect. And yeah, for the ADC, for Marky, Corki, the Gatling gun hurts a lot. Ultimate hurts a lot as well. It just basically, withers down the life bars of not just Dawn, but literally anyone else for the side of Liyab Esports.
Yeah, Chaz did an amazing job. He basically translated, I mean, Lee Sin is and can be an assassin, so it works out well, especially when we combine again, all these single targets on the board for RQ as well. So it just fits. It fits perfectly. From early game up until the finish, they were not too excited to try these aggressive tower dives. They just did enough for them to win the game, despite an 8k gold lead, maybe a 10k gold lead further into the game. It's really nice to see and refreshing to see, especially Marky. Remember Marky back in the summer season? We always said, okay, he loves his Kai'Sa so much, so it's so nice to see him fall back into this Corki as well and shine with the team.
I told you, it's player character development from Marky right there. And Hyde, I guess we'll be seeing more of his Renekton. I'm not sure Liyab is gonna ban on that Renekton. However, for the side of Dawn, for the side of Liyab's Baron laner, Dawn, maybe we could see him in a different champion, maybe Darius, if he knows how to use that. I mean, Garen is a good pick. You were the one that said this. He is a nullifier for the team. He has silence, you have judgment, you have the Timashan justice, can dish out so much damage, true damage, and can just, stop whatever your opponent's plans are. But I guess we would want someone that just initiates, another initiator for the side of Liyab Esports, basically.
I think I fully agree with you there. We've actually seen that matchup yesterday, the Darius and as well as the Renekton, and pre-level 3, I think the DOTs are very valuable in that matchup. You poke out harass rather as much as you can before the level 3 comes, so that the Renekton will be a little bit hesitant to be aggressive and bully the lane. I think it's doable. I think the 1v1 is very doable. And Hyde, I feel like, is a big problem for Liyab, just because on how RQ, I wouldn't call it assembling the composition just for him, but it works out for the early game.
Let's see what's gonna work out next, because we are now at the pick and ban phase for game number 2. RQ is still gonna be at the blue side. Bans are Twisted Fate, Zed, and Lee Sin. But for the side of Liyab, or the red side, we have Camille, Rakan, and Graga.
No way is that a Teemo. No way. I mean, I see the logic. You open up the Renekton, you have a Teemo top, you have a ranged matchup. Either that you pick Vayne or Teemo. There are choices. And we'll wait a bit before we get excited.
I'm frozen in time. I don't know. I do not know what's gonna happen. But apparently...
Oh, it's a Renekton.
Okay.
Anyway,
the things we see in Icon series, I love it.
I was ready to say, Teemo is an amazing pick. Range and matchup versus the Renekton. Leave that open. Arky's gonna pick that again. But it's gonna be on Liyab's side. The thing is, when you pick up a Renekton, either that could go to Dawn or to Nixu in the mid lane. So I really like this, but it's looking like a swap of picks, because if they lock in this Corki, this was what Marky picked up in game number 1.
And Nami and Lucian for the side of RQ. Lulu making her debut
Olaf is
for
open.
the fall season. Hello, and that's the Corki going over to the side of Liyab Esports. Riku looked so happy when she saw Lulu being picked up. That's so adorable.
Yeah, because when you see a Lulu, you immediately You immediately think Olaf. But RQ denies that away from Liyab. They immediately pick it up instead for Chaz. And that means, what will Liyab pick this time around? Because the Gragas is not going to be available for them. What are the fallback options? Maybe a Camille. That's gone. Lee Sin is actually open as well, but they could pick up this Jarvan for more of a mid-game team-centric 5v5. I like this from Liyab.
I love this. This is just Liyab, going all in game number 2. I mentioned Darius, but that was for Liyab. But surprisingly, RQ picked that up, and that's a Jinx for Elion.
Oh, dear me. Yeah, it is a double marksman competition once more. And the last time and the first ever we've seen this combo was back in the summer Super Cup, where it was MVP that picked this duo lane, the Lulu and the Jinx. Now though, for RQ, they're gonna finish this composition up with an Ahri in the mid lane and a very oppressive bottom lane. Look at the range, look at the poke and damage with a Nami and a Lucian.
And well, I mean, you have sufficient pokes from Lulu as well, but Jing is going to be very quiet and, I wouldn't say passive, but conservative in the early game. So maybe that's the time that Marky can try and just jump in with, the illusion whenever he's gonna pop the Relentless Pursuit. That's gonna connect onto the Bursting Light, if I'm not mistaken. Just, try to make sure Elyon will not snowball, because the moment he does, whenever Jinx gets a kill, her passive, of course, Get Excited is gonna proc, and maybe we'll be seeing another pentakill. That's something that I'm looking forward to, though.
It is possible. I mean, the resets from the Jinx with the extra movement speed with Get Excited is very possible. You also have Moraita Boy on this Lulu to boost Elyon up with the shields, with everything, with the wild growth as well. So this is gonna be incredibly interesting to look at, because again, when we look at the wild growth, there's so many targets. You can put that to Dawn, you can put that to Miggy, and you can put that to Elyon. It just works out so well.
Don't forget, Moraita Boy can use it on himself too. Just kidding. Whenever he's gonna be being with Chaser or something. But yeah, earlier on, now we have Hyde gonna use this Darius against Dawn. So it's gonna be a switcheroo. You would expect another Renekton for Hyde, but that is gonna change today. So Elyon alongside the other two members from Liyab is just here at the Dragon Lane. Chaz, of course, on this Olaf. We finally saw an Olaf. Day one, a lot of bans has been focused on him. So let's see how RRQ will be able to insert this. I'm still gonna stand down with what I said. This questionable champion, because he did not have the best win rate in our previous tournament.
Yeah, it was definitely a little bit tough, I suppose. But Yuko, you got your matchup. It is the Darius versus Renekton at topside, and we talked about pre-level 3, as we can see right now.
Ooh, that's gonna be Galagan being popped right there. But now Chaz, that's gonna be the first blood, rather being you are going over to Hyde. He almost got taken down there. The damage over time was the one that maybe helped him get that first blood. But now, looking at the Dragon Lane, this Nami and this Lucian just constantly pressuring Lulu and Jinx. Now you have the waves pushing in, but you have Olaf, also Ari, making their way down to the Dragon Lane.
Wow.
Jump away, run away, unless you want to be charmed or be Ragnarok right in your face. But this does leave the turret open.
Yeah, they're still not able to, RRQ dual lane is not able to get one plate just yet, but it's just very close to that. And this is the lane that Liyab expected. When you're up against a Nami Lucian, you are gonna be bullied and pushed to your tower a little bit. And this is an amazing start for Hyde again. We talked about this before, pre-level 3, if you poke out Dawn or a Renekton before level 3 comes and win that matchup, then you are set for that lane. But do not forget as well, Miggy is on the Jarvan. So the comeback for that lane for him is still out there, is still a possibility.
Still pretty there. And also, Riku predictions right there. And that is, I told you, Riku predictions right there. That's the Catalyst is connecting onto one. Now we're gonna connect as well. He is gonna pop his ultimate, but that is not gonna be enough, because he's gonna try to juggle that 1v2. You don't have that much damage, and Hyde does get taken down. Revenge still going over to Liyab Esports 2 minutes.
Exactly. That's what happened. Now the lane is swung back a little bit towards Liyab, but Dawn is a little bit extended.
Okay, Chad, that's gonna be the right now being popped as well. Duel here and there, Dominus being popped right there, but that is gonna be him winning that duel. Hyde came in at the right time, but at least Chaz was able to get one kill for himself. Looking here at the mid lane though, Nixu will be able to clear out the wave, but you also have Helios just using the Orb of Deception and the auto attacks just to clear out minions and get more gold for himself. And it's gonna be Moraita Boy coming in with the pokes. Still pretty quiet here in the Dragon Lane.
It's definitely a little bit quiet, because again we're waiting for the dual lane of Elyon to come out of its shell, which is the lane.
Ooh, I thought they were gonna go with the re-engage, but I guess they were just too close to that turret. You know, this is just me looking for action. I don't know, maybe that's because I'm just a play-by-play caster. But here comes Miggy. Yet again, they're gonna go with the 1v2s again. Upper hand is gonna connect, but Hyde will be able to make it out of there alive. Here comes Cataclysm. He does not have Ragnarok present. We'll be having a few more seconds. He does flash out. Don down to the last 2 bars of his health. He almost got first and down there, but now at least Liyab Esports, they could get the first turret or the first turret for the game.
It's perfect too because the jungler of RRQ, Chaz, came from topside. So this is RRQ not being able to exchange a first dragon over the first tier tower. And we talked about the timing from Liyab. Even though Miggy didn't have Cataclysm just yet, they just went for it because Hyde was in the perfect spot anyways. And I remember this from Summer Super Cup. Whenever there's an Olaf in the opposite side, you pick up this Jarvan and it works so well because you just drop the Cataclysm once the Ragnarok pops.
Cataclysm, but they were able to jump out, dash out of there. That was actually a good face check coming in from Elyon, and now you have the Dragon, well, being targeted by Archer. I'm not sure if they're gonna fully commit unless they want to, but look at that, it's gonna be a no. Liyab Esports, they were able to shoo RQ away from that Dragon area. Now you have the red side, the red team, just focus on going here at the middle. That's gonna be the Valkyrie being popped. Tidal Wave is gonna connect onto one, onto two. That's gonna be the Flash is being out. That's gonna be the ultimate coming from Lulu being popped as well. Connecton does get taken down, but that's gonna be the Ragnarok being popped from Chad. That's gonna be engaged. A jump in. Hyde overextended a bit, and he did get one or two turrets there. But now Liyab, they're gonna jump in. Now Miggy at the front. Will the follow up be there though? Yeah, so it's gonna be no. But at the very least, he did not die. What's gonna die though is this turret in 1 second.
Yeah, that's just one auto attack away. So mission accomplished from RQ. At least Liyab, at least Liyab was able to deter RQ from getting that dragon at least, as both of them just wanna do the dragon dance. I think it's pretty even because Elion was already hitting the bottom portion of the map. RQ decided to exchange that for the mid tower. But looking at the kills though, everything pretty much so far has went to the hands of Hyde. So remember, when a Darius manages to get a snowball and a setup, it can get very dangerous. But Liyab, though, has a little bit of leg room to get this uncontested, and RQ will focus their efforts in the bottom lane instead.
Here they go though. Blue team who did summon the Herald at the mid lane. They are gonna prep. RQ rather is gonna prep for another fight, but that is going to be Miggy jumping in with the Cataclysm, but he forgot he got a lot of damage. That's a very good round
the flank
from Lulu as well. Here comes the calling, but here comes the other members of RQ. Hyde was able to apprehend 1 and 2. A triple kill going over to Hyde. Killing speed going over to this champion. Lou is going to be the next target. Moraita Boy being chased not by 1, not by 2, but actually 4 champions. That's going to be a jump from Hyde and the 4-1 in favor of RRQ. To be fair, that was a very good initiate from Miggy, but it was a bit of an overextend that Moraita Boy was forced to pop his wild growth. Cataclysm was no longer available, and RRQ, they just saw that as an opening for them to re-engage the flank, as you'd like to call it.
Yeah, it was, again, they had to swiftly eliminate someone and then try to disengage. But that wasn't the case because they took a bit long in eliminating Hex. As there's just a ton of kit, there's a ton of heal. Look at him now, 005. Even though he was trapped, no flash inside the Cataclysm, the RQ was able to buy time, and the rest of the squad just initiated this flank. And the thing is, Liyab's composition in general, Elion will spike a little bit later. Nixu, though, will spike at the 2-item mark, which is, again, Maramuna, and the Triforce as well. The thing is, something to bridge the mid game is done, but the lane didn't work out so well because Hyde is the one that shined. He is 6-2-0 right now. He is massive, and his guillotines will hurt so much against Liyab later on.
Ooh, I thought they were gonna focus on getting the objective fixed, but looks like both teams are just gonna play this one very quietly, unless Miggy wants to do something. I mean, he has GA, he does have a second life, but again, he might want to reserve that for team fights later on. He is gonna be alongside Dawn now that they do have quite a combo there, and now Chaz is just nowhere to be seen the map just yet for Liyab Esports, but we can see him just fine because we're casters. We know where all of the champions are. But now Helios is just clearing out the wave at the mid lane. No more second outer turret at the mid lane, and we are now reaching the 9-minute mark. 3-7 on the scoreboard, just 1k gold lead for RQ. I mean, 1K is 1K, that's a lot. But in 1 or 2 clashes, Liyab Esports can
A
just
dive?
win there, or at least get their deficit, or get the ahead in the goal. What happened to my words? I'm just waiting for the play. That's the Dom jumping in. That's are gonna connect, but that's the different will be popped by Hyde just so they can disengage. I guess they just wanted to get a turret and then jump away.
Yeah, they're very satisfied with that. Just opening the map as much as they can just to set up for the potential Baron later on.
Oh, wait, that is going to be the charm connecting. Cadwell goes in with the slows, but now you have Nick to just there in the back lines. Would be enough. You have the G ding pop. Catarasim has been used as well. Slash in, jump in, and now Helios was able to focus on Dom, but the damage is not going to be enough. Now Miggy forced to jump away, but that is going to be Marky being able to reach him with the range of Lucian's skill kit. Now you have the heals. Charm is going to connect as well. What's going to happen next? It's going to be enough. Ever now Valkyrie being popped by Nick, so he was able to get out of there alive. Somehow going over to Hyde. Wow, the words. That was a very quick fight, but overall, that was 2-0 plus 1 turret in favor of RR2. Ultimate Super Mega Death Rocket did not take anyone yet.
Yeah, it's not enough. It's definitely not enough. And that is the trouble that we're seeing now for Liyab. This is a composition that heavily relied on the early game of Dawn to work out and transition well. Now that we see Nixido, though, having the 2-item power spike that we talked about, they are going to be a little bit comfortable in the fights. The biggest problem is, though, massive Darius, massive Hyde, 7-2-1 already, and he's gonna get tankier, and that means Nixu won't be able to shred as much, and Dawn will struggle once he dives in. Either he's gonna get greeted by the rest of the squad, get greeted by a charm. That's what we saw earlier, and the chase potential, I don't think the disengage coming from the wild growth is gonna be enough. RQ has so much chase potential with the movement speed of the Nami, with the tidal wave, with so many dashes on the board, with Helios and Marky. It's gonna be very difficult. If Liyab is gonna commit, they have to make it count.
You have to make it count indeed. You mentioned about Nixus too. You know what? I'm just gonna focus on the game right now. Let's see they dash in onto Dawn. They're gonna go all in. Charm is gonna connect. He's being boxed in. That's gonna be a tidal, beautiful tidal wave coming over. First time of all Arcanites to be a double kill going over to Chaz. And they'll be able to leave that clash with smiles on their faces. 20 seconds of no Dawn, of no Miggy, and again RRQ slowly taking down the turrets for Liyab Esports' side.
Yeah, it's looking very dire for Liyab. RQ is just doing everything right. The fact that again Liyab has a double marksman composition means you're going double AD. RQ, look at their itemization right now. They're very much focused on armor, piling up this armor. That means their Liyab will struggle a little bit in penetrating these defenses. And RQ, while opening the map, will now get the second dragon of the game.
Ooh, non-contested, I guess, unless Liyab Esports wants to do something about this. But no, Cloud Dragon has been taken by RQ. And now Bren is still up, but RQ, they just want to keep on poking Liyab Esports. We mentioned about the 2-item power spike from Nixu. I almost forgot. Helios, Ari has Luden's Echo and already has Rabadon. So he is going to be such a threat in the map. Chaz was able to get that Rift Scuttler. Jinx's ultimate did not connect.
It's I guess they were a bit worried because Liyab doesn't have any vision in the Baron area. So I suppose Elian will just use that as a scouting ability for now, considering that every single time RQ and Liyab would meet, RQ would get the upper hand. Look at the double QSS though, but Baron now being started by RQ.
Ooh, Liyab Esports needs, and they really have to steal this, or maybe get 1 turret in exchange, but the wave is just not in their favor. So here comes Miggy, but he got apprehended. That's GA being popped. Here comes the other members of Liyab. You have the kites coming from Nixie, but he was able to get a Baron Dasher. Not because the charm is not going to connect, but Dawn was able to get 1. Hex does get bursted down, but now Marky gets taken down, as well as the Hyde being bumped in. He tried to go the Rico, but it's double kill going over to Dawn. And it is going to be a 3-0 in favor of Liyab. So 3 champions devoided of the Baron buff.
Yeah, that's a really good kill. Just as you mentioned, it is a deny. It's only just 2 people left with the Baron buff. That means with the wave shoved in Liyab's favor, they can open up the map as well and take back gold as well, because they are currently in a 6k gold deficit. And with that said, honestly, if they kill Hyde right off the bat, I don't think they'll have an issue when it comes to these 5v5s.
And I think this is the double-edged sword, I guess, with the fact that there is a 7-3 Darius. I mean, if he's alive, sure, protect him. He can dish out so much damage. But when he gets bursted down, yeah, sure, you have Ari, you have Lucian, but they're kind of squishy. So your main damage dealer, or the maybe 30-35% of the damage from your team, is already chunked down. But now RQ, you have Helios alone at the Grand lane, and now Hyde is just going back to default, just pushing the waves in further to the side of Liyab Esports. Chaz does have the buff, few face checks here and there, and gonna clear out the wave 2. Liyab Esports is just gonna get the buff. Not sure they're gonna re-engage. Miggy does want us with the catalyst being popped down. That's with the Wild Girls being put in as well. But here comes RRQ. Tidal Wave being popped as well. SDPA dash in. Marky gets taken down, but they're just gonna go all in. They're focusing on the turret. But we have Gon jumping in, jumping out. He did pop his ultimate, but it's not gonna be enough. At the very least, he got 1 kill and 1 turret. That's gonna be the charm, not connecting. But we have minion waves at the mid lane. Gon dashes in, slice and dices in, but did not try, or at least did not target anyone. No one to and they are pinging at the dragon area, but they could just go with the reset first, get few more items. Blade of the Ruined King and IE already available for Lucian. You also have Tear of the Goddess for Hex.
Yeah, it's still gonna be okay now. With 3 items already on the board for Alien, I think this is gonna be very incredibly scary for RRQ. I think they have to be a little bit more careful with their positioning. There's just that threat from Alien as well. I think Dawn's job now is to buy time, join Miggy as that front line to just be annoying the back line of RRQ. But the thing is, everyone is, just as you mentioned earlier, RQ's composition is a little bit squishy. We get to see Olaf sort of fall into this squishier end of things, but I think that's the reason why we get to see them compensate with a lot of armor, because of the composition that Liyab has. Now Infernal Soul, Infernal Elder Drake now up for grabs, and Liyab for sure wants to deny this away from RRQ.
Best possible dragon to spawn 16 minutes in. Can I just say that? We also have the other one spawning in 7 more seconds. But RRQ, they are slowly positioning themselves in this Elder Dragon pit. Paranash already up, but both teams would want to focus on its Elder Drake. So now they're gonna get Rift Scuttler. First things first, get Rift Scuttler. Now that you have that, maybe transition into the dragon. Yeah, Esports already making their way there. They should and they could go with the kill, or go with the steal and kill if they want to. But now Hyde is just being very careful. That is the charm going to be on Tidal Wave coming in from RRQ. They're going all in. Beautiful. The calling coming in from Marky. He does dash in, but the damage was enough to actually burst Marky down. That is going to be 2. Chad is already up. Dawn popping in with his ultimate, but it's not going to be enough. It's not going to be a double kill going over to Helios. And now Killing Spree coming over for RRQ. The only 2 champions left alive are Miggy and Murai Boy. Will they be able to defend this? Let's see. They are going to go to another fight. And RQ is just knocking onto the base, onto the necklace of Liyab Esports. And looks like that is going to be game number 2.
What a revenge story once more from RRQ. Back in the playoffs, it was Liyab 2-0ing RRQ, and now it's the other way around. It is now 2-0 achieved as we look at Marky with his fingers on his face, and Hex showing off in Chaz as well. They love this victory. A very convincing and dominating win on the series up against Liyab.
We also have their coach, Kaigu, is high-fiving everyone. What a story from RRQ. And honestly, they improved a lot, not just from the drafts, but also how they move as a unit in the game itself. Hyde was being extra careful, and I like how Helios, he would just scout an area, and he was perfect for Ari in that game because he could just charm someone, and if someone does get charmed, okay, that's our next target. And then they're gonna jump in, they was gonna follow up. MVP for that game for RQs, and it was actually Helios. That was 6 versus 15, 6 and 15 on the scoreboard. Liyab They did what they can, but again, I did not just feel Elyon's presence there. Maybe we could be seeing more Saya in the future.
Yeah, perhaps. I feel like Saya is definitely one of Elyon's main element. But looking at the composition from Liyab, this looked pretty solid. But the thing is, it's very sensitive. It feels like a table. You have 4 corners, you have 4 legs, and just one is destroyed, and it's gonna be an unusable table, if you will. So that's basically the metaphor I can give for this composition. They were heavily relying on Dawn's lane to not lose. And with that said, therefore the early game basically collapsed after that. And Elyon, even though he could reach his spike, it will be already too late because Hyde was such a huge problem already. He basically snowballed the game. And Helios, 309 MVP, his charms were deadly. Every single time it hit, it was impactful, and it just collapsed under, Liyab's table, I suppose.
We're gonna commit on to that metaphor that you gave us. Table it is. And these are the Oppo A94 plays of the game, the revenge kill from Liyab Esports side. But this is also the part where Chaz was able to get another revenge kill. Still, pretty good tidal waves coming in from Hex. Again, so much sustain, so much support from the team. And the armor, the fact that in the late game, RQ was able to withstand the pokes, the damage from the 2 ADCs from the side of Liyab Esports, that means a lot. And again, the charms, that's a very problematic charm. And Hyde just gets to target whoever he wants. There were times wherein Moraita Boy was forced to pop Wild Growth just for the heck of it, just to save someone rather than him using it as an engage.
Yeah, they're using it as a follow-up to the Apprehend and as well as the Charm, maybe vice versa. And that's the reason why we get to see Hyde racking up so many kills and the chase potential as well. We talked about this, how the Wild Growth, it is a really good disengage, but at the same time, if you've already used it in the fight and you want to run away, that means that's the only option left. And RQ, it's basically going to free reign and chase you down with all the CCs in the world. But this was one of the last stand that we saw from Liyab, but I think, RQ was just way, way ahead in the game already.
That was actually a good engage coming in from Nixu. He was able to put a significant amount of damage onto RQ, but just so happened that RQ was very fast to go with the disengage. And yeah, there were times that Moraita Boy was just forced to jump out. Dawn was able to get a few kills here and there, but he just did not have the early game that he wanted. Master of the match is going to be Helios on this Ari. He has a new pose, but he just flipped his hand. I realized that just now.
I know. Helios had an incredible performance in the series in general. He was the zoner. His presence, his positioning was basically enough for the enemy team, for Liyab to be a little bit hesitant when it comes to the fights, when it comes to the 5v5s, and him being always in the mid lane while the rest of the squad being on the dragon pit really worked so well, especially when we looked at the last stand from Liyab on that Infernal Drake possible take. But yeah, Helios with the Twisted Fate, with the Ari, this is just another player to watch in this team.
Initially, I thought that most of the power, most of the control, or RQ will just build around this player. But then I realized, no, we still have Marky, we still have Dawn. So again, this is a new RRQ, and I really love what I'm seeing. Not day one. Game 1 was really good, but there's just something about Game 2 that both of us were yelling. We were very, very hyped. A lot was happening in the map, but that's just how beautiful this series number 1 was. So before we jump into a break, what are your last thoughts or last few words for this first series?
I think that's one of my favorite series so far when it comes to maybe from day 1 and day 2. I think it was a very long, maybe a half macro, half microcentric of a game. So I really did enjoy that. And it's starting to look really good for RRQ. This roster change, it is Hyde now at the top lane. It is Hex now for the support. And basically the 3 men of the jungle down to the dual lane is basically intact. And this chemistry is looking to be very, very scary. And I think the biggest question is for their next match tomorrow, what will happen what other picks will Hyde pick up aside from the Darius and aside from the Renekton?
will we see a Garen? I'm just thinking, he's just focused on these tanky Baron laners. We actually don't know if he can play the killer Baron laners. Maybe he can, or maybe Ark just wants to stick with the tanky frontliners. But yeah, and that has been series number 1. Apparently, we start the day with still a 2-0 in favor of RRQ. We have been your casters. I'm Yuko alongside Miss Riku. We're gonna jump into a very short break, so sit back, relax, and wait for us to come back.
Yo, Mark 9. They really don't think we can keep doing this. They don't think we can keep making hits about cameras. But I'm the cameraman. But I'm the cameraman. Stay creamy.
Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me Cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you had to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving them wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansaletta.
I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
you are back with us on the panel at the See Icon Series fall season. RRQ maintains their dominance over Group A, and that is a 2-0 in favor of them. They add 75,000 Globe Cup points more to their winnings. You know, we talked about the status quo earlier here for Group A and how Liyab Esports and RRQ were the top two teams. It looks like RRQ really wants to cement their position as the top team here in Group A with this 2-0. Let's actually check out the series highlights as we get into a quick post-game discussion on this. You know, Liyab, they couldn't quite get their footing against RRQ. And you know, yesterday, it was a bit surprising because yesterday they looked like they were on top form. What happened today? I know that their draft raised a few eyebrows, especially in Game 2.
Well, for game number 1, actually, specifically, I would like to pinpoint that Nixu decided to go for the Lucian instead of giving it to Leone. You remember yesterday, Leone was actually very good in the AD carry role or in the marksman, so it was kind of a bit of a question for me, but I wouldn't really blame it all on the draft because RRQ really was very good again on the macro level. Their game plan was just to make sure to get the picks onto the right targets, and Helios has just been on point on every champion that is available in Wild Rift right now. He can play the TF and he can play the Z. I don't know what this guy cannot play, but overall, really, Liyab, the fire that they had yesterday, not so much today.
Yeah, comparing also at Game 2, we understand that Game 1, they got this slow pace or had a hard time looking for the right targets, but then at Game 2, they did draft a Jinx, which is late game hyper carry, so kind of takes a lot of time and kind of they need to pick up the pace if they wanted to win on those kinds of skirmishes. Yes, you got a Corki, but you are lacking on to the damage department as the consistent power of Jinx needs to be protected. And if you're going to face a Darius, and one notable highlight will be Olaf, who can just jump into the back line, even Hex that can provide a Tide Color's blessing into the tidal wave, you are giving a lot of movement speed for a Darius, for an Olaf, and even Helios is on point onto the charm. So I must say that this is a good draft coming in from RRQ even on Game 2. As for Liyab, it's kind of hard for Elyon to really wait for the power spike as a Jinx, and they can go back actually to Asaya and Rakan.
Not to mention, I think the Helios Hex combination that we saw, like for example the Charm Connect and then the follow up from Hex, it really gave RRQ the kills they needed, like on a silver platter. Like, here you go, guys.
Mika, I
yes.
just realized something, right? So we have Helios, we have Hex, we also have Hyde. So what do we have?
Oh,
we have
Triple
a Triple
H.
H.
we have a Triple H.
All right,
We have a
that's
Triple
good.
H. That's correct. That's correct. It's looking like this is the power play here from RRQ. I don't believe we've seen Hyde come out just yet. He's still hiding.
He was a monster and a beast on that Renekton, by the way. Bagging MVP on game number 1. So really
and
the
even,
Triple
even
H
Darius.
storyline for RRQ, it's very much on play right now.
I like it. I like it a lot, dude, and it's working wonders for RRQ here. They remain to be the dominant team in Group A, not losing a match so far. But again, it's still early. It's still day 2. It is still their second match, but RRQ really looking like a monster here with that Triple H play indeed. And moving over to our next match, we do have Bren Esports versus GrindSky Esports. Now, Bren Esports, we have been waiting for them to really show what they're capable of, and they're still a team that is not to be underestimated here. It's Bren Esports. You hear the name Bren, and you know that they have been these players know that pressure. They know what banner they're carrying. They're going to be so determined to get on the board. What do you guys think?
Yeah, and considering also that you see Jet, Ribenga, Hayes, Conti, and Mgen as the full lineup, they really know what to do in terms of playing on the macro. It's just that they can't find the openings. There's so many questionable engages, that kind of puts them in a tough spot. There's also some mispositioning. So I wanted them to step up even further. I like the surprise coming in from Enjan with those good picks. It's just that it doesn't really complement yet the whole squad rotating in those kind of synergies.
And I think that's one of the problems that Bren Esports has right now. They are very predictable. You see Mjan, it's most likely going to be him on the damage support, right? Nami, very oppressive on lane. Gragas, look at his starting item. He's not going for the boots first item, rather he's going for the amplifying tome, which means that he's just going all out on the damage department. The tank duties will be left for Rebenga and Jeff in the Baron lane. So that's one puzzle that needs to be changed, because in this level of competition, if you're that predictable, you are in for a lot of trouble.
That's right. Bren Esports might need to mix it up a bit, especially going up against GrindSky Esports. And, GrindSky Esports, they did have quite an impressive debut yesterday. And this team, I believe they're made up of League of Legends PC players. They seem to be adapting very well into Wild Rift. So it's going to be interesting to see how they'll go up against Bren Esports, of course, with the pedigree that Bren Esports has. But, Otilus, you mentioned that you think that GrindSky will actually win this game. Care to elaborate on that as we check out the lineup?
You just spoiled my prediction, but yes, I believe that GrindSky is in a much better form. Again, the question that I have for Bren Esports is that they are very predictable, and if you give that predictability advantage over to GrindSky, which has a lot of veterans in their roster, you have Bo, you have Majo, you have Tactical, which we have interviewed. And not to take away anything from GrindSky, they gave Liyab a very good fight yesterday. So just from their performances yesterday, if I'm going to transfer it over today, I feel like GrindSky has a better chance.
Very interesting. Let's check out the lineup once again of GrindSky Esports here. With I have to point it out again because every time I see that jersey, I really do have to say how awesome
Even Infernal Dragon, right?
The Infernal Dragon as a guest player, I do believe, nearly taking out Elion yesterday. That was a very memorable play indeed. But I do agree. I think that GrindSky Esports, they are, I think they're emerging as one of the dark horses here in the fall season. And they, we did see Tactical from the summer season. We did see Bo as well, and some of these other players in the summer season. They're evolving really, really well as we progress through the Icon series of 2021. Osiris, I'm eager to hear your thoughts on this team as well.
Yeah, and considering, they have the good experience towards League of Legends PC, and one notable, of course, is Meng, their jungler, who's been playing at Celtran Steel Wolves, which is one of the staple name in terms of League of Legends PC. And then also he played at the collegiate around 2019 under St. Robert's International Academy, and also a finalist from Acad Arena. So we are seeing this guy who really knows how to play into the jungle. But I would love to give the spotlight, of course, to Majo, who's really potent or efficient in terms of playing the Riven. He knows how to play the top lane skirmishes. He's looking for the right targets wherein the third stack of the first skill of Riven will be dropped into the back line with some added knockup, so you can have the combo and even the execute of that Riven.
That's right. So if I remember correctly, Majo did actually play a lot of champions last season. So he's not afraid to go out of his comfort zone, be unpredictable, unlike Bren Esports. In the Baron lane specifically, I feel like Jeff will either go for the Garen or the Darius or some tanky, champion, because again, that opens up the level field or the playing field for their damage support in MChan.
Yeah, and did you know that Majo's favorite League of Legends champion is Riven?
Oh, that's why.
That's why he's the first person to have the debut of that Riven, and you can see the kill participation, 60%. He really did put a show on that Riven. It's just that the other lanes are also struggling, making them even further into the back foot. That kind of puts them in a tough spot to bounce back. So far, Majo did play really well. It's just that they still need to step up.
Yes, indeed, and I think there's a lot of chances for that to happen in this fall season. They are already impressing and turning a lot of heads here in the fall season with their first match against Liyab yesterday, and I'm really interested to see how they fare up against Bren Esports. And we did tag Bren as one of the titans to watch out for. It looks like GrindSky is really catching up to them as well in terms of reputation. So I'm really interested to see this Globe Key player clash that we have over here, which will be happening, I believe, in the jungle. And when you do say the jungle position here, you can't say that with, of course, the man, the myth, the legend himself. We are going to be taking a closer look at Rebenga, and of course, the juggler on the side of GrindSky Esports as well. We have Meng. This is gonna be really tricky. Of course, we do have Rebenga, and not enough needs to be said about this player. And we have Meng on the other side, which also has a lot of really raw potential and talent. What do you guys think? How is this key player clash going to go?
Okay, when you are talking about Rebenga, he always play for the team. That's a given, right? He will make sure to be put on the tank role duty, the engage, the shot caller, because that's where he excels at. He's not going to be very flashy with the Kazakhs, with the Lee Sin, but rather be very effective with the Jarvan and the likes. I am actually hoping that Rebenga will pick up Ramos. Maybe we'll see it one of these days. But yeah, look at that kill participation. He makes sure that he's involved in almost everything. That's 88%. That's very, very high. Jungle proximity wise, can't say enough for this guy, but he's going to be challenged here by Meng.
Yeah, and Meng as well, pride of Iloilo really putting a show when they fought against the app. It's just that, of course, Rebenga, that his experience coming into play, that's 88 kill participation for the reason that he is making sure that every lane is working well. The objective emphasis also for Bren Esports is really high. So this time around, we might see an early dragon fight, as also GrindSky wants to put a lot of attention just to make sure to deny the snowball potential of Bren Esports.
I also like here how Meng is comfortably resting his head on the Globe Key player clash right there. And I'm sure he is going to be very comfortable indeed in the jungle, as well as Rebenga. Again, not enough can be said about this player. Oh, this is really tricky, but I am like, I know he was. I am really conflicted with this prediction, but I'm going to say, okay, Autolus, you are for GrindSky Esports in this match. Cyrus, what about you? What do you think?
Well, for me, I just gonna need to remove this because I'm going for Bren Esports. So this will be a Rebenga show and might be the potential first win, of course, of Bren.
I actually do think that it will go in favor of Bren Esports as well. I know that GrindSky Esports, they're probably going to take this match into a really close one. It could be our first 2-1 match. We could be going to a game 3. We haven't had a game 3 yet. Can you believe that? We haven't had a game 3 yet here in the fall. So, but I think it's going to go in favor of Bren Esports. I think that maybe they just had like first day jitters yesterday. Maybe they can find their footing today. But let's also bring up on our screens over here our guest panelists, so to say, from Twitter. You guys can actually get in on the discussion. We will read out your comments, reactions, no matter how violent, maybe not too violent, but you are very much welcome to share the stage with us and join in on the discussion simply by tweeting whatever you want to say and use the hashtags #CIconSeriesPH and #Dominate the Rift. You can also get into the PPGL Discord server where myself, Autolus, and Osiris will be hanging as we watch the games. We get them together and we can discuss the games. And, there's a very familiar name over here for Mr. Ziggy Chavez. Liyab Esports versus RRQ does not disappoint. Playoffs level match indeed. Yes, this is exactly why that match was was incredibly hot. This could be a preview of what our playoffs will look like, and if it looks like that, very promising indeed. We definitely agree with you, Mr. Ziggy Chavez. Thank you so much for your thoughts
Always.
and everything that you do for PPGL as well.
Yes, of course.
Yes, maybe you can jump into the PPGL community Discord and keep us company, and we will actually discuss the match with you real time as you guys are watching the stream, and let us know your thoughts, and maybe we could share it while we discuss and break down all the matches for you guys. But in the meantime, we are going to be getting into our second match of the day. This is going to be Bren Esports versus GrindSky Esports. Let's jump into the rift.
Minions have spawned.
What an intro yet again. We're now at series number 2. We will still be your casters. I'm Yukon, alongside me is Riku. So, Bren Esports and GrindSky, that is going to be an amazing matchup. We are actually expecting 3 games, but let's see if our teams have something new in the table. Riku, how are you feeling with the series number 2?
Of course, riding on the high of the match earlier we had with Liyab versus RRQ, and I feel like that's going to trickle down as we head on over to the rest of our matches. And our second match is going to be particularly hot for a reason, because yesterday GrindSky and as well as Bren unfortunately did not manage to get their points just yet. They are 0-2 in the current standing, so this is incredibly important for them to rack up as much points as they can, because this is a double round robin and only 2 teams from their respective groups will proceed to the playoffs. So this is very, very interesting indeed.
And these are the faces of our players, GrindSky Esports and Bren Esports. We mentioned off cam Rebecca, what will he give in the table? But at the same time, GrindSky Esports, they did pick up Riven in day 1. It did not work, but I strongly believe that's because most of the time he would be, it's Riven, would be away from the team. Maybe things would have been different if they were at a full-on 5v5. So let's see what adjustments will these 2 teams do.
Yeah, I'm curious as well. Maybe they will get to see more Lee Sin. Maybe Olaf will be probably banned as usual. But it is going to be an interesting matchup just because they have similar moves when it comes to the roster. Both of them have changes in the 2 lanes. For GrindSky, it is the mid lane and as well as the jungle. But in the meantime, for Bren, it is definitely more focused on the duo lane, which is Consi and Mjan as well for that portion. So excited to see how this is going to pan out, especially, GrindSky coming from absorbed the UCE roster. So they have the summer season experience. They battled it out in the Mindanao group stages. But for Bren, they failed to qualify in the summer season, but they did compete back in the preseason as an invited team. So, that is months before we got to see that Bren again. So it's exciting to see what the changes are this time around in this particular matchup.
Yep, right. So I'm actually looking forward to see another Galio. I mean, he has been picked a lot of times. Lucian, we have not seen any Senna in series number 1. So maybe, just maybe, we'll be seeing a Senna this series number 2. And for the mid laners, still a lot in the pool. You have Ari, you have Twisted Fate, you have Fiora if anyone else wants to pick that champion up. But yeah, and the other more usual things like maybe even Renekton, a Darius mid lane. I miss seeing Darius in the mid lane. But yeah, and for the Baron lane, the usuals, it's gonna be Garen, Renekton still gonna be Darius, but still the tempo is gonna be based on how the junglers will be able to get the farm in, visit lanes, and it's all gonna boil down to, are you able to check your win conditions in the early game?
Yeah, that is definitely the biggest question. What will the junglers pick up? Mainly Meng and Rebenga. Yeah, the panel has spoken about this before. All eyes on Rebenga for sure, as he's managed to get this return into at least the Wild Rift fall season. And yeah, for Meng, just as Osiris has mentioned, from the Celtron Steel Wolves, so he has been very active as well when it comes to way back for League PC, qualifying for the LST or maybe even the PCS. So excited to see them evolve towards Wild Rift in general.
Yes, and yeah, that's gonna be a lot of questions that will probably be answered once we jump into the pick and ban phase. So I'm gonna try to predict the bans. Olaf, that's it. Also Gragas, I think Gragas will be banned.
Yeah, I think that would be the number one. Olaf and Gragas will be a huge priority. Actually, Olaf is now open, so this opens up GrindSky, an option for people to play Olaf, for a team to play Olaf, but at the same time, there could be a Jarvan counter pick that we may see in the draft.
Well, the bans so far are Lee Sin, Gragas, and Lucian. For the side of Red Esports, you have Wukong, Camille, and Galio. Rengar being hovered and locked in. So TF plus Rengar for the first two picks from Red Esports side. Mid lane and maybe an ADC for GrindSky Esports. Varus, you're gonna lock that in. They did.
Yeah, it's actually Ziggs passing through the second stage of the phase, the banning phase, or the picking phase rather, as Bren will decide to prioritize a Rengar and as well as his Twist Fate. We've seen this mid and jungle duo being very scary once utilized correctly, and this could be, the first Senna of the day actually from Bren.
Alright, so Bren shows us the first Senna of the day, and GrindSky Esports shows us the first Varus and, first buy, but we saw that yesterday. First buy of the day for GrindSky Esports, and they pair that up with a Lulu.
This is I wouldn't call it unusual. An unusual pair, but this is a pair that we haven't really seen as much. A Lulu, and as well as a Varus. So I do see the extra movement speed and as well as the shield for the poke. So that's double poke actually for your first skill on that dual lane. So I'm liking this as well. There's also the Lulu. I feel like the Lulu is definitely more for the Renekton. I feel like it's more for Majo than anything else.
Yeah, well, Majo tends to jump in. He's probably gonna slice and dice his way in, pop the ultimate, and you're gonna have Wild Growth as a protection. But Ezreal and Senna makes sense, all about that poke, but still, it's the first time we're gonna be seeing that combo here at the fall season.
Yeah, this is a really good response to a very poke-centric lane when you're up against a Varus and as well as a Lulu. Answer them with poke as well, and with sustain. And I have to really emphasize this Lulu pick though, because there is a Rengar on the opposite side, so whoever Rebenga focuses on, you just put Wild Growth and it will deter the assassination process.
Ooh, we're gonna jump into game number 1, but now you have MJan just making sure that no one is gonna be extra aggressive against Hayes. That is gonna be him popping in. He's gonna try to be aggressive, but of course he will not be able to get will not be able to get much kill. At the very least, they will be able to damage Majo and the Yato earlier on at the mid lane.
Yeah, we've seen this before. Top laners would usually linger around, maybe soak a little bit of experience before going into the 1v1. And I think this really helps the weak Renekton pre-level 3 sequence of this champion in particular. So I feel like that was the train of thought and the reason why sometimes you get to see this 2v2 for the first, 20 seconds of the game.
Death with that judgment, Majo is just patiently waiting. I don't think they're gonna duke it out though. Silence is gonna be there, but they're just gonna focus on clearing out the wave. So Jeff could make his way, could place a ward at the side or maybe check if someone is hiding at the push. But now you have Ezreal and Senna just safe under their turret. And so Meng is just gonna go with the D wards, and Bo still waiting for a very good opening to maybe go with the pokes or maybe just shield his allies. You have Twisted Fate making their way at the sides. Rebenga is there. He's gonna jump straight onto Yato's face. That is either good connecting, but that's gonna be the stun. No one can actually move. He was forced to flash out, and that is gonna be the first one going over to Bren Esports, and that is gonna be a follow-up. They're gonna target this by next as Zero was able to get one kill. That is gonna be a 2-for-none in favor of Bren Esports.
Yeah, really well done route coming from Mjan there. That was very worth the Rift Scuttler hustle over there, a 3v3. And with that said, despite Bren sort of not getting priority over their lane, they were still able to make it happen, even getting 2 kills early and 1 kill over to Konsi.
Ooh, tactical. Okay, that is gonna be still connecting coming in from Mjan. That is gonna be the Piercing Darkness, but not much yet at the Dragon lane. But looking at the mid lane though, Yato is just waiting for the next wave to jump in. Rebenga's gonna go with the recalls, but at the very least, the Bren Esports duo at the bot lane will be able to poke this one out. They don't think they're gonna reach the turret just yet, but at least they're able to push tactical and go back. Rebenga could go to the Dragon lane as well just to provide support. But now that just means the Barrel lane is pretty much quiet for GrindSky Esports.
Yeah, it's a Garen lane as well, so that's a little bit neutralized. But now level 5 has Ryzen. That means Destiny and then the ult.
Destiny, invisibility, and getting those double kills for Rebenga. That is going to be Meng jumping in, but it's a bit too late. He's still going to try to go to the jungle with a 1v4, but I don't think they're going to fully commit. We also have Yato jumping in. He does not have ultimate in that moment. Thus, he was not able to dish out that much damage. Red Esports will be able to win that skirmish with smiles on their faces, and Hayes already has his first item up.
Yeah, it is extremely important, as well as a Twisted Fate. You have that sustain as well. But that is the first example of the combo that we're looking at. The Twisted Fate plus on the hunt of Rebenga here on this Rengar. And it just works so well in either tower diving and as well as finding stragglers from GrindSky. And I feel like if Bren Esports keeps replicating that technique, I think they have a good chance in trying to snowball this, especially they have to get a pick before this Infernal Drake, because I think that is going to be very valuable for them to take.
To be fair, they have been taking picks here and there, so I guess we'll be seeing more of that. Triforce already available for Rebenga though, and now we are at the 4-minute mark. Infernal Drake is already up. Tactical is just gonna clear out the waves. Let's see what is gonna happen next. Bren Esports already having first dibs here at the Dragon.
It is going to be now Dragon being started, half HP already though.
And now that is going to be them just trying to close or at least prison GrindSky Esports out of this main objective. Now you have Bo going into the post, but that is going to be the ultimate coming in from that the side of GrindSky Esports. Now Bren Esports was able to get Infernal Drake. 1v4 is going to go with T-Fight. Rebenga does get taken. That's going to be a shot down onto the jungler, but now Garen does get taken down. That is going to be the kites and the pokes coming in for the side of GrindSky Esports. At the very least, Bren Esports was able to go with the reinitiate. Beautiful ultimate coming from Mjan. He no longer has heal, but that's going to be a double kill going over to Hayes. Varus gets taken down, flash in, and that is going to be the card. Bo was able to evade that Essence Flux, but now that is going to be a 1-0 in favor of Bren Esports.
Really nicely done by Bren, not only securing the dragon. It looked a little bit dicey at that team fight because Rebenga was the first one to fall. It was a 4v5 situation. But for Bren, they have a lot of tools to reposition, to peel for Konsi. Even though he's not necessarily at any power spike at this point, we're still waiting for the Triforce and as well as the Muramana to get fully stacked. But they made it work in their favor. Hayes is surviving throughout the fight just to make sure to land those gold cards and chase GrindSky down.
Majo, well, they're both level 8 now, but Jet is just gonna focus on taking down the turret, just jumping in, and Majo was forced to pop his ultimate. Here comes Rebenga though. Majo sensed the presence, so he is just gonna play this one out safely. Meng just hiding out at the bushes. Rebenga jumps straight onto Vi's face. Or the group is not going to connect, but at the very least he was able to shoo Meng out of that area. And now you have Konsi You have Israel at the mid lane, Lulu alongside the other two members of GrindSky Esports is gonna jump in. That's gonna be the judgment being popped. Bai is the first one to actually fall down. Beautiful kite coming in from GrindSky Esports, but the damage is not gonna be enough. Majo just gonna be boxed in. 2v1. Now you have Tactical with the kits, with the field from the side. You have the ultimate coming from MJ. Will be enough. Yeah, it's VS at the very least. Here comes Conti coming in with the kites. He is gonna jump in. He is still gonna commit on to getting another class. Topical going over to ADC of Bren Esports, and on top of that, Bren Esports was able to get the Rift Herald non-contested. Will be able to get it.
Yeah, 4v5 too. Remember, it was Hayes that kept pushing the bottom portion of the map, and they get what, 2 towers out of this, and a big bonus of a Rift Herald, and an extra bonus of getting a kill, and top lane too. Bren Esports is getting everything.
That is a 9k goal lead just 7 minutes in. That is huge. On top of that, they got 10 kills, and most of the kills are actually at Rebenga, or we're actually going over to Rebenga and Consi. That is perfect. Jungler having a beautiful start. ADC and Ezreal 4-0. What more can you ask for in this lineup?
I know. Rebenga with an amazing start on the Rengar, especially the kills going to the assassin on Bren, and now Consi, the AD carry as well. Starting off, we talked about this. Now, Bren, AD carry, Consi having one item lead over Tactical here. So now GrindSky may opt to fall back into this death brush tactics just to see if they can, because in a 5v5 scenario they will definitely not win at this point of the game.
I do not know why, but suddenly my head said Rebengar.
Rebengar, I love it.
I do not know why. I know you had a
you know why.
analysis, but that's actually jumping in and was able to CC the living hell out of that fight. Was after that Ezreal down. A shot down onto Conti, but here comes the re-engage coming from Bren East, but that is gonna be them being able to take down Meg. Are they gonna go all in? They do not have the minion wave. At the very least, they can still constantly pressure GrindSky Esports. The next dragon is gonna be up in 3 more seconds. They summon Rift Herald at the mid lane. Explosive Minefield has been placed at the mid lane as well. But Bren Esports, they are just slowly making their way onto this tower. Hayes having priority on this. That's gonna be the second outer turret already down. And on top of that, Rebengar already having dibs on this dragon.
Yeah, this is just full control from Bren. They're opening the map up, and GrindSky is not even close to removing any of the inner towers, or outer towers rather, of Bren Esports for now. And this just makes it very difficult, especially you do want to utilize having a Ziggs on your squad. You want to try and trade towers here and there just to make sure you are getting the value off of this pick. But Bren is just basically everywhere, and they're just stunting GrindSky, just trying to pick up the pieces. Even they're bothering them over here in the jungle.
Yep, even in the buff area, Bren Esports, they just want to slowly choke GrindSky Esports of the resources and of oxygen, basically. Now, Hayes is just alone here at Dragon Lane. He's gonna clear the minion waves out. I also have to commend the fact that MJan has very good timings with his Stunning Shadow. Goes to sustain, and also was able to save his teammates in the most crucial times possible. The brand is gonna be up in 13 more seconds. Rebengar alongside Jet. I can't think of a pun for Jet and Garen yet. Please give me a few more seconds. But yeah, they are just gonna close the area and make sure that they're gonna get that huge objective. Again, Jet was able to shoo Majo out of that. Rebenga jumping in. He's not gonna jump in just yet. He is invisible though. I guess they thought he's gonna recall. Might as well focus on this Baron.
Yeah, this is Bren with a free Baron for sure. The fact that Hayes is not even needed in this scenario. He is just going to be split pushing. That means pressure. Now they want Jet's head, but I don't think it's going to be possible. Or even if they do kill him, Baron is going to be secured.
Baron actually falls down, Jet falls down, but that's okay. That's a trade that
Bottom
Red
lane.
Esports is willing to take any part of the day. That is also going to be Hayes. So that's one Baron, one inhibitor turret, at the exchange of one Garen. Okay, I think that's pretty fair. That's pretty good.
That is a sweet deal that Bren is willing to take. And now we get to see Hayes being massive. He is what already has an RFC in his pocket, so his gold cards are going to extend with his range. He can catch off more people with this setup. And now for Bren, it is time to push. They have a lot of leeway because the outer towers are still fine.
Meng, he actually almost got spotted out there. So at least 11 minutes in, 4-11 the scoreboard, more than 10k goal lead actually in favor of Bren Esports. And look at this, 10k for Consi, 7k for Tactical. So GrindSky Esports, they need to maybe fight these pickoffs 5v3s, 5v2s. Just make sure they have the numbers advantage because at the very least, Tactical, his kites, his pokes does hurt a lot at this point of the match. Hayes is alone at the Bren lane, and just, again, they're just focusing on the minion wave equilibrium, making sure that they are ahead, making sure that GrindSky has to constantly look at their side of the map. Hayes, I'm not sure if they're gonna commit on to Ziggs, but they could, and they should, and they did, and Ziggs is actually already down.
This is massive from Bren. This is a huge amount of gold lead already, and now they're just trickling down over the towers, and they can just, it's all clean, it's all gone except for topside.
He jumped, Consi jumped in, being very, very confident and aggressive. We also have a Rampage going over to Hayes, who was able to take down Tactical, and that is going to be Bren Esports focusing on the Nexus and bagging game number 1. Bren Esports, look at those high fives, look at those smiles. Just one more win. Just danced.
That was very cute. They're very happy. It is, again, them being very dominant in that game. It was very clean. They basically did not give any openings to GrindSky to come back into that game, and basically all lanes were checked. And Rebenga getting that early lead was just huge. I think it all came down to this Rift Scuttler secure, and it fell like dominoes after that.
Not like I forgot. Bren Esports did not have Renekton. I was about to crack the joke. It was right there. But yeah, it just fell down like dominoes. And this is just Bren being able to be more comfortable. So it really just depends on whether Rebenga will have a good game. Will Hayes be able to control the map from the mid lane, or will Consi be able to get the kills that he needed? So the Lulu pick makes sense, but I guess it's just a struggle, or their combo is a struggle because we don't have Ginsu Rage Blade, I guess, yet, so far. I mean, if that was available, it would have made a difference.
Yeah, I think in this scenario, in general, I think it was Meng having a hard time this game. It's only because Bren just really did a good job finding him. Especially if you find Meng, that means there's no assault and battery. You don't have that strong, reliable single target engage, and therefore what you have to rely on Tactical now for that prison. And I don't think that's going to be the chain of corruptions rather, and I don't think that's going to be enough. Especially you need a secondary CC to follow it up with that ult.
That was a very good route from Rebenga actually, which is probably why they were able to get the first blood here. And again, this is the Oppo A94 plays of the game. They would usually fight in the turret areas or in the dragon areas, so they can transition to getting a huge objective after winning a fight. This was the point of the game that GrindSky Esports was forced to just funnel their skills, their damage onto Rebenga, and then they realized, no wait, there's still Hayes, and then Hayes would just burst him down.
Yeah, Hayes is a huge problem. He was already on a killing spree, and the Destiny just makes it so much harder to try and retreat because he will find you, he will cut off your escape, and GrindSky is not able to reset. Every single fight that Bren started, they will collapse. They collapsed, rather, and this is just such a clean game. Dominating finish coming from Bren.
It was, and master of the match is going to be Consi on this Ezreal. KDA of 10.00, kill participation 6%, goal per minute 1,026, damage per minute 1,104, and again, itemizations, screenshot it now.
Yeah, it's Consi being very solid. I think his shining moment was in one of the instances where they were at the river. The fact that the rest of Bren weren't there. I think it was Rebenga that was first booted out and was Consi that was the fallback. And he really rise to the occasion on that part. And, despite the Ezreal nerf, which is more on the Arcane Shift, less safety now for Ezreal fans and players in general, he made it work. Consi made it work.
Definitely, he did. And yeah, I guess that is also the fact that for esports, they're a lot more comfortable with walking around or maybe just taking pics off of the map. And I'm actually looking forward to what kind of draft will they have in this game number 2. But for GrindSky Esports, I don't think it was a problem for the draft entirely. It's just the fact that they just got Rebengard. That's it.
Rebengard. I love it. I love the term Rebengard. Maybe we get to see Rebengar again, maybe in the second game, because here and there we get to see Rengar bans. I feel like this could be a sign that GrindSky may not be ready for the Rengar, specifically the Rebengar, just yet.
And maybe they could ban that out. And I guess Bren Esports could pick up a J4. However, I believe Rebenga just really shines in this damage type of junglers. I mean, yeah, he knows when to jump in. He is very phenomenal when it comes to initiates. But there's just something about him with this assassin junglers that, just get first blood and just help this team snowball. But looking at the side of GrindSky Esports, maybe it's time for them to pick a different jungler. Vi is good. Problem is, she would get picked off at the worst possible time, and there's actually no initiator for GrindSky. They're forced to fall back, or at some point they were just left to their enemies, and then they would get takedown.
Yeah, it was a real struggle as in the first game for GrindSky. And yeah, maybe they will select a different jungler this time around. We did see how Vi at the latter stages of the summer season kind of struggled a little bit for this pick. So maybe they get to select something similar. Camille is out though. There is no Lee Sin anymore. So the holy trinity of single target basically is gone. So Vi is the only one left, and they really wanted to focus on that. Maybe the Gragas is also out. So the options are pretty limited. I feel like this draft is very jungler eccentric, and I think that could be what GrindSky can look into in the next game.
I was about to say Riven, but I guess Vi is the safer choice. Also, guys, we know that you're enjoying the live stream. Do not forget, keep on tweeting. We are waiting for those tweets. If you want to say how beautiful or how on point Riku's analysis are, do not fret. Go with the tweets. Or if you're supporting any teams at all, you can just push that tweet button and we will definitely give you some airtime early. You guys are what did the panel call them? The fourth panelist.
Oh, the fourth panelist. Okay, that's better. The fourth panelist. And yeah, don't forget to use the hashtags #DominateTheRift, and they're excited to see your tweets on the air. But going back to the game, something that I really, really enjoyed from the Bren draft is the Twisted Fate and the Rengar. I feel like it's such a strong mid and jungle duo just because of the kit it provides. You unlock Destiny, find someone who's isolated, someone who's alone, and then Rebenga will just tunnel vision on that, and it just makes things so much harder for GrindSky to sort of collect themselves after that. And it worked out. It really worked out. And if they're in trouble, then the ult coming from Ascena will be that fallback for additional shielding in case things get too sticky.
Also, another combo is gold card plus Rebenga just jumping onto that stunned champion. On top of that, whenever Renekton gets taken down, who will be the frontliner for GrindSky? These are 4 very squishy champions. I know Vi is not supposed to be squishy, but because of the damage that Bren Esports had, she was very squishy in that game number 1. So it just became a problem for GrindSky Esports in terms of survivability, whereas it was just I wouldn't say a breeze for Bren Esports, but they were much more comfortable with this draft.
Yeah, I feel like that is the reason why they badly needed the Lulu as well. I said in the draft earlier, this is a combo that we don't usually see, the Lulu and the Varus for the dual lane, but it is something that is needed because you mentioned they're very squishy, so they needed something that can make them tankier and whoever Rebenga will target. But that's the thing, during the laning phase, Lulu will stick in the dual lane. There is a small chance Lulu will not be able to help out the rest of the parts of the map. And that is the window that Rebenga and as well as the rest of the squad is going to look out for sure.
It actually made me think that would things have been different if that was a Braum? Maybe a Braum support. I mean, it gives more shielding to Varus. You also have the concussive blows for the early game, but I guess it's okay because GrindSky could have been much more comfortable with that Lulu pickup. So again, you'll be looking forward to seeing the adjustments from this team and what Bren Esports will still show us. Do they have more tactics, more picks up their sleeve? Let's see in the pick and ban phase later on.
I think they can get the Twisted Fate for themselves. I feel like if I had to choose, what would I want to give to Bren? Do I want to give out the Ziggs or Twisted Fate? I feel like there's just so much value on just denying the Twisted Fate against them, just because it combos a lot to most of the strong picks in the jungle, which is empowering Rebenga in general. It neutralizes that a little bit if you give them the Ziggs instead. And if you're going to be picking up a Renekton, I feel like that is going to be a huge bonus as well. You can impact his lane early with Yato impacting Majo's lane. So I think it's something to look into.
Hopefully. I mean, they need adjustments here and there because, again, this is just a best of 3. And it looks like we are having a lot of 2-0s from day 1 to day 2. So, GrindSky, maybe you'll be the first team to push this to a series number 3. So guys, we're just waiting for the players to load into the lobby. For now, do not forget to support the Icon series. You can share the link to your social medias. You can tweet this out, invite your friends. I keep on saying this, but because, we can find some tips here and there whenever we play ranked games because I dropped my rank. So I'm pretty sad today. It's okay.
It's okay. It's okay because we're learning together as we watch the pros show us how it's done, I suppose. But yeah, this is a streak of possibly 2-0 for day 2, maybe. So far though, Bren looked pretty clean, pretty dominant. So there is a possibility that the streak of 2-0s may not end in this particular match, but it's really great to see a comeback in the series after this the loss, the win that Bren has achieved. So back to the drawing board, back to that mini reset within the series, because this is crucial. This is again, double round robin setup. Only 2 teams of the highest score will move on to the playoffs. So every single match will count for these 2 particular teams who have yet to score from yesterday.
Yep, so you know what? Keep on supporting the teams that you are rooting for. Also, I was looking at the bans and I realized that Bren Esports did ban out Galio, and it made sense because Rebenga, I keep on saying Rebengar in my head, but Rebenga, he would just jump onto the members of GrindSky. So they just want to nullify or wither down the possible champions that will stop them from steamrolling. And yeah, that's just actually a really good choice or good decision coming in from Bren Esports. Let's see though, will they keep that Galio ban? Because Galio tends to be open.
I really like how you brought that up because, Galio has been one of those answers to a lot of maybe assassins or melee-centric compositions just because of high value the taunt is. And don't forget, it's also a good match up against a Twisted Fate because once a Destiny comes, you can just fly in using the hero's entrance. And I feel like that was the initial plan. That was the reason why they banned out this Galio because, hey, I want this Twisted Fate for ourselves and we don't have to worry about any sort of additional response coming in from GrindSky.
And Camille's still at a 100% ban rate, if I'm not mistaken, if not almost 100. I miss yelling her ultimate and as well as the tactical sweep, the hook shot, and all of that. But I guess Camille is just too much to bear for this meta. They do not want that very mobile Baron laner or jungler. You want to put her in the mid lane, go on, just go do what you want, I guess. But yeah, we're gonna jump into the pick and ban phase in a bit. So, Visit Fate for GrindSky. I do love that you brought that up. That's something they could incorporate in their very own lineup. And even though I don't think it's gonna be, I think it's gonna be scary if ever Bren Esports does have their hands on this Ziggs because of the amount of power they will have for the early game.
Yeah, whenever GrindSky, if ever, Bren does get this Ziggs, I feel like GrindSky has to make every single move count. They have to make it count, because if they don't get a kill or a tower, the Ziggs will just punish you with these over 100% commit decisions. And the next thing you know, you lose all your outer towers and you just have to pick up the pieces. And I feel like that is something GrindSky has to watch out for if they want to trade Twisted Fate instead of a Ziggs.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so there's answer after answer after answer, and I just cannot wait to see which of the possibilities will our pro teams take. But yeah, definitely a lot in the table. I'm actually curious to see if are we gonna see a Riven. Camille is open.
Camille is open. Yes, Camille is open. So that means GrindSky. Yeah, maybe, as that is going to be Lucian open as well. So this is going to be the priority for GrindSky. And now Twisted Fate is still open for the taking, by the way. So Bren can still select that. Camille, Twisted Fate is incredibly strong, by the way. So Rebenga can still have the time of his life with this mid and jungle synergy.
All right, you mentioned Twisted Fate. Here he is. And GrindSky Esports picking up Annie. First Annie for the fall season. On top of that, they have Illusion, Nectin, and a J4. So Bren Esports, they just need a support. Nami, of course, initiate, sustain, all of that stuff. And they just need a ADC, of course.
Yes.
How could I miss that? Ezreal.
But Rakan can be a possible support for GrindSky. So this will add up to the extra aggression if they do want to select this, because it fits well with an Annie. But they had a choice whether or not for an additional engage or a disengage as a fallback if things go awry. And I think this is a very good pick as well. It's good up against blocking any sort of the cards and as well as the pokes coming from Consi.
On top of that, you can actually stop the tidal wave. So, okay, this is just GrindSky Esports slowly adjusting to the draft that they did see for Bren Esports. And yeah, that is going to be a Camille for Rebenga. Camille jungle, we missed this champion, but Hayes is going to stick with his Twisted Fate, and Consi is still going to stick with his Ezreal. However, we will finally be able to see a Lucian on tactical, Yato on Annie. Annie is actually pretty good. It's because of the fact that whenever your opponents would try to jump in your face, you can just summon Tibbers right there and there, stun everyone, and maybe follow that up with a Glacial Fissure, and then Lucian, the Culling, do the magic.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be magical. And the fact that when you get a Zonius, I think that's a very good answer to this scary Rebenga and Hayes once more. You drop the Tibbers, then you get the Zonius to buy some time for the rest of the squad to join you.
Ooh, now we have Hayes with a new skin on Twisted Fate. That's the only thing I can highlight because we keep on seeing Twisted Fate today. But at the very least, he was able to just push Yato back. He does have the very, very slight range advantage, but still going to be quite a fight map. Here you have Jeff, though, just looking at the sides, lurking at the sides for Majo's lane. And Consi alongside Mjan, let's see what's the first skill that Mjan got. It's going to be Ebb and Flow. And for Bo, most likely he is going to get the first or maybe the Unbreakable, but not as going to be Jet jumping in. Silence is going to be pop right there, but there is no follow-up. And going back into the Dragon lane, still focused on clearing out the wave.
Yeah, it is going to be a poke-centric lane for Mjan and Consi. The fact that it is going to be a support matchup of melee versus range. So the Consi and Mjan wants to get as much room as they can, not shoved into their tower, to open up for a potential gank or tower dive from Meng, because we've seen Jarvins before. Now that it's a double tanky setup. It could mean disastrous for them if they can't control the lane properly or right.
That was too close for Majo, and I thought GrindSky Esports was gonna go with the gank. They could have pushed that through though, but I guess Bren Esports, Consi and Mjan was able to disengage. Jet is still gonna jump in. He actually went with the turret dive because he does have the minions to protect him. Majo forced to clear out the way. Will he be able to clear it just in time? The answer is gonna be yes. They're both level 4s, and Majo is just gonna recall back Jet. Maybe could get some turret plates here and there or get more gold for himself, and Meng is just making his way back or up towards the Baron lane. 2v3, 3v1. Let's see what is gonna happen next. But I guess Yato, I thought he was gonna join the party. Looks like he's just gonna go back to the lane because Twisted Fate Haze is nearing his turret. Now Fonzie, down to the last 2 bars of his health, is just gonna hold his ground steady.
It's still sort of Bren reclaiming their lane right now. But they should be a little bit careful though because Emgon has no mana. So with that, they may reset soon as well. They want to perfectly time it though once the dragon has spawned. So they may stall a little bit and just wait for regen. In the meantime though, for the mid lane, Haze is already level 5. So when it comes to impacting the side lanes, of course, have to hand it to Haze on Bren. And in the meantime for Yato, can't exactly follow through. And he doesn't have a jetpack teleport from Tivers. So I think Bren may make moves around the map before the dragon spawns.
I would be surprised if there's a jetpack teleport from Annie via Tivers. That's a good suggestion though. But yeah, jokes aside, but wait, that is gonna be Bren Esports. I thought they were gonna fully commit onto Majo. But I guess he was just able to slice and dice in his way into safety. First dragon is going to be up in 20 seconds. Let's see who will have first dibs. Looks like GrindSky Esports is slowly locking in on that territory. Some wars will be placed here and there. And still, Annie, Yato, Tibers is available, but looks like Bren Esports is actually making their way up here at the Baron area. That is going to be that goes to Game Pop. We also have the see right there at the side. That is going to be Haze jumping in with the gold card. That's going to be the first one going over to Rebenga. Infernal Drake is already up, and that gives GrindSky the green light because most of the members of Bren Esports is at the Baron lane.
Yeah, that means they are willing to trade this Infernal Drake though, but looks like Yato may be in trouble here.
Yato, that is going to be a tactical seat connecting. So it's 2 kills and arguably 1 turret. Yeah, I think 1 turret in exchange for an Infernal Drake. And I guess that's pretty fair for Bren Esports. But GrindSky Esports, they're just gonna keep on utilizing the lead that they had. They got 1 outer turret from the dragon lane, and then they're gonna go with the reset. Majo came in at the right time. Rebenga is now able to get his Triforce just 4 minutes in, almost 5 minutes.
Yeah, they really wanted to get Rebenga ahead. That was their plan. They are willing to exchange this Infernal Drake to get that 2-0 for Rebenga. And now they have to make sure this transitions well, and they propel the rest of the lanes, or even propel Rebenga even more. And with that is the help of Haze. As again, because they're still waiting for Konsi to reach his spike, the 2-item power spike we were talking about, the Triforce and the Max Muramana. Top lane though, we get to see the rotation already from Konsi and Mjan.
They're just really pushing in with the 1v3s. You also have Yato just looking at the size. Referral is going to be up in 28 seconds. Bren Esports, they're slowly grouping together as well, being the very, very sneaky team that they are. That's going to be a quick face check from Mjan. Award has been placed by GrindSky. Tactical being spotted out. You have Judgment being popped by Jet. That's going to be the Edwin full connect, healing 2 and then damaging 1. Good ultimate coming in from Konsi because he was able to cancel the recall of, I think that was Annie or Lucian. So yeah, there's that.
Yeah, they took their time. GrindSky wanted to get a pick, but Bren had none of it. They know that they didn't have to extend, they didn't have to be greedy in getting tactical. Now they're rewarded with this as Bren already starts the Rift Herald.
There is Bo at the front line. Let's be the title with being popped. Let's be the silence coming in, and that's the visual feature being popped. Blue team was able to get the Herald, and here comes Majo at the back line. Kingsby going over to Rebenga. Looks like they were able to lock in, but Rebenga got taken down. Let's be a shot down. King of Skull coming in from Red Esports. SCBA jump in, a flash in. Skulls are gonna connect. Konzi was able to get one, was able to get go, and that is gonna be a 3-1 in favor of Bren Esports. Will they get more? Will they get two? That is gonna be a beautiful Aqua Prison coming in from Nami and Trushot Barrage. Finishes Majo down 7-2 on the scoreboard. Bren Esports, they are now sitting at a 3K goal lead.
Yeah, Bren is getting everything again. This is looking similar to game number 1. Formula, first step, get Rebenga ahead. Second step, take everything. Third, win the game. They got the Rift Herald. They managed to get First Blood Tower. And they're pouring more kills for Rebenga. And that cleanup, the extra kills that they got out of after the Rift Herald was just a huge bonus. And look at that. Rabadon's already on the way to Hayes. He's 007, but it's incredibly felt. The second item, though, is not going to be a Triforce for Consi. It is instead going to be a Gauntlet. So this helps the survivability, more utility for the slow. That means more shots are going to land. That means more potential gold cards are going to land.
Ooh, Konzi is just alone right now. We are sitting at the 7, almost 8-minute mark, but that is going to be Jet alongside Rebenga. You also have MJan just looking at the side, getting that first outer turret from Dragon Lane on the side of GrindSky Esports, and Meng will be able to get that buff. I thought it was going to be stolen by Konzi, but apparently the Trushot Barrage came in a tad bit too early, and we have Jet just looking for his next target. Basically, as distance connecting, exhaust has been popped. But Case is just a-okay. The pokes coming in from the car was just too much for Macho to bear, and looks like he does not want to risk in that moment.
Yeah, no idea where the rest of Bren is. It is a very dark map for GrindSky. Most of the vision that we see on the map is very Bren-centric. And this is the second dragon of the game. They are going to get that ocean. Releasing the Rift Herald in the mid lane just to alleviate that pressure makes them a little bit more comfortable in taking this dragon. For GrindSky, of course, they want to make sure to exchange off things off of the map at least after losing the second dragon.
After getting one dragon and one turret for GrindSky Esports, looks like the Rift Herald has been someone at the mid part of the lane, and Rebenga is just guiding that Rift Herald.
Oh, Destiny?
There is going to be the Destiny being popped, but looks like after must be the flash in, and that's going to be the gold card connecting onto the Hexic. Ultimatum Lucian does get bursted down, Majo popping in with his ultimate, but apparently that is not going to be enough. He was able to slice and dice his way out of there, but still they suffered the loss or the death of their ADCs. Now looking at the Dragon Lane yet again, this 3-champion power, power trio, that is going to be the title with connecting. Will there be a follow-up? The answer is going to be no, but at the very least that is going to be also coming in from Grom. They jump in. Captain is going to be popped as well. That's going to be going over to Jet. Was able to burn Annie down to the ground. Konzi got a few pokes here and there, but he's a-okay. On top of that, needlessly long rod has been taken. Majo was able to clear the wave at the middle.
Amjan, I can't believe he survived through that whole ordeal. He was so close to his death, having to use a clutch flash, and now GrindSky overcommitted, but not having to secure a kill after all, pouring all their resources. And now Bren having another comfortable game at the moment with a very significant lead. Rabadon's already intact for the side of Hayes, so his combo is just gonna hurt. These cards are definitely going to be very painful. And now Baron is going to be the next juicy target that Bren is hoping to control. And that's the reason why, let's secure this Rift Scuttler already.
Flag and Jag in, maybe? No, okay, that's just too scary. That's too risky. Let's not do that. Yeah, now Bren Esports at the top part of the map, and you also have Rebenga is basically just going with the split push, but also he has a hook shot, so he can just jump into any fight or skirmish anytime he wants. There is a small skirmish at the upper part of the map as well. Tidal Wave is going to connect onto two, but here comes the tactical sweep. You also have the Hexic Ultimatum being popped there again. Rampage going over to Jet. That is going to be the Tibbers being someone at the mid lane. Rebenga does get taken down, but will be enough. That's the Rampage going over to Ezreal, and now GrindSky Esports is just forced to jump back. Tibbers left to die at the mid lane, and on top of the kills that Bren already had, they were also able to get one more outer mid lane turret, and that is not Aqua Prison connecting onto Majo, and that was just how he spelled his death.
Yeah, it was a slice and dice to the Aqua Prison, and Amjon's bubbles have been so incredibly impactful.
Like the Bren Esports, they want more blood, but GrindSky Esports are gonna go there and engage. That is gonna be a crucial barrage that hurts a lot. Aquapers is not gonna connect, but the stuns is gonna connect, and Bren Esports is gonna go back, gonna disengage. They could go with the reset, and once they're done getting a few more items in, they could pick a fight or they could get Baron.
Yeah, that is a very, very juicy option for Bren, especially at this point of the game. What, 13k gold lead already for the side of Bren? 30 seconds on the clock for an Air Drake, and this will significantly help their roams and their pick a style of things, especially when we look at Rebenga and Hayes. Just looking at the side lanes, there's only one inner tower left for the side of GrindSky, and that is the next target for sure that Bren wants to take.
I also have to say that Jet has a beautiful early game has a good lead now on this Garen. So aside from him being the frontliner, he can actually also take down champions from the side of GrindSky Esports. Now Cloud Drake is already up, but looks like Bren Esports, they have their eyes on this very juicy Baron. Jet just taking so much damage, and he does get taken down, but GrindSky Esports, that just opens the Baron for Bren Esports all the more. That is with the tidal wave being popped. We were a tad bit too late to the party. Here comes Rebenga. He does get stunned. And it's maybe the Cataclysm being connected and committed onto him, but it just was not top of the right time. Hayes got taken down by Majo in that very small skirmish at the bottom part of the map, but not as maybe the Hayes option being popped there as well. As we flash out coming in from Consi. Would be enough. No, because he got taken down by Lucian. He shot down onto Consi, onto Ezra. We also have the stuns coming in from GrindSky. Either one, that should be a double kill going over to Tactical. Make that a triple kill, and that is to be a killing spree going over to GrindSky Esports and the ace of the game.
What a turnaround from GrindSky, and they even slurped out all the Baron buff away from Bren, and now Bren committed to that Baron without anything in return.
Ooh, Jet being focused by 5 champions, but he is just A-OK. He was able to survive that one 40 minutes into the game. There is a buff, so maybe Brent could steal that later on. But yeah, you have the recalls coming in from GrindSky. Safe to say that finally they have this damage. They also have the passive from Bo, from Braum with the concussive blows, could stun literally anyone from Bren Esports, and they can just go with the follow-up. Just keep Yato safe, give Tactical the space that he needs, and make sure that Meng does not get picked off.
Yeah, I think it's very difficult for Bren to sort of compress into on these tight spaces. Yato already has this Rabadon, so he is gonna hurt a lot in one, combo. Dropping the Tibbers and then just letting everything flow. So Bren's element is definitely fighting through these side lanes, getting a pick first, and their next target could be Majo.
Speaking of Majo, looks like he has no choice. That is gonna be a wait. No, I thought he was gonna survive there, but that's gonna be the kill being finished by Mjan. And now you have the Cataclysm, but you know what? Tidal wave right at their faces. You also have the Akos being popped as well, but Meng is at the front line. He's being chased by Rebenga. He's being targeted, but now that is gonna be the J4 being taken down, and now Bren Esports is just storming onto the base of GrindSky Esports. That is gonna be a 2-0 in favor of the men in black and yellow. Now you have Fancy with the pokes. You have the Winter's Bite coming in from this drama. You also have the Unbreakable, but the Unbreakable actually got broken, and that is going to be Bren Esports focusing on the next, but they're going to get shoot out by GrindSky. Yato could not do anything there, and that is going to be game number 2 going over to Bren Esports.
What a clean finish. Only one instance where it felt like, oh, we have... Gotta love the dances. Look at they're very happy. They're 2-0 finishing the series up against GrindSky, and now that means they're already getting their points on the board for the current standings in Group A.
Yep. And this is a new Bren Esports coming out strong from day number 1. And the GrindSky, I really felt that the game could have gone either way because they finally met their power spike. the time, you know what, that moment, that mid-game, that late game wherein your lineup is just gonna go all in, gonna pop off. But apparently, just so happy that Bren Esports, they already have a significant lead in their hands and they just steamrolled from there. Rebenga was able to isolate key targets. Fonzie, whenever he would just pop or use that mystic shot, it deals out so much damage. Tactical, Liato, even to Majo, he just had a very good lead again. And Mjan with the follow-ups, with the tidal wave. This guy, he does not use the tidal wave sparingly. If he sees an opening, he just pops it.
Yeah, props to Bo as well for canceling those really scary tidal waves with the Unbreakable. Also for Tactical, I know this is, for those of you who are big fans of the League PC combo of the Lucian and Braum, we still haven't seen that happen just yet.
And these are the Oppo A94's plays of the game for Series 1, game number 2. And now I really understand why Camille needs to go back in the ban area. I mean, imagine that kind of steamroll, that kind of early game from a Camille, that amount of power this champion has. Pair that off with other champions that has global ultimates like Ezreal with his ultimate, he was just able to kite anyone from long distances. Also, I noticed that whenever there's a cataclysm, Mjan just knows where to pop the tidal wave to protect his teammates. And Jet, I said this earlier, he just had a much more better early game. He was able to duel or at least free hit from the side. His Dimashon just dished out so much damage, and this was his death that I can say it did not go to vain because Bren Esports got the Baron. Problem is, they got wiped out by GrindSky literally after getting the Baron buff.
Yeah, it was the window, the possible window that GrindSky was looking for. But the fact that they are just so far ahead already, Bren, with a 10k gold lead, the map was basically already open for GrindSky to sort of come back into the game. And Bren just went, okay, you've killed our Baron buff. Let's just head straight to the towers and straight to the base.
And GrindSky, they tried to defend it as much as they can, but this guy, the master of the match, Fonzie on this Ezreal, just really melting down anyone that's in front of them. And yeah, looks like that is going to be the KDA of 13.00, kill participation 50%, gold per minute 9.27, and for DPM 2068, and DTPM 539. So we saw his Ezreal in game number 1. They are gonna hold this Ezreal up until game number 2, and still they made things possible.
Exactly, and even the adjustment, not the Triforce, more on the utility, more on that armor, and slow coming from the Gauntlet is a really nice touch. I mean, it's fine. They wouldn't really lack damage because Rebenga was basically already ahead, and at that point, Consi had a very comfortable kiting potential when it came to the later stages of the game.
So, apparently, Bren Esports found their footing. GrindSky Esports, they still need to, still look for that sweet spot, that certain draft, or at least that certain rotation, or maybe things that they could do in-game. But that was still a huge improvement for them. But series number 2, the men in black and yellow, is the one that did jump out victorious. And honestly, it was because of Rebenga and Jeff, as well as Fonzie being able to make things happen. Also, Hayes, Twisted Fate. I really thought Twisted Fate was going to be picked up by the other team, but apparently they still got it for themselves, and I'm really looking forward to seeing more champions from this player.
I know, Hayes is incredible, and pairing it up with Rebenga, this mid and jungle duo is incredibly strong, and I feel like there is going to be a lot of emphasis for strong early game champions when it comes to Bren in general. And it was just basically an eeny meeny miny mo, because while we have increased bans, there is still a lot open depending on the team. What are their strengths? And this Camille or Rebengar and Twisted Fate combo is something to watch out for Bren.
Actually, I'm actually happy that we now have 3 bans per team. I was honestly expecting that most of them would focus ban or just try to limp a certain player, but the bans are pretty even. They took out these very strong champions. They were also able to ban the champs that they did not want to be up against. But again, that has been series number 2. Bren Esports ending that with a 2-0. Apparently no 2-1 so far. We will see what is gonna happen when we jump into series number 3 later. But for now, we will hop into a very short break. So sit back, relax, and wait for us to come back.
Yo, Mark 9. They really don't think we can keep doing this. They don't think we can keep making hits about cameras. But I'm the cameraman. But I'm the cameraman. Stay creamy.
Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me Cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you have to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansell Adams. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Develop film, not feelings.
You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
Welcome back to the Sea Icon Series PH Fall Season. Bren Esports now on the board with their first win here at the Icon Series. They win against GrindSky Esports 2-0, and they will be taking 75,000 Globe Cup points home. And Jeff, I believe, is very, very happy. I think he was the one dancing his worries away. I'm gonna need Bren Esports to win a bit more so that we can see some of those dance moves. Very entertaining. Let's jump into our series highlights here from that matchup. You know what? I'm pretty happy that it seems to be Nami's time this fall season. Earlier, we saw RQ's Hex, and now we have Bren's Mjan bringing Nami out as well, getting great success. What are your thoughts on this matchup?
Yeah, I'm glad Nami is here with us in the fall season, right? But we know that we are experiencing heavy rains right now, so the viewers out there, please stay safe and stay dry as much as possible. But anyway, yeah, Bren Esports, I know that I have pointed it out yesterday that they are very deadly when they get their win conditions, and their win condition is to win lane, win game. In game number 1, the Dragon lane was able to just, do a very good job against the Lulu and Varus, and it's actually a bit I would say questionable, but I would prefer for them to play the on-hit Varus rather than the poke Varus. Jeff was on his comfort pick, but really the deal breaker for me during game number 1, and this was actually to counter my prediction. Rebenga went on to pick the Rengar, so I thought he would go for the tank. He did not do so, and it was very effective.
Rebengar.
Yeah.
It's a thing now.
We got the Rebengar that really snowballed from there. And considering also that what happened on the Lucian Braum, yes, we were waiting for it, but it isn't really as impacting as how League of Legends PC work. So the usual default of the Nami and the one marksman really worked well and worked wonders. So as for game 2, it feels like GrindSky really having a hard time on answering the Bren Esports side in terms of the jungle camps or the focus onto the Baron lane. So they really wanted to deny completely, and it's not really a complicated win condition. You have the Exec Ultimatum plus the Destiny, and then just the gold card. You also have the Tidal Wave with a True Shot Barrage. So there's really a sure shot of what you're going to kill or what you're going to accomplish, and I think Bren really did well this 2 games.
Yeah, and there you have it. They're finally on the board here for the Icon Series for day 2. And, GrindSky Esports, they seemed a bit thrown off, but I'm sure they will come back stronger tomorrow. I'm sure there's lots to learn and lots to improve on from this matchup. And they are still one of the teams that really turned heads and really impressed us from day 1. So I'm sure they'll get their footing back, and I'm sure that they will still, continue to impress us here for the fall season. Now, moving over to our next match of the day, we do have UCFC Esports versus Galaxy Racer. Now, UCFC Esports, this is a solid team that, they have the advantage of keeping their roster from summer because they were previously known as a VVV Esports. They have that twin thing going on, of course, and that's, that's very impactful in game as well as in real life. They have that connection. Let's check up their lineup right now, and I want to know, panelists, what your thoughts are on this team, especially from their performance yesterday. Oh, really fun lineup over there.
Yeah, and you can see Nasjo, Renzi, Dragon, and Demonkind as well as Damp here really showed a lot of potential in terms of being hyper aggressive. They really, it was easy for them to look for the right targets. And they just played it very well, especially on game 2. It feels like, as what we talked about yesterday, feels like a solo queue-ish, but during the interview, they did told us that it was really used them again with their scrim at Vietnam that really worked well to them. I mean, it fits the aggression that they can do, the Zed and the Cinch. So it was really UCFC's game.
Yeah, we need more of this post, right? So we have our Q with the serious, look at me now, Helios pose, and then you have Dragon doing the thing that we're doing in the panel. But I'm going to focus on the other half of the twins, and that's Demonkind. Yesterday, Demonkind did play 2 champions, one in the vein, and the second, you will hear this correctly, the Cinch pick. right? It's very well documented that I'm a very big Sinch fan, and it was unlocked in the Dragon Lane mainly because he was paired up with Senna. Now you would see that the numbers may be skewed towards the Baron Lane, right? Look at that damage taken per minute, 880.
Wow.
And that's because of the Sinch pick, right? So he's absorbing as much damage as he can without really neglecting his duty in dishing out a lot of damage. You will be surprised actually with how much damage a Sinch pick can actually bring out. And his Vayne needs no more introduction. Finally, we have another player that has picked the Vayne in the Fall Icon series. Actually, it's a debut here in the Fall Icon series, but to me, it's Demon Kai is one half of the carries that UCFC can always rely on and is very consistent.
And I just have to say, their lineup is just so fun. They look like a Korean boy band almost there, especially with the colored hair. I love it. I like the colored hair buff. They will be up against Galaxy Racer though. So okay, so if we have RRQ for Group A, we've got Galaxy Racer for Group B. Their roster change, adding anyway to the team, it has been working wonders for them, and they got a win against Team Secret yesterday. It's this matchup is interesting though because it's a new roster versus one that has been through, the heat of summer, so to say. So what are your thoughts on Galaxy Racer's roster, especially with their new additions here?
Yeah, well, primary edition is of course going to be anyway, right?
Yeah.
I believe that he's still situated abroad, so I think we have certain conditions that there is a reason why he's not yet part of the boot camp. I could be wrong. I'm happy to be corrected there, but mainly when I look at GXR and you look at the Baron lane. That's a former Dragon laner, and he was able to get a solo kill against Azar, no less. So that to me is very promising, looking at this roster.
Yeah, I want to touch also that it was also the Vayne of Azar who puts a debut, but it was really greatly denied by Galaxy Racer. And anyway, Zip's connection is really looking good. But I wanted to put the spotlight from sub to the starting lineup. That's Pau as their Dragon laner. When he debuted, started his debut at summer season, he did a pretty good job. I mean, overall performance, he's delivering. But Siv's moving on to Baron lane, it opens another opportunity for this guy. And we saw whenever anyway is going for the flashback body slam, it was really Pau who's ready for that killer instinct and putting all the stacks with that Kaisa just to make sure that everyone is being reached out with the damage. You can see that the kill participation is 81% with that Kaisa and Lucian. So he's more like of the traditional marksman, not the mage that we are seeing a lot. Damage per minute is 1,163, really delivering onto the Dragon lane.
And considering we remember that Papao rather was a little bit late into the summer season, right?
That's right. So he went in and made a name for himself, I think, in the last couple of games of GXR.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
We were actually wondering if the results could have been different if Pau was the one placed in the starter role. But, that's a thing of a past.
Yeah.
What I'm actually wondering about here, Osiris, and maybe you can talk to me on this, Draven has been buffed, right? Of late, and has been very good. But so far, in the Fall Icon series, I don't see the glorious executioner.
Yeah, it seems like because the shift of the meta that yes, Draven might be good, but it feels like we are moving away to the duels of the Dragon lane. So it feels like mostly it was a farm game right now instead of you bullying the Dragon lane because of the available picks for the support. There's so many flex picks right now. And considering also the jungle presence, there's so many jungle superstar right now that might be denied by the by Draven itself, because we usually see around 4 minutes of the roams coming in from mid. So there's a huge emphasis somehow onto the Dragon lane with a 4 versus 2 rotation, and they wanted to make sure that the Draven is safe all throughout. And that's something someone can consider actually just to deny, because there's no Kaisa mostly. We only have a few Kaisa picks, and I think Draven is a situational champion.
Yeah, Kaisa not making too much of an appearance this fall season just yet. She might have been left behind in the summer season. Very popular that time. But another interesting thing to note about Pao is apparently he has not died this fall season yet. He has no deaths yet on his stats. Which is pretty amazing. Small sample size, yes, but of course, they were up against Team Secret yesterday, which is really, really something to note, that Pao has not fallen. Pao is the unkillable over here for so far for the fall season. We'll see if UCFC can change those stats, but of course, we also have our Globe Key Player Clash 2 players to really look out for in this matchup. It is going to be our new player over here from Galaxy Racers. Anyway, versus Renzi. Now, I'm curious to hear your thoughts on this key player clash, analysts.
Wait, what? 18.00 KDA for anyway. That's another bloated number. It's a very small sample size. They have won their 2 games yesterday, but really want to focus on Renzi. Has not disappointed. Whatever he has shown during the summer season, he does want to continue that. And I feel like he has a case to be heralded as one of the best junglers that we have here in the Philippines.
Yeah, you can see the aggression coming in from Renzi Frenzy with the Rengar, with the Pantheon, but I wanted to put the test into the line of anyway. Of course, you can see a good KDA, which is 18, but so far, all the KDA machine that we've seen is falling. And a while ago, and kill participation of 86. This is not as far as how Renzi delivers. And you can see also Renzi with a 969 damage per minute. So it means that
that's huge.
He's mostly the one who's killing it. But anyway, he is mostly leaning onto the utility type of jungler. It's just that he is always present, and that's where the engage of Galaxy Racer comes in.
Well, anyway, we are going to see, of course, how that Globe Key Player Clash is going to go down when we get into this matchup. I'm curious to hear your predictions, though. Which way is this going to go? UCFC, or will it go in favor of Galaxy Racer?
Both of them have impressed me so far, but I feel like the chemistry that has been there for UCFC has now transcended them to another level, right? If we look back during the qualifiers, UCFC, I believe, did qualify during the first day. That just means to show that they are very well prepared, a very good pickup for UCFC in general, because VVV, during the summer season, they have shown flashes, and I think they are back for vengeance.
Well, as for me, wanted to go with, of course, Galaxy Racer. I really it shows how well they are improving, and the same as their Valorant roster, it was pretty identical that they are the ones who's going for the non-meta picks. I know that there's still more to open up with Galaxy Racers, as what we've seen from summer season. They are the ones who run the Aurelion Soul and other types of junglers, especially Xpeers on that Pantheon. So right now, what would be the surprise of anyway?
That's right. They did champion the ASOL pick over in the summer season. I wonder if we'll see it back. But of course, we're going to see as we step into the match. I do think it's going to go in favor of Galaxy Racer. I really like how the team is looking with their new addition, and how Pao has really come into his own over here in the fall season, and really as part of the main roster as well. He was already impressive during his last few matches during his only few matches in the summer season. So it's good to see him on the main roster. So I think it's going to go in favor of Galaxy Racer. Of course, you guys can share what you think as well. Your comments, your reactions. Simply go on to Twitter and use the hashtags #CIconSeriesPH and #Dominate the Rift, and you can be our very special sort of guest fourth panelist over here, as we will be reading out your tweets. You can also hang with us us on the PPGL community Discord server where we chill and watch the games together. You can come in over and say hi and let us know your thoughts as well. But here you go. You have our tweets over here from Insane Patrick. Join the PPGL community Discord. The panel and the casters from both VCT and Wild Rift CI Series PH are there to interact with the fans. Yes, indeed. So if you jump into our server, you might get some special guests crossing over from another PPGL activity. We wish them well over there. We kind of did have, that little crossover here with both Riot games and both Galaxy Racer games. I do believe so. I think they're still there. So big moment for Galaxy Racer over here. We also have from a very familiar name over here in the Wild Rift scene in the Philippines, Miss Yuko. I love the battle. Yuko, we love you too.
Yeah.
We love you too. Go Mika Fabs, Audaluz, and Osiris. Dab, please. All right. Guys, we gotta do it. Let's go.
We gotta do it.
We gotta do it. We gotta do it.
We gotta show the secret lab while dabbing.
How do you do that? What are you making us do, Yuko? Apparently, you can now give the panel dares by tweeting your dares and using the appropriate hashtags. I think we have more over here. Oh no! I think I just opened we have just opened the floodgates over there for something. Oh no! Yeah. If do not give them power, says Fraud. Oh no! Oh dear me. Well, I guess more tweets and more requests will be incoming. And at Mr. Wildrift, hello there, my friend. It is nice to see you back. And he says now that they pick Annie, I want to see Timo be picked next. Ooh.
Maybe next patch. Maybe next patch. I'm telling you right now. With the new items coming over in patch 2.4, maybe
there's a
Timo will be
possibility.
unlocked.
My Timo. Another one is very annoying. I mean, very, very helpful indeed if he's on your team. If he's not on your team, it's just really annoying. It's too many mushrooms. Just too many mushrooms all around.
Yeah, please no.
I think we have a few more tweets incoming before we get into our third matchup of the day. And as we were saying, please do join us on the PPGL Discord server. I think we had Infinity join us a while ago. We also had some, sometimes some players and coaches may join us as well on the Discord server. So if there are any questions you want to ask them, you can ask them there if you bump into them. It's kind of like a replacement for a LAN event that we missed so much. And we have another very familiar name over here. We have Infinity, our baby boy here at the CI Icon Series. Amazing games thus far. Looking forward to more intense fights in Group B. Yes, indeed. And we are just about to get things started for Group B with UCFC Esports and Galaxy Racer.
Wait, let me tweet something. I'm going to ask Osiris to do something.
Can I have my moment too being posted? Oh, okay.
And
go ahead.
Over from the Philippine casting side, we see Berting saying he is excited later for day 2. Excited now. I believe this was earlier because I think he's very busy right now. Of course, over there on the Filipino cast for the CI Icon Series fall season. He will cast Series 3 and 4 together with Yasu Miao and GG Spear. Lots of love to our Filipino casters as well. And yes, Series 3 and 4 for Berting. So you can be sure to cast it. Yasu things. Yasu things indeed. All right, you guys. Again, you can join in on the discussion on Twitter simply by using 2 hashtags. Hashtag CI Icon Series PH and hashtag Dominate the Rift. And now we are just about ready to step back into the Rift. This is match 3 of the day. This is UCFC Esports versus Galaxy Racer. Let's get to it, casters. Over to you guys.
Minions have spawned.
Thank you very much, Palos Des, for that wonderful intro. And now we're here back again for the full season Icon series, but now in Group B. I'm Infinity, and joined with me will be Liyab PH. We'll be casting for UCFC versus GXR, and I'm excited to be here. And Liyab, how are you doing thus far?
Yeah, man. Very excited. It's an understatement. This series specifically is a battle of the undefeated. Battle of confidence right now. Both teams swept their competition yesterday, but this evening only one team will become victorious and the other will leave with their first series loss of this group stage. What do you think about think about the matchup right now?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be very, very intense. GXR yesterday has won a very dominant 2-0 against Team Secret, and
Right.
UCFC is hyper-aggressive. Anyway, their jungler is an absolute player to reckon with in the Rift. So I am expecting a lot more things coming into the series. UCFC versus GXR is going to be heated out in
Yeah,
series
definitely.
number 3. For the day.
Definitely, you're right. The jungler is gonna be the I don't know if we call it lanes. The junglers are gonna be the players that I'm gonna be looking at in this game. Both players of this team, both jungle players were outperforming their opponents yesterday. Renji was very strong, even anyway. So it's gonna be anyone's battle, and I want to focus on that. Renji, during this draft, there's a big possibility since they're gonna be going up against a strong team. His main is going to come out. He is a Lee Sin main. That's going to be a possible pick. I'm going to be very excited if that comes out in this draft.
Yeah, you mentioned about Lee Sin. I think Lee Sin currently is a very strong individual champion in the jungle pool. He can affect early game, he can affect mid game, but the only problem with a Lee Sin is when it comes to the late game.
True.
Right? So that is sort of the thing that these teams need to look out for. What type of composition are we going for? Are we going for the early composition with a Lee Sin that can affect greatly in game, or are we going for the mid game, late game, wherein some more champions need to have that high priority other than the Lee Sin? And I will love that you talked about the jungle, because I am expecting a lot coming into the series, because UCFC has picked out Pantheon yesterday, and I'm
Right.
expecting this to happen once again. Those creative picks by UCFC esports can shine out against GXR.
Yes, usually we haven't really seen so many teams pick a Pantheon in the jungle, and usually if your opponents are this unorthodox, you come in the battle unprepared, basically. So that's gonna be very interesting. Maybe we are gonna be seeing a Pantheon pick right here, or maybe UCFC it has prepared for that. We will know for sure. But here are the bans already to be expected. The Gragas is out. The Olaf is out. I'm still puzzled really how Olaf is always banned, but I think that's just a flex of ban right there. But Camille has to be expected. The Ziggs though is going to be very available right here in the pick. It's going to be very interesting if ever we see that. And there we go, Pantheon. It's going to be UCFC who picks Pantheon this time once again for them. That's going to be very interesting this time.
I mean, it's expected, right? UCFC Esports is very comfortable with this champion. Picking it up means that there's a very strong mid game because of the penetration that was recently buffed up in 2.3a for the Pantheon and his ultimate being the passive. But with the counter attack, we have Galaxy Razor now picking up the Lucian and the Brum in their favor, and UCFC answered with a Senna and Renekton. So this signals to me UCFC really wants to go for the fielding potential and also the mid game, late game because of the presence of Senna and Renekton.
Yeah, I saw the bans. I was just reviewing the bans. The Lee Sin was banned right here. So yeah, at the very least, Galaxy Racers is respecting Renzi's Lee Sin right there, and that is a very good target ban. Well played by Galaxy Racers at this point.
I am actually quite surprised. We don't have an ADC per se for the side of UCFC Esports, so this may probably be a Senna ADC instead for UCFC, with Galaxy Razor now locking into the Jarvan 4, having the knowledge that UCFC doesn't really have any champions that are quite mobile to really get alongside with the Jarvan 4 ultimate onto the Cataclysm. So I think Galaxy Razor answered a pretty good draft composition in their kit at the moment. And I am actually quite curious, Yorick, what do you think about the Senna ADC or potentially be a Singe Dragon name?
I think this is gonna be a Singe Senna bot lane. We've seen how powerful Senna is already in the past fights. She is a very annoying support. If ever they go for an ADC Senna right here, I don't think that is gonna be very beneficial for them because they don't really have that damage potential on the bottom side if that happens. So I think this is gonna be a support Senna. And then Pantheon is gonna go. I mean, not the Singe is gonna go for AP right here. So, but we will know for sure in a bit as we go inside the game. This is really very interesting right now.
Definitely going to be interesting as we dive into game number 1, UCFC Esports versus Galaxy Razor. With some unconventional picks, this is going to be very interesting in how UCFC can play this out. But considering that Demon Kite is onto a Singe with Dampier onto a Senna, this can be a wombo combo wherein Senna can just go for root to follow up with the Singe damage.
All right, and they're just getting priority here in the mid, and everyone is going to go to their respective lanes already. This is very interesting. GXR, Galaxy Racers, are going for the comfort picks. This is almost similar picks that they used to beat Team Secret yesterday, and since this is game number 1, it's very important to win this game. They're heading for they're aiming for a home run. This is very interesting. Here at the bottom side, there is going to be the pokes. That's going to be the power of Senna right here as a support. But so far, good trades from both sides.
And speaking of pokes, Galaxy Razor now has 2 marksman champions, and this is going to be very devastating as now it's going to be a first run-in for UCFC into the bottom lane. Demon Kite is still alive with 1 HP. Galaxy Razor will not be able to take the first takedown in the game.
All right, that was a close one right there, but Singe proving to be very fast, very well played right there, surviving that one. That was there's a fight, man.
Anyway, we'll actually force out the flash. Diana will actually come in with the TP dash in, but now it's gonna be the forced out flash as well. That's gonna be the double kill for Corky. It's now gonna be the 2-2-1 in favor of GXR.
That was a disaster right there. It was UCFC who set this up, but in the end, it is them on the losing side of that fight, and we're looking at a 1-2. And look at the gold lead. It's almost 2K already at this point of the game. You are gonna feel that in the lanes, especially the Corky in the mid. I think this is gonna be a very, very dominant mid game right here for Galaxy Racers, and this is gonna be a lot of pressure for UCFC side. Battle for Scuttlers right here, man.
Yeah, and they're just slowly pushing in. But now Renekton into the top lane is trying to dive in. He will force the dash away because of the pressure of GXR, and he will now go for the recall.
Yes, this is very good situation for Galaxy Racers. They have early game advantage, and they will have to use that advantage that they have and snowball into this game, take control of the game. And so far, so good. They have been doing that at this point. Garen is owning the top lane at this point. You saw that earlier. He forced the Renekton to go back home, and that is more gold going to his side. And that is very, very good for that's good news for Galaxy Racers, and this should be smooth sailing as long as they can continue to snowball.
Yeah, and it's about the range advantage of Galaxy Razor. We talked about the double marksman that is available, which means that they have the range advantage against UCFC Esports, which is now present into the mid lane. Dragon will now go for the ultimate to go for the clear wave potential. The stun will connect onto JC, but the Jarvan 4 will come in. Cataclysm will now connect. That's onto the lockdown, onto the Pantheon. Pantheon will still survive. Force the flash away. GXR is now in trouble. He is going to get pinned down under a kill for the side of UCFC with a 1-for-1.
Oh, that was a very good Jarvan 4 Cataclysm right there, but too bad it was Corky who took a lot of damage in the early point of the fight. So after Jarvan 4 went in for the Cataclysm, there was no follow-up, just enough time. Oh, there's a kill at the top, but that was just enough time for the rest of UCFC to help the mid lane, and they turned that fight around, but they lost a champion at the top lane.
Now, what can this affect into the game? With Renekton actually dead, yes, that's an easy recall for him. That's a 1-second recall, right, for UCFC on the top lane. But Galaxy Razor will now get the member advantage. Onto the Cloud Dragon. Remember, it is alive, and this mobile buff can affect quite a lot when it comes to the early game, especially because of the roaming potential that can be present in this early phase.
All right, this take on the Rift Scuttler, I mean, the Scuttler right here is going to be very advantageous for the take right here. And it is UCFC who did get that. this is gonna be very interesting. They're already taking Dragon.
UCFC is trying to come in. That's going to be the calling. Presented out, zoning out the enemy team. Glacial Fisher will now connect onto one, but the Stole Dragon will go to UCFC, and that will be an extra kill. That's gonna be a one by one take one for the side of UCFC. Galaxy Razor will now try to go back away, but that's gonna be the double kill for the Pantheon, and Zivs will try to run away, but UCFC will take it down. They are happy with the 4 kills that they have gotten away from GXR.
Holy moly, this Pantheon is doing it for Team UCFC. Goes in for the steal and wins the fight for them. That was a very, very well played game by UCFC. And with that, they are now 6-4. And they were down earlier, but just like that, they are now up in the gold count. Let's see if they can take this game away from Galaxy Racers. Remember, Galaxy Racers need to take advantage of their early game advantage. But right now, that's not happening. But here's a fight at the bottom side.
Nastro has to respect the 4-man roll. Pantheon actually goes for the ultimate into the bottom side of the map because this is going to be a 3v4. Pantheon goes for the Aegis because of the damage incoming from Galaxy Razor, and that was a quick move that they have gotten, forcing out GXR to go back away. But the fight is not going to be over as Pantheon goes for the stun onto the Corki, as Singed onto the top lane gets a kill against the enemy team. The flash will now be forced. Corki will try to go back away. Pantheon goes for the spear but will not connect onto the Corki as GXR will still stay alive. The 4-man row versus 3-man row for UCFC. It's a stalemate. No one gets killed.
No one gets killed at the bottom side, but here the first turret is going to be taken in favor of UCFC. UCFC showing that the strength of their team composition right now. They're running at their enemies, getting the skirmishes that they really need and they really want to take. And with that, with the first turret take, they are now up 4K in the gold lead. Galaxy Racers are starting to bleed right now, and they will have to find a way to really stop the bleeding at this point, because in the late game, if UCFC will keep this pace up, it's going to be very hard for Galaxy Racers. UCFC are just going to armor up, and it is going to be very hard for Galaxy Racers to win team fights in the later part of this game.
They just keep pressuring Galaxy Razor,
right?
When Galaxy Razor went for the 4-man roam into the bottom lane, UCFC went to the top lane, got the secure trade onto the tower first blood. And top of all that, earlier they've got a stolen Cloud Dragon away from GXR that enabled them to really just scale out and really pressure in on GXR. So I think that will be the strong side of UCFC right now. But here onto the top lane, it's now going to be the Moonfall connecting onto 2. They dive in under the turret. They are risk tolerant, but the calling will zone them out. That's going to be the tier 2 turret being locked forward for UCFC, but GXR is here into the fray. 4-man roaming top side of the map, UCFC will go back away.
All right, that's very good right now. If you look at the map, they left the Nasjo alone at the bottom side. They will have to run to try to protect this bottom side turret. UCFC is all over this game right now. They were very aggressive, but they are wise enough to back away when they think they've overextended, and that's high level pressure right there. UCFC right now is very playing a high level game, and Galaxy Racers are still struggling to look for the solution for the problem that they have right now.
Zevs, only one into the bottom side of the map. UCFC went for the 2-man roam in the same lane. The Dragon lane will be the contest here for UCFC. It's now going to be 3-man roam, trying to get the kill onto Garen. Zivs will now force the flash away, also burning out the shield, and that will be the kill for UCFC. Corki to follow up. That's going to be the jump in. Valkyrie to try and go away, but no way. He is going to go out alive. Cinch will follow through, though. That's going to be the trade for GXR. GXR, anyway, will try and get the steal. That will be the 1-for-1 for UCFC and GXR to go for the trade, but 3-4-2 will be the name of the game. That's gonna be an extra kill for UCFC in the top side of the map.
Great dive right there. Once again, it is going to be the Pantheon Renzi doing it for the team at this point. It looked like it was a very messy fight here at the bottom side, but it was Renzi who capped the fight off with a solo kill at the top, and because of that, they gained the momentum in this game once again, and they have priority over the Dragon right here, and I think there's going to be fight. Take a deep breath, my friend.
UCFC is taking a deep breath indeed as they try to go for the Mountain Dragon. GXR is not going to go for the contest though, considering that UCFC has a ton of advantage against him. 5k gold lead for UCFC means that when it comes to the core items, they have 1 to 2 core item lead against GXR.
Yeah, true. We saw that earlier. It was a very good position for UCFC. There was no package. They went aggressively onto the Dragon. Galaxy was in the area. I thought they were gonna challenge it, but Galaxy Racers just gave it up, and that's more gold going to the side of UCFC. Now we're looking at a 5k gold lead, and they're now pressuring the mid lane. No answer so far from Galaxy Racer, as they're still bleeding at this point. They have to look for a way to stop this if they want to take over this game. Number 1. This is very good for UCFC. They got the Cloud Drake earlier. It's very useful for their team comp at this point, and it's showing Galaxy Racers are having a hard time at this point of the game.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult. Because if you're looking at the draft of UCFC, there is a lot of pressure. Melee champions, if they cannot negate how much dive that UCFC can gain away from GXR, they're really gonna struggle away with a 5v5. And look at how UCFC's is dominant in the map control stage. And look at Renzi going for the lane control as well, really just pushing in JC back away.
True. And this shows the confidence of UCFC at this point of the game. And you saw that the Pantheon just go flanks at the side, even if he's alone. There's going to be a fight right here, my friend.
Yeah, it's now going to be the stun onto enemy. Cataclysm will connect onto 3. That's actually quite a smart move coming in from the Jarvan 4, but not clever enough as UCFC will get the 3 kill, will get the ace, and that will be UCFC removing Galaxy Razor onto the table, now looking for the tier 2 turret into the mid lane.
Galaxy Racers still not able to find the solution for the problem, and they get obliterated just like that. We saw the Oppo team ace. That's the first ace of the game, and this is bad for UCFC. They have so many options at this point of the game. The Baron was available, but they opted for the mid inhibitor take, and now they're backing off. The Baron is still there, but I don't think they are going to be going for that. It's going to be very risky at this point. It is risky though, but they are still in control of this game. 12 minutes in.
Yeah, UCFC got the inhibitor turret in that fight. So overall, they were able to utilize that ace to gain 2 turrets, to gain 5 kills, which leads them currently into a 10k gold lead from a 5k gold lead. And this is what UCFC Esports is known for. Their aggression and their pressure against their enemy team is being spotlighted in this specific game, where in any way is just controlling the game.
Yes, this is dominance right here. And remember, they have no ADC team comp, right? With this one, the Singe is proving to be very effective for this team right here. Opponents are not really prepared for this Singe pickup. We saw that in the fight yesterday, and right now they're dominating the game with this Singe lineup right here. I think they're going to be focusing on the top side. This is very good pressure by UCFC. They know that the Baron is available, and a pickup right here or pressure at the top will be open for them. As the bottom side, there is a fight going on.
The culling will clear the wave though. So UCFC's pressure on the bottom side of the map will now be negated. But Galaxy Razor is now going to get pinned down on top side of the map. Dimension Justice will now be forced away as the ultimate of Senna will stay alive. Delay how much Galaxy Razor is doing against UCFC. But that's going to be the double kill for GXR at the moment, as Ignite will burn anyway down. That's going to be a clutch. Braum going for the shield onto anyway, surviving. But regardless, UCFC got the tier 2 turret.
Yes, that was 2 champions down for UCFC side at the top lane battle right there. It was kind of risky. They got a tier 2, but that was space created for Renekton. While that was happening, we didn't see that on the map, but Renekton was able to take down the tier 1 turret of the Galaxy Razor side, and this means that there will be 2 waves coming into the side of Galaxy Racers almost every point of this game, and that will take away their dominance, their control of the map right now, as UCFC is taking over this game. 14 minutes in, 17-9 on the board. 2 Dragons make that 3 if ever Galaxy Racer does not take this one, challenge this one. Just wrap this up, put a ribbon on it. This one's a gift once again from Galaxy Racers, and that just adds up to the advantage of UCFC that they have right now at this point of the game. They do spot the Singe alone at the top, but Singe is quick enough. He has the flash. He is tanking 3v1 right here. This is a fight, man.
UCFC is now coming in for the response in the top side of the map. GXR will now be forced back away because that's going to be the Diana going for some kills. Pantheon will go for the ultimate though to try and get away for GXR, but GXR will not be able to do so, as that's going to be the double kill for Renzi in that engagement, as UCFC will now try the end game, as Inhibitor Turret will now be open as well into bottom side of the map. Dragon Lane will now be the open contest here for UCFC. That's going to be the stun from Renzi onto the Lucian. Lucian will now go for the fountain, as that is gonna be Renekton finishing the game. UCFC will take the advantage on the series.
Right, what a win right there by UCFC. We know VVV from the previous season. They are known for early game aggression, and they just brought that identity here in this series. VVV, UCFC taking over the early game and not letting go of their lead. It is trouble for the opposing teams if you give these guys the early game. Opponents will have to look for a way to for an answer for that. Galaxy Racers will have to adjust their picks. UCFC are just too strong at this point in the early game. They will have to look for it to disrupt the early game of UCFC.
Yeah, disrupting the early game is gonna be a lot to take in.
True.
GXR needs to understand that UCFC is very, very aggressive in the Rift. And proceeding into canceling that out is going to be very important. Having information will be as important as well in their very own jungle, because having Renzi just go alone exploring into their very own camps is really just affecting how much gold that GXR can take. But now let's look at the Oppo A94 play of the game from game 1.
All right, this is the early part of the game. 1 minute 25 seconds in. That was the first blood right there taken by Corky. But here is Cavalry right here. This is what we mentioned earlier. Jarvan 4, very good Cataclysm right here. Catches 2 champions, but there was no follow-up at that point, and that was a disaster for Galaxy Racers. Here's the Dragon take right here. It is the steal right here, and this was where the momentum started to shift onto the UCFC side. They took control of the game from that point on.
Yeah, and UCFC just snowballed in the early game.
True.
Galaxy Racer was in sort of the fringe edge on how they really want to make a comeback play, but considering how much gold was being funneled onto Renekton, funneled onto Renzi, and even Dampier in that engagement, in this specific case, Dampier was already 4-0-11, which was absolutely insane when you think about it, how much Dampier has already stacked when it comes to the damage, output damage, and also with the souls that he has accumulated. So
Right.
I think UCFC was really just able to capitalize on the early game and bring it into the mid-game late game.
True. That's a very, very good thought right there. So many highlights from UCFC. We're not done even yet looking at the plays of the game at this point. This was the start of the end for Galaxy Racers, and we're looking at the master of the match right now. Demon Kite on the Singed. 4.5 KDA. Kill participation is 60%, and we haven't seen the full potential of this player yet. Demon Kite is a god tier ADR player, and we're looking at a Singe right now, and he's even dominating without his top champs. That's gonna be very bad news. That's trouble for opposing teams who are gonna be facing VVV at this point. So there it is. I think he did very good in this game. What do you think? Is this well deserved?
Yeah, definitely. It's just a lot of multiple occasions wherein Demon Kite was able to control and bait out the enemy team into going into a single lane, wherein the
Right.
rest of UCFC Esports is traveling into certain objectives, going into the Dragon, going into turret objectives, gaining more gold for the team. And really, Demon Kite has affected the map very, very well in favor of their team.
Right, definitely. GXR, Galaxy Racers really had the advantage in the early game. They had the composition to take over the early game. It's just sad that I didn't see them take over the game. We saw a glimpse of that in the early game where Garen was taking over, winning over the Renekton, but that was it. They really weren't able to capitalize on the draft that they have. Galaxy Racers will have to adjust and really try to take over the early game. That was their plan, I believe, looking at their team composition, but they weren't able to deliver in game number 1. Game number 2 is going to be a different story. I think Galaxy Racers know what they need to adjust. Hopefully, they can take over and then bring this to a game 3. Infinity, what do you think are the adjustments needed for Galaxy Racers at most at this game?
I think it's really going to be difficult to say exactly what they need to change, but I think in that specific game, I see a pattern with UCFC Esports. If they get to pick either Singe or Senna, or if it's available for their team in the second rotation or the third rotation of the picks, they're going to pick it securely. Right. So I think if GXR really wants to put UCFC in the corner, they can ban away either Singe or Senna, remove that type of duo that Demon Kite and Dampier can really form in the Dragon Lane, or either remove Renekton overall or remove Pantheon for their team. Of course, it leaves a lot open for Demon Kite and Dampier to pick elsewhere, but I think having that single step into removing those champions can really affect how UCFC is going to play this out.
I really like to think that it's UCFC flexing their confidence right now. There were so many commentaries on how good the Pantheon is on the side of GXR, so they picked the Pantheon first for their side. That's very confident from them. This pick right here, I think the bans are good. Take away the Camille, take away the Gragas for both sides. Respect ban right here for the Lee Sin. But I thought the 3 bans is going to be a very, very good change in the dimension of the game. But this just showed how deep UCFC have in their champion pool, and that they're shining right now. They have the momentum still. I hope they can bring this onto game number 2 and sweep this again, but I'm still rooting for GXR. I still respect their game. I still think they can take game number 2.
I'm glad that you talked about the jungle bans from GXR. Right, they banned the Rengar, they banned the Lee Sin, and I really do think they're really target banning away how Renzi really has the champion pool. Right? It's a matter of a question wherein how far can Renzi adjust for his team, wherein Rengar is banned, Lee Sin is banned, even Camille and Olaf is banned for the side of UCFC Esports. So pretty much they're really just securing that pressure of picking a certain champion on having a comfortable pick, because it's not a matter on how many champions you can play, but it's a matter of your act of practice champion pool. Who is the champion that you are most comfortable with, and who is the most champion that you are most known for? You practice a lot, and that's gonna matter a lot in this specific game. So if GXR can touch that a bit, ban those comfort picks from UCFC Esports, game 2 can change the storyline for their team today. And that is gonna be my question for you, Leoric. What are these actions supposed to be for GXR to get the win for game number 2?
I think they're already off on a good start from the draft alone. They really wanted to control the early game against UCFC. It's just that they weren't able to really execute and capitalize on the early game advantage that they have. Remember, it's a Singed and Senna bottom lane. The damage output is very low on the Dragon laners on the side of UCFC. That is a very big window for GXR to have taken over, especially in the Dragon lanes. It's just that they weren't able to do that really. So they have to adjust on that, take advantage really on the laning phase. They have to take control on the early game. If not, UCFC is known for winning the early game, and if they win the early game, they just snowball out of control. You saw that already in game number 1. You saw that yesterday when UCFC was going up against their opponents, and it was a very, very convincing win for UCFC as long as they get the early game. So that's the early game is key right here for both teams.
Yeah, you talked about Sinj and Senna. I love that. But it's not a matter of damage, but I think it's a matter of wombo combo and CC potential.
True.
Right? Sinj is there, while Senna will go for the root. Sinj can follow through with the knockup. And I think that is what is strong in this dual composition, because Senna will not only be able to scale in the late game, considering that UCFC Esports doesn't really have any ADC. So I think they're really depending on Senna in the late game, if ever it comes down to it. But when it comes to the early game, you have a lot of CC to really just disengage how much GXR will try to play this out, especially with Corki and having a support of a Braum. These are short-range champions. Yes, Corki is sort of a range champion, but in a mid-range type of setting wherein you really need to dive in a little bit to gain those damage against the enemy team. So I think this is where UCFC really just outscale GXR in terms of a matter of a dragon lane. And I love how you mentioned about the damage as well. But regarding other lanes, I want to talk about it. I want to touch about it. What do you think about the Lucian, though? I think recently Lucian has been an absolute menace of a champion. It has been a high priority pick in the previous series, in the previous groups. And I really want to hear your thoughts on how Lucian can overall affect the game.
Yeah, I'm even contemplating. I usually list Lucian in the first bans even. Lucian was not banned right here, but that's how strong Lucian is in this this current patch of the game. Lucian is ban worthy. It's very interesting right here. Even on the bans, usually we see a Ziggs ban, but there's no Ziggs ban right here. And I would have picked a Ziggs for the mid, but instead they went in for the Lucian. I think they have practiced Lucian a lot right here. It's just that it wasn't really that effective against UCFC for GXR. They will have to perform better in the laning phase. You mentioned earlier that Senna, even though Senna is not really strong in the damage category in the early part of the game, but the CCs are going to be there. That's the puzzle GXR will have to solve. They have the advantage really right here on papers. They have the advantage on the dragon lane. They will have to force the issue on the dragon lane and really take over the early game. Lucian still very strong. I would ban Lucian even if I was in this tournament, but it wasn't just performing that well in this game number 1.
Yeah. Early game will definitely be named the game. I think the current pattern in the tournament meta today is having the early game is as important in really just dominating the game.
Sure.
Right? That's gonna be where everything will start in, and having that early matchup will really matter throughout the game, because you can control the mid game, late game if you get the early game. And pretty much if you lose it in the early game, you still can match it up against the enemy team. So it's a matter of can you get the early game? If not, do you have the late game power spike of champions to really take it away from the enemy team at the end of the day? So GXR needs to have those two options. Matching it up against UCFC in this game or two, they want to take it down into the game 3, make it to the max games of the best of 3 series.
Right.
So it's really gonna be a puzzle, as you said a while ago. It's gonna be a mystery. It's gonna be a question. Where in GXR, can they adjust? Can they adapt on how UCFC is really putting in those untraditional picks, untraditional composition that is really obnoxious in the Rift.
All right. Speaking of obnoxious, we were reviewing the picks earlier, right? I was wondering why GXR did not get Renekton. They got the Garen instead. Do you have any idea why they gave up Renekton and went for the Garen instead? And when that was available pick for them.
That's gonna be an interesting question, right? But I do believe that they want to have the comfortable pacing for their ADC, for their support, because of the Braum that is going to be available in the support role and
True.
Lucian going to the mid lane, right? So I think that is where GXR is really going around in their composition. And I think that is the reason why they left Renekton open for UCFC to pick up instead.
Yes, definitely. I think that bit them back in that game number 1. But game number 1, it is what it is. We are now in the draft phase of game number 2. We have the bans already. I want to review them. Senna is not going to be allowed to come out in this fight this time from GXR. They're going to be banning that. And then they went for the Rengar and Lee Sin, respecting Renzi once again. I like that still from Galaxy Racers.
Yeah, are we gonna go back into history here as UCFC has the same picks and Galaxy Razor though having to change it up, picking up the Galio means that UCFC needs to think, are we still going for the diving compositions where the Renekton actually picked up? This states to me that they really want to go for those front line type of champions with Nami being there to go for the aggression in the dual lane. I think prior to the game, me and the panelists have talked about this, how Nami can affect the early game matchup to control because of how much damage he can deal and also the CC potential that he can do for his teammates. So I think with that Nami there, this can delay how much pressure and dive GXR is going to take. With Jarvan 4, Darius now going to be picked up for the second rotation.
All right, this is the problem I saw earlier. They went for the Lucian once again, and they gave up Renekton, which is a power pick. I don't think Lucian is up in the hierarchy for you to really pick that at the early pace of early part of the draft. Giving up the Renekton once again, I think this is gonna be a problem for Galaxy Racers. For this, I'm gonna be favoring the matchup at the top side for UCFC on that Renekton. The Nami, the Vayne coming out. We saw yesterday how hard it was for the team. Was that Team Secret to catch Demon Kite on that Vayne? Are we gonna see the same caliber of Vayne on Demon Kite once again? That's gonna be a very big question right here. And here we go, Twisted Fate on the last pick, and this is interesting. Infinity.
There's a reason why Vayne is picked up.
Right.
I think this will go either into the Baron lane or match it up into the dual lane. But rather, we need to look at how Vayne's potential is. His skill kit deals true damage, and Galaxy Razor having the Galio, having the Jarvan 4, and even the Darius means that Vayne can actually affect the game in terms of mid-game, late-game, but this will highly affect the early game of UCFC esports. So this is a matter of how UCFC is going to play this out and how GXR can utilize the early game for their composition. Because if this game goes straight into 18 minutes, this will be an advantage of UCFC. But if GXR can utilize their early game power spike, this will go in favor of them.
Yeah, they have double ADC lineup once again. So this is gonna be an early game advantage once again for GXR. So again, we mentioned that earlier. You mentioned it earlier. The early game will be the key right here for Galaxy Racers. Let's see if they can do that as we go into the fight. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 2 of series number 3 for day 2. And this is Galaxy Racers versus UCFC. 3 champs, make that 4 champions here on the side of UCFC. And this has been their pattern. Early in the game, they will help wave clear the mid side before they go towards their lanes. What do you think is the reason for that?
This is just the traditional setting wherein you have the mid lane as the minions goes through. It's very, very quick. It's very, very early. Once you come into the Baron lane or the Dragon lane, the wave will still be there. So pretty much you just give extra gold and extra XP all throughout the map, scattered every single member of this team. And that is the reason why UCFC Esports keeps on doing this strategy.
Right, definitely. But yeah, I love the UCFC draft. I'm still not finished with their draft right now, but I love their draft. Very versatile. They can go for split push. They can go for team fights. They have the capability to shred enemy tanks with Demon Kite right here. So they, whatever happens in the game, they are already steps ahead. They know what to do at this point. So I love UCFC. Let's see how Galaxy Racers will be responding to this lineup of UCFC in game number 2.
Yeah, responding is going to be very important. But as you saw a while ago in the first
Mhm.
minute of the game, where in GXR was really able to punish Vayne in the early game because of what we talked about a while ago. Demon Kite with a Vayne is not really the early game champion, especially on level 1. He only has that tumble, which really is not going to be the best damage dealing potential skill in the game. But now GXR will get down. UCFC will take the first blood for Renekton.
That's why you take Renekton early game. Renekton is a power pick. I so much respect Renekton on the Baron side. That is how Renekton dominates the game right now, and they're giving that pick up. And look at this. We're now 2 minutes in the game, but it is UCFC in the control of this game. 2 scuttlers going to their side, and they got the first blood. And with that, they are now up 1K. This is bad news for Galaxy Racers. Again, early game is the key right here, and it's looking like UCFC is in the driver's seat already.
I love how you mentioned about the Rift Cutter, because getting those 2 Rift Cutter means that Galaxy Razor will not have that opportunity to really have that secretive gank into the bottom lane, secretive gank into the top side of the map, and GXR will be delayed on how much gold UCFC is really accumulating, because each and every Rift Cutter gives you 120 gold. And having the jungle really just roam around, get those Rift Cutters for their team, gives you information, gives you gold. So right now, having that knowledge, currently UCFC is leading with a 1K gold lead.
Yes, definitely. And I wanted to go back to the draft once again. Just realized there's no AP carry right here for Galaxy Racers. Oh, there's a fight at the top, my friend.
Nasjo. We're just pressuring onto Ziz, but the knowledge of having anyway there is going to be very devastating, as Nasjo will try to be forced away. But we have Pantheon coming in. Destiny will be there as well. 2 global ultimates that are going to be wasted down, but that will not be wasted as you get 2 kills in that engagement.
Yes, 3-0 on the board, and we're looking at the 2K gold lead. Just like that, UCFC is in control of the game. They're now even invading the jungle side of Galaxy Racers. This is bad for Galaxy Racers. They will have to look for a way to get back in this game, but it is going to be a very hard task to do. Uphill battle from this point on, especially that the first Drake of the game is going to be the Infernal Drake. And with this advantage that UCFC has right now in the game, I think GXR will have a hard time to battle this out. It's either they will sacrifice bodies just to contest for this. Let's see what is going to happen, as everyone is already in the area for the party. Take a deep breath, my friend. This is going to be a fight.
Yeah, it's a fight indeed. But no initiations will still be set up, because Galaxy Razor understands that UCFC already has 1 core item, while their team, while their players still doesn't have any. So I think that's gonna really matter a lot, with Demon Kite having the BRK, it's extra HP damage, and also true damage to top it all up. So that's really too much to handle for GXR, as right now UCFC is going to start onto an Infernal Dragon. Galio will get 3-man taunt. That's gonna be very explosive, as now it's gonna be special delivery, chopping down the team fight as UCFC will try to take down, but anyway, we're forced to back away. 1 HP. UCFC will take the Vayne down. That's gonna be the double kill for UCFC. Vayne is dominating the fight. GXR will try to go back away. That's gonna flash away from Dampier. He's gonna fall down. JC will try to go in. The gold card will connect, though. That will put him away, as that Renekton will take the kill. Pantheon will go for the ultimate to try and go for the response. Anyway, will still be there. Galio will be alive to go for the response as well.
All right, Galaxy Racers giving up bodies to just really deny the take of the Infernal Drake onto the side of UCFC. They spilled so much blood for it, but somehow they're still successful. Infernal Drake is still available at this point, but there will be a round number 2. Is Galaxy Racers gonna still are they gonna still go for it? Are they, or they have sacrificed enough? I think this is gonna be a gift right here. What do you think, Infinity, as there's this gonna be very high tension place right here right now?
What I think is going to be very intense. UCFC will not actually take the Infernal Dragon. Tidal Wave will connect onto 2. That's going to be an extra CC for UCFC to try and take one down. Destiny will be there. Double kill for Vayne. And he is following through onto Anyway. And Anyway will fall down as well. Try to go for the Dragon Grab. Will not connect. Triple kill for the Vayne. And that will be the dominating matchup for UCFC at the moment.
Right. Galaxy Racers just gave up so many bodies for that Infernal Drake, but in the end, it is still UCFC who takes the Infernal Drake, and that's bad news for Galaxy Racers at this point. Rift Herald is already available. Are they gonna sacrifice a lot of lives right here for the Rift Herald? No, they are not gonna be able to, and that's another objective going to the UCFC side. Once again, UCFC early game is the name of the game, and they are doing good. Here's a fight.
Goes for the two-man taunt. Calling will be there. Massive amounts of damage. That's going to be the double kill for Galaxy Racer. Now looking into the tier 1 third, into the mid lane. Gets it. And that will be the Tower for his blood for GXR. And they are back into the game. But still 3k gold deficit.
Yes, at the very least, they got the first turret of the game, but we're still looking at the 3k deficit. That is going to be very big. At this point, 7 minutes, 30 seconds in, you are going to feel that in the team fights here at the bottom side. Love taps from both the Baron laners as Nastio goes in, but that is going to be enough. Zivs will back away, will not want any piece of this crop at this point.
Also, do they count though? Renekton, or not Renekton, rather, is now actually diving in. Zivs will actually fall down. That's going to be the first kill on that matchup. Nastio will be forced to back away. He is very low, 1 HP. That's going to be the flash in. That's going to be stun. Another kill for UCFC Esports. But now let's hook us on to the top lane because this is going to be the 2v2. Demon Kai will be there. Actually tries to get a kill. Destiny will be there. That's going to be stun. Lucian will fall down. Another will follow through though. Anyway will fall down as well. It's now going to be the 1v1. Draw will go for the taunt. And that will be the end of the story as Draw will be able to go back to safety, but what is not safe is the turrets into the mid lane and onto the Baron lane.
Dragon is in full throttle right now, shredding everyone. Goes in with the Destiny. The gold cards are on point, and it is costing Galaxy Racers bodies. Speaking of bodies right now, 16 to 15 on the board, and this is getting out of control for Galaxy Racers. What can they do to get back into this game? It's still an enigma to them. The mystery is still not solved. Galaxy Racers could not really stop the bleeding from the early game point on. Here is a gank from Renzi, but good job by that Jarvan 4 as he goes for the detection first before coming in. Good game right there from Galaxy Racers, but it is still UCFC in control at this point, 9 minutes in.
Information is really just important. GXR utilizes that information to their advantage, and having that information, Jarvan 4 understands that they are on the weak side of the map. But what is not weak is UCFC onto the top side of the map. They actually get a kill onto Lucian as Pao will fall down, bounce their hands onto UCFC Esports. The response from GXR will be too late.
This is bad for Galaxy Racers. One kill after another. This is getting out of hand for them as 23 seconds, the next Drake of the game is going to be spawning. Here's a skirmish here at the bottom side.
You would not get the 1v1 against a Renekton. That will be the worst occasion as Nastio is not just fed up, but that is a Renekton. Fiery match with lifesteal and sustainability. That is the reason why Nastio won that 1v1.
Yes, that's the reason why I always pointed that out. Game number 1, they gave up the Renekton. Game number 2, they gave up a Renekton. And look at that, they don't have an answer onto that Renekton at this point. This is bad for Galaxy Racers. I don't want to call this just yet, but this is a very dominant game for UCFC, and if they just play this accordingly, this is already game over at this point, but we're still 10 minutes in. Well, we're looking at a 9k gold lead onto the side of UCFC at 10 minutes in. That's going to be very hard for Galaxy Racers to come back. This game is out of control. If you were in Galaxy Racers side, Infinity, what will be the change of plans that you will want to see?
I mean, it's difficult. This is really a blurry situation for GXR to actually win this down. Because UCFC has 10k gold lead. They got the Infernal Dragon, they got the Mountain Dragon, and pretty much every single one of them is now fed up. It's gonna be seen as how UCFC is gonna play this out. Culling will now be forced away. That's gonna be a lot of damage, but damage will not be enough. Dasher will fall down though. Pantheon will go for the ultimate. That's gonna be a global ultimate falling down. Galaxy Razor will die down. 4 kills for UCFC. And fight's not gonna be over. Draw will still be there. The information will be onto Dampier. As now UCFC will try to go for the inhibitor turret, as Dampier will be there to delay how recalls will work for UCFC Esports.
Yeah, and there it is. Good job by Dampier delaying draws recall, and it cost them a tier 1 turret. Inhibitor turret is already down. Dampier's not done with his food yet. This guy's playing with the food right now, as Draw will try his best to really survive, but you are in the wrong side of town, my friend. That Galio is good as dead, and they're now pinging and marching over to the Baron side. I don't think they can take this without any contest at this point, but this is very dominant from UCFC, and there's another fight.
Here we go. Anyway, we'll try to go back away. Cataclysm will now be forced away. That's gonna be the 2-man lockdown. Darius will go for the 2-man hook, but the hook is not gonna be a hook against a Vayne because that's too much damage to really just sustain him down. Demon Kite will get the 2 extra kills.
And that will mean the Baron is gonna be taken by UCFC. They're already starting this, and with 2 champions down on Galaxy Razor's side, what can they do at this point? If they give this up, it's just like giving up the game at this point, but there is nothing they can do. That is how dominating UCFC is at this point. Look at that. At 12 minutes 55 seconds in, 25-6 on the board. No dragons on the side of Galaxy Razors, and we're looking at a very huge goal lead under UCFC's pocket. At this point, with the Baron buff, they're gonna go for a 1-4 push at this point, and they catch 1 champion, and there's gonna be a fight breaking out.
Gold card onto Ziz actually takes him down. Galaxy will go for the ultimate, goes for the taunt onto 1, but the GA will be popped. That's gonna be the double kill for Vayne. Tidal Wave connect onto 1. That's another kill. That's gonna be over for UCFC Esports as they take 1 more kill. That's Pow, the only one alive. Galaxy Razor will try and defend this one alive. UCFC will be there. That's gonna be the execute for the Nexus base, but the Nexus base will be over as UCFC will take the series with a 2-0 against GXR.
Galaxy Razors, valiant effort from our friends here, but in the end, they still fall short, and the 2-0 trend continues as it is going to be UCFC winning this series in a dominant fashion. They take down Team Secret, and now they take down Galaxy Razors. They now are erasing doubts in this tournament. I guess UCFC has a target in their backs already. What do you think, Infinity?
Yeah, I think it's gonna be how UCFC really want to put a statement against the teams currently in the Fall Icon Series, wherein UCFC has this untraditional picks and untraditional composition that they make it work, which is surprising enough that Vayne was really able to scale out into the early game. And I think that is also one of the reasons how GXR was really forcing their early game towards their team, which what they forced is UCFC getting their early game instead.
Right. I really love how UCFC is taking these games very aggressively. I was I called them UFC earlier, but that's them. They really brawl and they really fight it out, and that's a disturbing name. But yeah, UCFC, well played. You saw it right here. Again, early game is the key. That's what UCFC stands for right now, and they've been doing that consistently. MVP is going to be on the Demon Kite. We mentioned that in game number 1. We haven't seen Demon Kite on his comfort picks just yet, and he went for the Vayne this time and dominated the game early on. When Vayne is usually a mid to late game, this is really, really well played by them. As we look at the plays of the game, Opal A94 plays of the game, that was when Pantheon goes in, and it was reverse situation from that point on. Good taunt right here from the Galio. but it really isn't enough at this point from Galaxy Racers. This was the first fight for the Dragon take. They sacrificed bodies at this point, but look at that, double kill already for the Vayne right there. They were able to take down few champions all their own. This is where Renekton goes down. But the second round fight for the Dragon, it was UCFC from that point on.
Really, it's a one-statement definition and description on how this game played out.
Right.
Imagine a late game champion being fed in the early game, and that statement in the late game was brought in the early phase. Pretty much, how can you make it back onto a late game champion that was fed early? So that is how UCFC played that out, and GXR had no chance to really bring down UCFC in the late game because they're fighting on the late game composition. So I think UCFC really just did a great job into going for that trades, going for the responses, and now GXR really wants to go aggressive with the game.
Yeah, so I want to stand corrected. I mentioned earlier it was UCFC who beat Team Secret. Earlier it was Galaxy Racers who defeated Team Secret. It's just that it was a very dominant game for UCFC that I thought it was them who defeated Team Secret. And there you go, without questions asked. Master of the match once again is going to be Demon Kite. This time 9.5 KDA with a kill participation of 54%. Monster numbers here from Demon Kite. I want to see more of this guy moving forward in this tournament.
Yeah, it's a master of the match. I mean, he's deserving of this title. Demon Kite really was just able to impact the game no one can really expect, because Vayne is a late game champion. We keep on talking about this because this is so important to really insight on this specific champion. But these early kills that he has done for his team enabled him to buy BRK before the 4-minute mark even has occurred, so that BRK goes in synergy with the true damage that his skill kit has. So pretty much the tanky champions of his enemy team on GXR was not tanky champions on a fed Vayne.
Right. And also the challenge really is to catch Vayne. How are you gonna catch Vayne who has a Bork early in the game? So it was really a very, very masterful performance right here from Demon Kite. Well played right there. 2-0 once again. UCFC sweeping GXR in this series. Once again, GXR, they are going to be going out not undefeated anymore, but this doesn't really mean a lot just yet. As we know, GXR is still a very, very strong team, and we want to see them stronger in the next matches.
They've proven us how strong they are in yesterday's matchup against Team Secret, right? So I think really GXR has a lot more in store in the next games, in the next series to come in this Group B. But UCFC currently will be the ones who will dominate getting the top 1 position in the Group B stages, wherein currently they are undefeated in their respective group stages. So I really expect more of this. I want more of these games. We're in intense matchup, heated compositions, untraditional, unconventional metas that actually work in the Rift. But more of that to be expected later on into the last year's Group B in the day number 2 of the fall season Icon series. My name is Infinity, and together with me is the Auric PH, and we're gonna step away for now. When we come back, it's gonna be the panelist desk giving us more insights on what had happened on UCFC versus GXR.
Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you have to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot. Take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot. Take the shot. Take the shot. Pull up and take the shot. take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
Yeah, kid Newton, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The end to it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving them wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansell Adams.
I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
You are watching the C Icon Series PH Fall Season UCFC Esports, unleashing the demon and unleashing the dragon. They win the series 2-0 and they will take home 75,000 Globe Cup points. It is day, I just have to point out, it's day 2 We're entering the fourth match of the day, and we have
Yeah.
not experienced the game 3 yet. It's 2-0 all around. Let's jump into the series highlights from that matchup between UCFC Esports and Galaxy Racer. This was just brute force coming in from UCFC. Like, you think retreating under a turret is gonna help you? No, UCFC doesn't care at all. I'm eager to hear your thoughts on this.
I echo your sentiment there, Amika. I'm actually very excited to just hop on to a solo queue game with my buddies. Because Singed in the Dragon Lane, come on. I'm super excited to try it out. The first item buy was a Proto Belt enchant instead of going
Yeah.
for the standard Riley's Scepter, which to me, as a student of the game and as a Singed practitioner, I would love to try it out. But really, it's not just Demon Kite, right? Renzi has been very productive on the Pantheon. Last split, there were flashes that Pantheon is actually a very good pick on a situational basis, but UCFC feels like they know the formula. They know when to be very aggressive and just dictate the tempo of the map all throughout.
Yeah, they were reactive at that point, and I believe they also respected Galaxy Racer when we saw against Team Secret. They are the ones just looking for the right targets, looking for those early ganks, and with the Pantheon pick, you are reacting with the with this ultimate, and you can answer those kinds of early gank. And also, game 2, you can also see the Destiny coming in from Dragon, who's really functional, and they wanted to deny Zivs completely, because at first it was Nasjo being denied by anyways and the whole squad of GXR, but this time around they are the ones who pull the trigger to take down the Baron laner.
That's right.
Let's actually take a closer look at the series highlights over here. I wanted to ask you guys as well. You know, we saw Galaxy Racer in a great form yesterday. What do you think happened today? Were they just not prepared for the amount of aggression that UCFC Esports came here to show?
It started actually very well. That double kill, I thought, was a tempo that will, just boost Galaxy Racer's speed to finish this game. But if you look at the composition of UCFC, just for this game number 1, you have Singed, a very tanky member. Nasjo, a very tanky member. Dragon and Renzi, very tanky as well. So when it comes to this composition, you have to make sure that you dish out a very good amount of damage. JC, I know he dishes out magic damage as well as, physical damage, but feels like it's not enough for me. Maybe there is something else that they can bring into the table. When it comes to Jack, Cyrus and I have been talking about this, and UCFC and Galaxy Racer so far for these 2 games, I feel like the draft really favored UCFC.
Yeah, and considering also that they played the mid lane, the mid lane Corki. So if you're going up against the Destiny guy, Twisted Fate, they wanted to push the waves fairly good and have that kill threat. And in terms of skirmishes, it was Lucian who's really playing well on those kinds of 1v1s that you can switch it up. Because you are also facing a Vayne, which is on a mid-range type of marksman. So you want to put in the Corki as an extra pressure with the Phosphorus Bomb and even the Rocket. So I think that they need to do that kind of adjustment. They need to check also the lane, and you can see Damp here and Raw just playing around. And
This is really just drawn out.
Yeah, you know what? I remember last season, we were, questioning drafts that will center around for melee champions, right? But UCFC made it work with 4 melee champions. Maybe it's time for us to bring out the Janna, the disengage options, just so this champions won't be able to brute force into your backland.
Maybe. I mean, it is the monsoon season, so why not bring Janna back? I also noticed that the Galaxy Racer, they couldn't seem to stop the bleeding. There were some fights that were unnecessary that they could have just, retreated, and they didn't quite work that out. So hopefully, when we see them again tomorrow, they will be able to get back into what they look like on day 1. And of course, that game will go to UCFC Esports, another team that is looking pretty scary as the days go on. Now, of course, we will be moving over to our last match of the day, and it is going to be Team Secret versus Action PH. Now, Team Secret, Okay, huh? We know.
It's just
we know
one
what
game.
we're
It's just
capable
one
of.
game, okay?
Yeah. It's just day
It's true.
one.
It's true. It's true. And there's no question about it. We know what they're capable of. And despite what happened yesterday, whether it was miscommunication, experimentation, or something else, it's entirely possible that they were just trying to get their feet wet. And now we will be seeing Team Secret. Besides, they are up against Action PH. Action PH. The storyline here is that they have yet to get a win on the board here, and they will be up against Team Secret. It's still a tall order. It is still Team Secret here, and I want to know your thoughts on this matchup and how it's going to be for Action PH and how it could possibly be for Team Secret as well.
Yeah, and you can see the lineup of Team Secret, although we are missing out the general. You can see Azar, of course, Trevor, Tatsuri, Chewy, and Core. So for now, there's no General James, and we are really looking into that because also, if you wanted that kind of healthy discussion, guys, jump into the Discord of PPGL. We are there, and also one of the best coach here in the Philippines participated, as Chista also told us that it feels like we are missing James, that some of the secret members are a bit hesitant in what they do. I also noticed that. And of course, on my opinion, it has been James is the glue that keeps everyone stick together and do what they do best. So I think I'm kind of missing out the support, the power of Team Secret.
Yeah.
Right. It's not just about, being able to layer your abilities. It's also about leading your team in terms of shot calling and in terms of decision making. It did appear yesterday in the two games that they went against GXR that they were like, quote unquote headless chickens, missing some direction, some path towards the victory. But this is Team Secret. I'm not too worried as of yet. They still have that Suri in the mid lane. Just a trivia for everyone that's watching right now, Tatsuri did actually hold the record for the most kills in the split for summer season. So that itself is already a remarkable feat, right? He have done it with Katarina, Seraphine, Oriana, even the Yasuo. So this player is very gifted. So far, he has only played the Nine-Tailed Fox in the Ari. I know to the delight of Mika, but I feel like Tatsuri would just brute force with the Yasuo comp, traditional Tatsuri things. For now, his numbers isn't really that remarkable, but expect it to change after this game.
Yes, indeed. And, I do agree. The effect that James has on the team really is different. So it is great that all of the other players of Team Secret get to shuffle around a bit, get a little bit of a taste of, owning their own shot calls. But it's entirely different. I mean, James is one of our legendary Pokemon here. So the effect, somebody to rally around is very different indeed. Now, on the other side, we do have Action PH. And as I mentioned earlier, what we're watching out for them here is that they will get that win. Yep. And Team Secret, they might not have been on their best shape yesterday, but it is still a tall order for Action PH. Oh, I like those jerseys too. What am I doing? Am I jersey shopping or something?
Oh yeah, maybe you should do a content, right? Power rank the jerseys of
Tier
this
list.
that's actually good. Yeah, talking about Action PH, we have to always talk about Yamada. He's the only left member from the iteration or the Action PH from the summer season. Has shown that he's very good mechanically. Will wow you with a Kali. By the way, yesterday he picked up a Kali, so I'm pretty confident that the confidence is still there for him. And when looking at Action PH in general or as a whole, it feels to me that this group is always hungry. I always see their names on community tournaments or other tournaments that will just, practice them to go against the best of the best. And I feel like at some point, one way or another, the stars will align and Action PH will get a win, but maybe not today.
Okay, so yeah, that's really a good point from Otto, is that it has been Action PH who's trying to push themselves even further, but right now it will be Kazuya on the jungle. So as the one of the spotlights coming in for Kazuya, it feels like the Mishima Zaibatsu Corporation needs some dominance around, and Kazuya and really they are having a hard time. It feels like they got this kind of win condition. It feels like they are coming in short, but you can see the kill participation that 80%. So you can see that this guy is making sure that everyone is working well or meshing together. But so far, they are not. In terms of having that power spike playing into the mid game and closing out the games, they are having a hard time. So Action PH needs to step up, and this will be another obstacle, a part of the trial by fire.
Trial by fire, indeed. And you know what? There's still a reason that Action PH is here. They still managed to beat all of the other teams during the qualifiers to get here. So they kind of have to remember that reason and rally around that reason, find their footing here in the fall season. Let's head on over to our Globe key player clash here, and it will be between Yamada and Azar. And these two have been at it since the summer season. What do you think, Godloose?
Oh yeah, definitely. Even behind the scenes. Oh, I'm sorry, I shouldn't mention that, but I feel like Yamada and Azar is now close to really taking it personal. This gentleman is battling it out in a very good way. Warrior versus Warrior. Excited to see a rematch between these two. Very mechanically gifted. Yesterday we saw Azar not in his tip-top form, so maybe Yamada could get that sweet revenge tonight.
Yeah, and considering also that the message came in, James is the one who's going to play. So this will be another part of Team Secret. We got the general, we got the commanding officer to take in. But of course, this solo player highlight, Yamada is on the edge. But of course, Azar is still there. This guy knows how to play he knows how to play from behind. And at the same time, when he's ahead, he's making sure that everyone is going to be headed with his Darius pick. So both of them knows how to play Akali. And we just want to make sure that we are going to see them go head to head. So I think Yamada may be on top of Azar in terms of the laning, but Azar in terms of team fight might be the one who's functioning very well.
Agreed.
So, do you guys think that this is pretty much going to go in favor of Team Secret? Just jumping ahead into predictions here?
I believe so. 100% I think Team Secret would do it. Please, Team Secret, don't make me do the same mistake twice in a row. But yeah, I feel like there's a reason why they are our representatives during the Summer Super Cup, right? They have proven it over the course of the summer season, and from their words, they said that they learned a lot of things from competing in against the international teams on stage. And that's actually very big. So for me, versus Action PH, I feel like we will see glimpse and flashes of the Team Secret of old.
Yeah, same here.
Indeed.
I wanted to go in for Team Secret for the reason that, of course, there's the Easy. There's Ham Easy right now joining the original squad. Of course, I'm not hating, just saying that they feel lost on the previous game, and Core might be a good player. It's just that this time around, James who still needs to be the one who's commanding, and without him, Team Secret isn't there. So you want to go back with the roots, you want to go back with the foundation, and I think Azar will also find his own footing as the one who's we've seen as how inspired he is.
I just want to point out Autolus is kind of like a roller coaster of emotions there.
Of
He was
course.
like, Team
Always.
Secret, I believe so. 100%. Team Secret, please. That just went up and down and up and down. And I do think that this is going to go in favor of a Team Secret. Not just because they have the General Ham is back, but also because I just feel like, Team Secret, they're still Team Secret. They still have all of that experience from the summer season and the Summer Super Cup in here. Maybe and yesterday, that was just let's just call it a fluke. Let's just call it a bad day or something. I still think that Team Secret is definitely one of the top teams here in the fall season. Now, we can actually have your thoughts and comments as well and reactions here on your screens as our sort of like guest fourth panelist here to join in the discussion. All you have to do is head on over to Twitter and use the hashtags #CIconSeriesPH and #Dominate the Rift, just like Bren Luis over here. And he says, he or she says, I am excited to see these teams that really improved. Indeed they have. I love that we're seeing these teams really evolve throughout the Icon series, from summer all the way to fall.
Yes.
I mean, compare.
Team Secret has improved. I believe that as well.
Well, imagine like the teams that we had on the very first day of the summer season and everything, and then look at them now, of course. And yes, oddly, your roller coaster of emotions is still on. It's still ongoing.
It happened at Summer Super Cup, wherein it has been a roller coaster coming in from Team Secret, and even a nail biter finals from summer season. So Team Secret, these feelings that we are being played with, that they are really different.
Indeed. Number 87. Never forget that number 87. And a very, very familiar name over here in the Icon series. Young Gaming, one of our casters, of course. The 2-0 pattern still continues. When will the streak end? We don't know. We haven't seen a game 3 yet. We haven't seen the game 3 yet. I actually thought that we were gonna see a game 3 maybe in our first match of the day.
It's actually rarer than a Pentacle because we already saw a Pentacle.
we already saw a Pentacle. So the question is, who is going to get that first game 3 over here in the Icon series? It's I actually thought that Liyab.
Osiris, wanna bet for dinner?
Well, I can take you up there, and we can go to dinner without even betting on it, but
unless you guys want to have dinner at the end of Team Secret versus Icon.
why not, right?
And we also have at Lustigog says, sana po, hopefully, maybe, finally, makita ko din si Soraka sa Icon Series PH po. That is right! We haven't seen Soraka as well. I do miss Jana. I do miss Jana though, and I'm sure Odaluz, I'm sure you miss Soraka too.
Oh,
and
definitely. But but Soraka is out there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the celestial one. But I want to point out the last hashtag, which is #Liguna Ace. Of course, with the weather right now, that's one of the challenges that we are going to face. And Plastic OGG, thank you so much for tweeting, and you guys also might have the chance, so keep on tweeting to us.
Yes, indeed. You guys will have your tweets featured over here, and all you have to do is use the hashtags #CIconSeriesPH and #Dominate the Rift. You can also hop onto the PPGL Discord server, and I'm sure the link is in our socials. Get on over there, and we actually hang out, watch the games together, and comment our thoughts, our true thoughts. If you're interested to know that, we also have some guests sometimes joining us. You'll have some talents over from the other side of PPGL sometimes jump on in, and sometimes we have some coaches and other people from the teams, players as well jump on in. So it should be really, really fun, and we hope to see you there. And let's discuss the games. Let's discuss more Wild Rift. But we are here now in our final matchup of the day. This is going to be Team Secret versus Action PH. The big question is this going to a game 3? Are Otulus and Osiris gonna have dinner? We're gonna find out as we jump into the Rift. Team Secret versus Action PH casters. Over to you guys.
Minions have spawned.
Thank you very much, Panelist Desk, and welcome back, everyone, to the full season Icon series for the Philippines. I'm Infinity, and together with me is Leoric. We're going to be your casters for today. Team Secret and Action PH. These two teams coming in here very, very hyped and very, very excited to see on what will happen in this specific series. Leoric, what are your thoughts coming into series number 4?
Yeah, definitely. They're very excited. I'm really concerned. They mentioned earlier that James is gonna be joining this game. We can't remember the fights yesterday, the battles yesterday. James was not there, so that can be something that will change the dimension of the game. I would say that will elevate my expectations from Team Secret, as we are gonna be seeing vintage Team Secret. The panelists have mentioned it earlier. It wasn't the Team Secret that they really know. So maybe when James plays, they will elevate their game. Everyone is favoring Team Secret right now to win this game, but Action PH, we cannot count them out. These are very good players also, but they have a lot to prove in this tournament. And this is the right stage for them. Beating one of the best teams, that will be a very big statement to the community and definitely to themselves. That will give them a strong boost moving forward in this tournament.
Yeah, definitely. I think Action PH has been very dominant as well. They have not won a single game as of yet, similar to Team Secret,
Right.
but they are very, very strong. And we have seen the history of these two teams. Team Secret has dominated the summer season in the Summer Super Cup, going into the 5th to 8th position. So I think Team Secret now going back, James as a support is going to be very dominant. This is going to be their vintage play, as you stated, Leoric. And I am expecting for them to have some cheese picks once again.
Right.
If Olaf is left open, there's Seraphine, Sona, and Olaf, and the unkillable composition
Right.
that can show up once again.
That's a very good point. Unkillable composition was really where their bread and butter in the previous tournaments, but we saw that in this tournament, Olaf will have a hard time coming out. And I don't think Action PH is going to make a mistake in the draft phase, especially in the bans. I think they're going to be banning Olaf. But if Olaf will push through, I think Team Secret is going to go for that. That is going to be very interesting moving forward. The players that we really want to look at right now is going to be Yamada versus Azar. This is going to be a very interesting lane to look at. Who will win that lane will really dictate the pace. But here we go. The bans are already in, and Olaf is banned, sadly.
Yeah, Olaf is banned away. I think Action PH has the knowledge that Team Secret can make this back once again with the unkillable composition. But with these bans with Ziggs, Lee Sin, Olaf, Akali, Camille, and Renekton, that leaves Gragas open, a very, very flexible champion for Action PH to pick up.
Right.
And now Team Secret picking up the Galio and Lucian to follow up, being hovered here, has a great statement that Team Secret can really go an aggressive playstyle at level 5 specifically that can really affect the map.
Yes. Lucian is gonna be available, and Team Secret is gonna be going for that. Ziggs was banned, so there's not gonna be a Ziggs right here. Pantheon is out once again, so this is gonna be very interesting. We saw how effective Pantheon was in the previous series that we watched, and Action PH is going to be bringing up Pantheon once again. Let's see how this Pantheon is going to be able to affect the team fights here in this series number 4. This is new for the tournament. Xin Zhao, Infinity. Xin Zhao, very good jungler. Also has a good initiation. The ultimate is pretty useful going up, especially going up against the Kaisa that was just picked right here. So I like the Xin Zhao. I just don't know how strong he is right now in the current meta because he hasn't been tested yet. But with the Senna as a support for Team Secret, this is gonna be very, very good. Senna can always go in with the mist and bring Xin Zhao with him, and that initiation right there, we mentioned Xin Zhao has a very, very good initiation as a champion, and with the Riven as the Baron laner, I believe so right here. That Senna is a very good pick right here. I love this pick from Team Secret. Darius is gonna be on the side of Action PH, but Gragas is one of the power picks made available for Action PH. That can mean something for Action PH.
This is gonna be different though. Riven mid lane for
Oh, wait.
Team Secret.
Wait,
Now
Riven?
that's gonna be very interesting. If Lucian comes on top lane, Riven will go into the mid lane, and that will change things up. And potentially, actually, I do believe the Team Secret can go for the 1v1 first. Traditional type of setup wherein in the early game, 30 seconds onto the matchup, we have Lucian, Senna, Riven come into the mid lane, clear that wave out for them to go to the respective lanes. So that is gonna be an interesting point to take note.
Yes.
With there, we see Tatsura really going into the mid lane to match it up against Kazuya Gragas.
This is very interesting. Team Secret at it again with their unconventional, unorthodox picks right here. And off the bat, dealing a lot of damage onto Kazuya. Tatsuri is already in the priority in the mid side. That's going to be something as here Ryzen will start with the Raptors right here. This ward is going to be spotted, so good job so far by Ryzen. Again, we really want to look at the top lane here, the matchup of the top lane. It's going to be Azar going up against Yamada. I like this right now. The switch up dot. Oh, but there's going to be the catch right there. But this switch up right here is very interesting. We saw this from Team Secret yesterday where they put Vayne onto the Baron lane, and they are now putting another ADR onto the top lane going up against this. Darius, let's see if we are going to be seeing a different result this time.
It's effective. It's a long-range champion
Right.
up against a melee champion for Action PH. So in that aspect, Team Secret has the advantage to really just poke down Darius before he can actually go in. But win now, two-man roam for both Team Secret and Action PH. Now that's going to be the body snap. Trevor is now going to be low. Ignite is going to burn him down, but not going to be enough to bring him down totally. That will still be no kills for both Action PH and Team Secret.
0-0 even on the board. Tatsuri goes in, but that's just love post right there. I want to go back to your point earlier. Yes, it on the laning phase, there is good advantage for Team Secret as Azar has the range going up against Yamada. But in the middle part of the game, Azar... Oh wait, there's a first blood. We missed that right there.
Stun.
Oh, 1-for-1 trade right there. Sorry about that. We missed that one. But 1-for-1 trade, but it is going to be Team Secret who gets the first blood. Going back to the thought earlier, yes, early game, it is going to be Azar who will have the advantage because of the range. But in the mid to late game, when it comes to versatility, it is going to be the Darius who will affect the fight better. There's going to be a gank at the top. Let's go.
Ryzen actually goes for the stun. That's going to be a very difficult situation. The guillotine will bring down Azar. That's going to be an extra kill for Action PH. But with a burn from Azar as well, with Ignite, Yamada will fall down. It's a 1-for-1 once again.
Yes, definitely. That dunk right there is going to be very painful for Azar. We mentioned earlier that he will have the advantage in the early game, but with the gank, with the support from Action PH, from the jungler, that will change the status quo at the top side. That Darius is going to be very, very confident moving forward in the game. It's very important to note that Team Secret, they have an all AD team composition right here. They have Senna Galio will be taking all the creeps. That's going to be very interesting. But yeah, 2-for-2 on the board. Team Secret will have to step up the pace, especially that Yamada is having the better lane at the top side. Here's a fight.
Now, gonna be Trevor dashing away onto the red buff. Very, very clever move. And Ryzen will not get the kill. And that will still be a stalemate for now. And I love how you stated about the traditional type of setup for Team Secret, having the range, having the advantage in terms of the laning phase. And I think that shines out into Dragon Lane as well.
True.
Because Hammers is sort of acting as an AP champion. Both Chewy and Hammers will act in supporting each other because Senna scales out very well. And if you're looking at the items a while ago, it's Hammers building onto the Rod of Ages. And the Rod of Ages can deal of extra damage, and yes, he might go onto the Dead Man's Plight. He can go for the support items after. But in this particular case, Senna and Hammers onto the Galio will both act as a damage dealer. So pretty much, Team Secret is stacked up here in this composition. And Xin Zhao is someone that we have not talked about, but when it comes to duels, when it comes to the early game, Xin Zhao will take it down.
Yes, definitely, especially here in the first streak of the game. It's already up. We're 4 minutes and 25 seconds in no one is going aggressively onto this Drake, and that's understandable. This Drake is really not that priority, but here at the top lane, I think there's gonna be fight. Oh, there's just gonna be pokes right here. Team Secret is though ganging up here on the bottom side so that they can take on the dragon if they have a signal, and I think they're already starting, and this might be a trigger for another fight.
But a ward is available for Action PH onto the Dragon's Pit. Means that Team Secret will now be stated and seen by Action PH that they're starting onto the Mountain Dragon. Janna will set up onto the Howling Gale. Will not connect onto anyone, but the fight is now going to start. Set up with the ultimate, connecting onto 2. That's going to shield out his teammates. Mournful will delay how much damage is coming for Action PH. Riven indeed actually trying to get the kill, but instead Team Secret will take the advantage in this fight. Galio will come in, go for the knockup. The flash will now be forced by Yamada to go back away. That's gonna be the 2-for-1 in favor of Team Secret.
Team Secret will be able to take the dragon right there. They're not done with the pressure just yet. They are gonna be summoning the Rift Herald here, and I think the fight's not over yet. Oh no, that wasn't the Rift Herald. Sorry, that was Senna's,
it's a prank.
Passive. Sorry, I thought that was the Rift Herald summoned right here. The Rift Herald is just gonna be coming up in the next 5 seconds, and I think that's gonna be where the next party of the game is gonna be happening. 6 minutes in the game, it is Team Secret who takes the first Drake, and they can come out on top of that fight.
Yeah, Rift Herald though is going to be started by Action PH. That's actually quite a clever move because Team Secret is currently in the lead with the Mountain Dragon. But Team Secret is just around the corner, will not be able to take it down as Action PH will get the security onto the Rift Herald. So right now, it's really anyone's game at the moment.
Right.
Because Action PH is really matching it up against Team Secret.
Yes, definitely. I don't know what happened right there. Team Secret looked like they were really going for a contest on the Rift Herald. I think they weren't expecting a very fast take on the Rift Herald because Riven was already marching on her way to the pit right there. But in the end, it is going to be Action PH. At the very least, they get something for them this time, and they can use that Rift Herald in their pockets for the first turret of the game. If they get a first turret, that's going to even out the gold count at this point. There's going to be good setup right here. All the Galio, I think this is going to be a fight.
Also, do take note though, Rift Herald is on Kaisa, which means 300 gold was funneled onto the ADC of Action PH. And top of all that, faster recall for Ellie to go back into the base if ever it does need to do so. So that is actually quite a clever move with Action PH, really just putting on all gold into Ellie in this early game to get that early setup, to get that early power spike for Kaisa, to get his first skill leveled up completely.
All right, definitely. Team Secret still on top of this game. Just 1k gold lead, but they're going to be pressuring the bottom side. There is going to be the Pantheon right here. I think they initially set up for a gank here at the bottom side, but Pantheon was standing there for quite a while already. Will be forced to go back home because that's time wasted for that Tatsuri clearing the Raptors right here. No objective still available at this point. I think what Action PH wants to do right here is on the next Drake, they will be using the Rift Herald for them to create a pressure on a lane so that they will have room for the dragon take right here, especially that Team Secret got the first Drake of the game. They will want to even things out. But let's see, are they going to go for the Drake or are they going to be going for the first turret, as that is also a very juicy objective that's still available in the map?
Yeah, Attack First Blood gives you a lot of gold, potentially even going up to 1,000 if it does exist for these teams currently. So I think that Tower First Blood will be sort of the priority here by Action PH, considering that they went for the 3-man ROM in top side of the map. But having the knowledge that 20 seconds is on the clock for the Ocean Drake to come up, recalls will now be forced. Action PH will now pat their way down into the Dragon's Pit.
All right, this is interesting. Galio is already starting to go for the Rabadon's Death Cap. That's usually indicative that they're confident with their champions. Rabadon's Death Cap is kind of very hard to build, especially in the early parts of the game, but they're going for that. This is interesting. Action PH is going to be on the pressure here on the mid side, and I think the defense will cause a fight.
Yeah, I mean, Action PH only needs to put the turret half HP for the Rift Herald to bring it down, but considering the Team Secret zoned them out, it's not gonna happen. So I think that was the intelligent move from Team Secret, telling how Action PH really wants to get the early game for themselves. Now, considering they have 3k gold lead, but now Action PH will start to fight off. It's gonna be the Senna ultimate defending his teammates down. That's gonna be a lot of shield. Gali with ultimate only knocking off one. Yamada will force flash away. That's gonna be one man down. Trevor will not be available into the next dragon, and that's gonna be very important. Action PH will get the numbers advantage.
Yes, they have the advantage right now. Are they gonna go for the dragon, or are they gonna go for the turret? It looks like they're still pressuring and trying to get priority onto the mid side, but here we go. Everyone's marching onto the dragon side at this point. This is gonna be very risky as Trevor is gonna be spawning in the next 3 seconds, and because of that, they Action PH is forced to go back home. So no dragon take and no tower take at 10 minutes and 26 seconds in. This is a very close match.
But rather, if Knight change things up, because Team Secret is pressuring onto the mid lane. One hag, 55 HP. That's gonna be tough for his blood. Team Secret will try to get that down kill for Action PH. That's gonna be the flash, but Tatsuri made a wrong step. That's gonna go onto the Raptors instead, onto the enemy champions. But they're happy with the tower first blood that they've taken down against Action PH.
Yeah, definitely. And looking at it right now, because of that advantage that they got, the tower first blood, they got a 3k gold lead now, and they have a very good position for the dragon take as at the bottom side. Good pokes right here from, by Tatsuri, and there it is. Red team will get another Drake. Team Secret are starting to pull away in this game. Action PH, they have the mid turret available, so that's gold injected into their economy. At the very least, it will put them up in the gold count. Now the gold lead is just around 1.5k. I'll make it 2k.
Yeah, the 2k gold lead definitely will kind of hurt, but not as a big deal as some people might think. We're in 11 minutes into the game. We're in everything will still change because of the power spike. Now, it's going to be the body slam for Kazuya will be forced away. It's going to be explosive cast to delay how Team Secret wants to go for the counter engage. 5-man stun. Team Secret will take the lead. Howling Gale will connect onto everyone though, and Yamana will be stuck, pinned down. That's going to be the kill. Pantheon with the ultimate goes in, but no one will be damaged from that ultimate. And Azar just jumps in over the wall, gets a kill down. And Kaisa with Killer Instinct is now going to get pinned down. Triple kill for Azar.
That's very bad right there. Giving up a triple kill onto Azar. I like the aggression of Action PH. They were able to get Hamas early on. That was a very good rotation from them. But kudos to Team Secret with their rotations. They went in and never gave up, even if that was a 5v1, and they got a kill, 2 kills on their own, plus the top turret as their reward. 12 minutes and 35 seconds in, and with that turret take, we are now looking at a 4k gold lead. The snowball is starting to grow, and this is bad news for Action PH. They will have to grab their composure back and try to get this game back into their terms.
You reap what you sow. Team Secret was able to have these sort of objective with the Ocean Dragon, with the Mountain Dragon, and getting the Tower First Blood for their team means that they have the foundation of getting those golds already into the mid game that really affected how Action PH wants to play this out, especially having the Darius, having Ryzen onto the Pantheon, Kazuya onto the Gragas. They're diving. But if you have Trevor onto the Sterax, onto the Runduin's Omen, he can just go for the ultimate. That's a disengage factor for Team Secret to utilize in the 5v5. And he is quite tanky, to say the least, wherein Li is not going to be able to really just burst that jungle down. So I think this is where Team Secret shines out. This is what they were holding for pretty much the entire game, the 10 minutes of the matchup, where now they're really just going for the 5v5 and winning all of them.
Yes, definitely. Trevor's DD is really able to hold off for the team whenever the team fight happens, and we saw that earlier on the 5v4. They were able to reverse the situation and got a lot of money because of that. And now, look, even Trevor is not really going for a hard kill right now. He went for the blue smite right here, just really to further the control that Trevor can do in this fight. Now they have map control. Look at the wards that Team Secret has deep into the top side of the jungle, so they know if if the enemy champions are here, and two wards here at the bottom side. So they have control of the map. They know what to do, and they are now dictating the pace of this game. And this is bad for Action PH. They have to slowly take control of their jungle, because if they don't, they will not be able to do anything right here. Like this one right here, Team Secret can opt for a pressure onto the Baron, and they can draw Action PH out, and Team Secret can collapse on them. And with the information game, Team Secret will be on top of that fight, definitely. Here's the Baron take right here, and is there anything Action PH can do about this?
Might probably be. They do not want to give this for free for Team Secret, but that's just gonna be a bait. For now,
right.
Team Secret is just hovering back away. They understand if Action PH gets a good set with the explosive cast and Pantheon the ultimate, this is going to be very devastating. So they come back. They do not force the Baron Nashor for their team, and having to respect Action PH means that they will still stay alive for a little bit longer, because they were the ones forcing away onto the Baron Nashor instead. So now, if Team Secret goes for the Baron, Action PH can now go for the Cloud Dragon.
Yes, this is very interesting right now. The map is split in half, but it's gonna be the Kaisa who's gonna go for the dragon right here. It's taking a lot of time for Team Secret to take this one, and there's a fight.
Gaio with a two-man taunt, that's gonna be big, but explosive cast will disengage Team Secret. Team Secret will try to go in. That's gonna be the ultimate from Hammond, trying to go for the knockup, but that's gonna be the 2 kills for Team Secret to bring down, and they will win that team fight. And with those 2-man down with the jungle for Action PH, Team Secret will now then go for the Baron Nashor.
That's a disaster for Action PH. They were already in the position to take at least the win, Drake. That's still a win right there, but they opted to try to check onto the Baron, and in the end, they got the same result, but much worse. They lost. Oh, did they take the Drake there? They got the Drake, but they lost a lot of champions. But still, the Baron is onto the side of Team Secret. Let's see what kind of damage Team Secret can do with the Baron buff in their hands. They're going to be shoving the waves on the bottom side, so that all the waves will go in a synchrony as they go for the push. Team Secret still in the driver's seat of this game. 5k, make that 6k, 5k gold lead in their pockets with the Baron buff. They're now gonna go for the push.
That's pretty much the most that they can do. Team Secret got the Baron buff. Action PH only has 3 members. So what more can they do instead of getting the dragon? The lane control was not in their favor as well, because Team Secret is controlling the whole game. So Action PH needs to think of something to get the trade at the very least, and the Cloud Dragon is the only thing that they can look for. So right now, at that, Action PH at the very least got the trade of something for gold, for buff
Bottom
in their favor. But Team Secret will still get the advantage of a 5k gold lead.
Right, definitely. So things are getting serious right now for Action PH. They are at a point where they cannot commit any mistakes at this point. Talk about welcome to where you don't want to be. You don't want to be at this point of the game in this position. The Baron buff is doing a lot of damage onto the top turret. There's going to be a fight right here in the mid side.
Pantheon now goes for the ultimate into the mid side, goes for the stun onto Chewy, but he was able to go back away. That's an ultimate connecting onto Weverin, that's going to give off shield, and now it's going to be Trevor going for the Sterak's shield. A lot of barrier to bring down the burst damage from Action PH, and Team Secret will stay alive for a bit longer to pressure in turrets.
Right, definitely, that was a very good fight for Team Secret right there. At the start of the fight, that was a 5v3. They were alive with the help of the Baron buff, and after the fight, no one died though from both sides, but the top turret is down, the mid turret is down, and the bottom turret is down. Only inhibitors are left for Action PH, and with that, Team Secret gets out with the big paycheck, and now we're looking at a 9k gold lead. This is getting out of control for Action PH. There's still a sliver of chance right here. The Elder Drake is gonna be spawning next. So is the Baron. These are the 2 objectives that they will have to fight for. If they give up, the Elder Drake right here, that's going to be bad news for them. Very bad news for them. If they give up the Baron, also, that's going to be bad news for them. So they will have to fight these for these objectives. If not, it is going to be an early night for them.
And that's so much more valuable than the traditional Elder Dragon because that is the Infernal Elder Drake. So that is so much damage on top of how much stacked items the Team Secret already has. So pretty much, Action PH will not be able to give this for free for Team Secret because if they do, this game is pretty much over.
Right.
So Team Secret needs to think, how can we manifest this advantage into reality? Action PH still tries to really creep back down into those advantage with a 10k gold deficit back into the game. If we cancel how Action PH wants to initiate that comeback potential, Team Secret will win this fight. Now, we're looking at a 4-man roll for Team Secret in the top 7 map. Galio will actually go for the 2-man taunt. That's gonna be big. That's gonna be the kill. Team Secret gets the 2 kills from that engagement, and Team Secret will dominate this round as the jungle will not be available to even contest the Baron Nashor potential for Team Secret.
I told you, Infinity, James will be a difference maker here in this game. Action PH will try to respond with an aggression here in the mid side, and I think it's going to be a fight.
It's gonna be a fight indeed, but not so far. It's gonna be the 1v1. Suri will try to get that down, and that's gonna be the walk-up. But he will still stay alive. That's gonna be the zoning capabilities. Yamada will try to go back away. Indeed, he will be able to, but Team Secret got the Baron Nashor.
All right, and they know that Yamada is out of position right now, so they're gonna be chasing onto Yamada. James with the chase right there. What can Action PH do for this Infernal Drake? Another kill on their side, and I guess this is 2 big objectives going to the side of Team Secret.
Pantheon?
That's gonna be a fight.
Archer tries to go for the steal, but that's gonna be too late. Now that's gonna be the 5v1. Team Secret will bring it down. They got the Elder Dragon. They got 3 kills. They got the Infernal Elder Dragon. And this will be over. Team Secret will get everything that they want and will try to finish the game.
All right, is it safe to call? Is this game over already? Dragon Slain right there for the side of Team Secret. Look at that. 3 dragons on the side of Team Secret. Look at the gold. It's a 13k gold lead. The base is going to be left right here. With the Baron buff on Team Secret side, I think this is going to be a very easy push for Team Secret. Are you going to call it, my friend?
Well, not so far as of yet. There's still an opportunity, maybe like 0.001% chance for Action PH to make it back. But Team Secret, though, has a lot in store. So I think it's really going to be a dominant play. Even if they lose, even in the teammates for Action PH, they still have a lot in their pockets to bring it down for their team. So I think this is really going to be so much hard for Action PH to even initiate that setup for a comeback. And now it's going to be the 3v1. Still going to stay alive. Riven is dominating top set of the map. Getting the 1v2, 2 kills in their favor. Team Secret now diving into the Nexus base. Calling will be there, actually dominating the HP. Eli will be the only one alive. The Nexus base will fall down. Team Secret will get game 1 against Action PH.
Yes, it was a rough start for Team Secret, but there it is, the James effect. The team captain coming back in Secret looks way better macro-wise. That is how important James was in this game. I can understand why Team Secret wanted him to become a coach, because the macro calls of this guy are on point, and we saw that in this game. Kind of a long game, but it is Team Secret coming on top. Action PH will have to do better in game number 2. Game 1 goes to Team Secret. We are going to be seeing the graph later on. Who do you think is the MVP, Infinity?
MVP is going to be very hard to tell because of how much everyone has provided for the team. So no specific on who is really going to be the MVP. But the game states that Suri has it all. I mean, he was able to really impact the mid lane, delay how because Zuya really wants to play this game. And afterwards, he was roaming time and time again in other lanes to impact that respective lane in favor of Team Secret. So overall, I think equally, everyone has stated a very good importance in that game against Action PH.
Definitely well played by Team Secret. I love how courageous Team Secret is. They ran this composition yesterday. They lost it, but they still went with the same lineup for this run this time, and this time they come up victorious. That's courage right there. Even if you fail, come back and try to win once again with the game plan. Sticking to the game plan with this time with James. With them, it was a better execution. Again, kind of rough in the start, but they come up victorious in this game number 1. Again, congratulations to Tatsuri. I guess he is going to be our master of the game. But before that, let's go for the Oppo A94 play of the game.
That guillotine from Yamada was absolutely insane. But
Right.
where everything changed is in this particular fight, wherein Team Secret was able to get the better positioning because they were forcing out the dragon. They got the not the Elder Dragon, but Mountain Dragon in their favor, means that they were able to get that opportunity up, and Action PH was a bit hesitant into really punishing Team Secret. So
5v4.
they were able to get those kills for their team and then translate it into an advantage. With the Ocean and Mountain Dragon, they fought this 5v5 wherein Senna's route was absolutely phenomenal.
Right.
He was able to get a 5-man route, and in that particular case wherein Gaio can follow with the taunt, his teammates can follow up with the AoE damage, it was pretty much over in fighting in that pitch. So Team Secret was able to utilize the landscape time and time again. It was difficult for Action PH to really bring down Team Secret at this point.
Yes, definitely. At this point, it was already out of control for Action PH. Here are the Dragon takes. Pantheon should be coming in right there. It was already too late, and he is dead at this point. And at this point, there's nothing Action PH could do. This was game over, but they still have game number 2. Action PH will have to bring their A game this time if they want to get a win in this series. And there it is. Master of the match is going to be Tatsuri on the Riven with a 13 KDA and 57% kill participation. Well played by Tatsuri in the mid.
It's just massive impact. Tatsuri was able to really impact the whole game. He was pressuring onto the jungle. You saw the early matchup where in 20 seconds into the match, Tatsuri was getting the information that Pantheon started onto the bottom quadrant of the jungle, which means that the jungle will be in favor for teams having that specific knowledge, right? Because they have the information that, you know what, Pantheon may start into the bottom quadrant. After a couple of minutes, he will go top. And then Team Secrets of Jungle can now gag the bottom side of the map. And that is how important information is, especially in Wild Rift.
Definitely.
And Tatsuri was able to really impact in that specific case of the game.
Absolutely. So that brought the win for Team Secret this time. It's really hard to go up against this team because you are going to be facing this unorthodox play style, and Action PH will have that in mind in game number 2. Hopefully they can solve the puzzle right here for the team, get a win, and extend this to a game number 3. But Team Secret, I think, is going to be riding onto this momentum that they have, and they will want to close this early this evening. Let's see what do you think you know what kind of adjustment Action PH will have to do at this for game number 2?
I think it's actually quite difficult. They could ban out some of the champions that Team Secret has played very proficiently in this specific game number 1, or
Lucian?
even from yesterday's, having that information that they can ban. Lucian can be one, right? Because these champions are very comfortable. But do take note that Team Secret, I think, is one of the teams that has the most flexibility
True.
when it comes to the draft. Right, they can bring out those cheese picks. They can bring up the Vayne. They can bring up the unkillable composition, including the Olaf, Sona, and the Seraphine. If ever everything falls down, they can lean back into the traditional type of setup. So I think it's really difficult to pinpoint where Team Secret will be able to fall down. It's up to Action PH on what specific target they want to really remove from Team Secret. Because then that is where they will have that opportunity to bring down Team Secret.
I think that's a very good point. It's going to be very tricky for you to really draft against this Team Secret because of the cheese strat. But one thing I've seen very consistent for Team Secret, even in the previous season, is that their Galio on the Hamas is very, very effective. You saw that earlier in game number 1. I think it's going to be I think it's worth a try to target Hamas. We saw Team Secret yesterday without Hamas. They're not really themselves. With 3 bans available for on your side, you can try to target Hamas, and let's see if ever Team Secret will play the same game as yesterday. That's going to be something that you will need to try if you're Action PH. But here's a review of the draft in the earlier game. Gragas was made available. Team Secret gave away the Gragas in exchange of an Akali. That's very interesting. I would prefer banning Gragas on top of Akali. I'm not really sure. Is this a respect ban onto the Baron laner also of Action PH? Yamada. Yeah, Yamada is a good Akali player, so I think that's a respect ban. They gave up Gragas, but they're very confident. If you take Gragas, then we will have our Galio, and they got the Lucian on top of that second and third pick that Team Secret had. So very tricky still, but I would say try to target Hamas at this point in time. Right, so yeah, we got the Pantheon once again. Very interesting pick right here. Are you confident to say that Pantheon now is an S tier champ when he was very low in the tier count last season?
I think it's really going to be difficult to tell because tier lists are tier lists for a reason. I think there is no specific, this champion is an S plus tier champion. Right? Because these teams have their very own comfortable picks. And if Action PH has their comfort pick onto the Pantheon, then yes, based on Action PH's draft, this might be an S tier pick for them, but it doesn't really apply into every single teams, every single champion, every single player. So I believe Pantheon is a comfortable pick for Action PH to pick up. But what I do believe happened in this draft is really Action PH going for the double engage. Right? Gragas and Janna is available for Action PH's team, and I think that is where they want to hover into because of the first few picks for teams to get with the Galio, with the Lucian. Now, this is where everything changed because teams get adjusted with the double engage, right? They also have Sinjao to disengage onto the Gragas body slam with the Pantheon also being picked up. These are diving champions. So with Sinjao there, that will be an extra knockback. That will be an extra safety for Team Secret later on. And with Senna also being there, they were really being wary on how Action PH could affect going for maybe a melee support. So that is why they really were able to nitpick onto these champions that they do believe are actually quite good against Action PH's draft.
Right, definitely. So yeah, but Action PH, one thing that they need to consider is that Team Secret is very, very, very persistent in their cheese picks right now. We've seen Team Secret go for the range ADR Baron laner. So that can be something that they will want to look into, but it's going to be very tricky. How do you know if they're going to be cheesing or not? You have to take that into consideration and try to counter or even just switch up in the game just to really even things out in the laning phase. That's something that they need to do as they did not adjust to the cheese strategy of Team Secret earlier. So that might be something that we will see Action PH do in game number 2. That can change the dimension of the game and maybe win from that point on. Especially we saw earlier Darius was getting mauled at the top lane against the Lucian by Azar.
And here's an extra information, right? You're talking about Azar goes for the Lucian, and Azar is a Baron lane. And we need to look at the flexible picks that Team Secret has played out. They pick out the Galio, they picked the Lucian. Now, Action PH thinks, maybe Galio comes into the mid lane, Lucian comes into the bottom lane because they already have that favorable mid lane for Team Secret to play out. But never do they know Action PH was wrong. Team Secret had Lucian come onto the Baron lane, Galio went in for the Dragon lane instead, and Riven went into the mid lane. This is what we talked about flexibility into the draft. Team Secret has the most flexible champion pool in this team, in this game right now. Galio can be played by Tatsuri, Galio can be played by Hamis, Galio can be played by Chewy. And this is just how much Team Secret has in their hands to deal out in this tournament.
True. This is the first time I saw Riven in the tournament, and Riven is played in the mid. That's unconventional. That's surprising, and you will not be able to prepare for this. So it is very tricky going up against Team Secret. Action PH will have to. This is their moment. It's going to be very bad in this tournament if you go 0-2. So they will have to do their best. This is make or break. Try to win this game number 2 in the series number 4. I'm counting on them. They made it this far so far, so they really have the talent. They just have to be able to be decisive and try to really study Team Secret for game number 2.
Yeah, and I think it's the second Riven coming into the Rift, but I guess it's the first Riven that we saw into the mid lane.
Oh, yeah,
I guess
true.
that's what you're saying, right? Riven into the mid lane is just so weird. And not in a weird because it's bad, not in a weird because it's good, but because it's unconventional and untraditional. And when was the last time we see a Riven come into the mid lane? But I guess that is how Team Secret wants to answer, because you're looking at the Gragas that has been picked up by Action PH, considering that you have the Pantheon as well, and also with the Darius. This is most likely the mid lane. So Team Secret has this understanding that, you know what, they have already locked in all their picks, Gragas, Darius, and also the Pantheon. So more or less, they don't have a favorable mid lane to put in aside from the Gragas. So let's match that up onto a Riven, because we know that Riven can really deal off massive amounts of damage. A Gragas is very, very slow. He can go for the CC, yes, but it's only the body slam. Once it's gone, Riven can come in, counterattack, counter engage. It's over in the mid lane. And I think this is how much understanding the Team Secret has. But of course, I also want to commend how Action PH played that early game. We saw how Action PH wants to play that out. They got the 2 kills into the top side of the map. They overextended a bit, so Yamada died with the trade-off in equally for Team Secret. But later on, I think they were in a bit of a bad positioning onto the Dragon fight in a 5v5, wherein Team Secret was the one forcing it out. And Action PH was there to contest it. So Action PH has all the confidence to come in because they were the ones who were trying to really beat down Team Secret in their own game. So I think it's a matter of having more confidence on how Action PH plays this game number 2 to bring down Team Secret.
Yeah, they already have the good start in game number 1. All they have to do in game number 2 is really have the same start and just be consistent. Team Secret, kudos to them. They had a rough start, but they kept their composure. And again, that's the Hammers effect. The team captain is their composure. We saw that in the previous series, and Team Secret was able to come back strong at the mid part of the game. So what Action PH has to do is really I think they've already found their technique for the early game. They just have to be consistent and try to not give off free kills on Team Secret, where Team Secret can capitalize and reverse the game, as Team Secret has a very strong macro game, especially in the mid and the later part of the game.
Yeah, I think it's a general consensus at the moment that First Blood isn't exactly the most changing ever in the game. But what rather is we need to look at the Tower First Blood. We need to look at the towers that are being taken after, the Dragons, the Rift Herald, and the Baron Nashor, right? Because the First Blood, yes, it gives you an extra gold. It gives you an extra peace of mind in that early matchup. But considering that Wild Rift's map is actually quite small compared into another League of Legends, right? It's easier for these champions that are slain to go back into the lane much faster, around 20 seconds, including into the death timers. So that itself is actually quite huge. So I think that it is where we need to emphasize on what we look forward into this game. Early game will be the into game indeed, but what more else can these teams provide aside from the First Blood?
Right. Yeah, I think actually for that, to answer that, I think Action PH, aside from being consistent, in the mid game, I think there were communication issues from them. I was really questioning the part when the Baron was available and Kaisa was taking the Wind Drake. Some of the champions on Action PH were going for the Baron, to check the Baron, and they went in for the fight without the Kaisa, and that was a very costly mistake for Action PH, which really took the winds off their sail. So they have to do better on the communication side, especially in the macro mid-late game.
I guess communication is indeed going to be very important, right?
Mhm.
When you don't have comms with your teams, it's going to be very difficult to have a set strategy. This is what we want. This is what we do. We have to do this. And if you don't have any comms, that's not going to happen because everyone's going to do something of their own. They're not
Right.
going to listen to these sort of strategies that are going to be step-by-step process, right? So I do believe that comms is indeed going to be very important and also going to be communicating with your teams and such like that. But I wanted to take note about how much possessioning the Team Secret was able to do. I mean, prior to this game, Leoric, you and I were talking about how Team Secret plays with a team, plays like a team.
Right.
They're going for the 5v5. They're going for a certain objective. They're really coming down to get this certain objective. We saw how they were able to go down into the Dragon's Pit on the 5v4, right? They were really just able to act very, very actively before Action PH can do anything. And I think Action PH, if they can match that up, it's going to be very exciting. It's going to be very intense, as it will be even level playing field between these two teams.
Right, definitely. So yeah, we saw that this Team Secret team play, they were one really. While Action PH was one of them is taking the Drake. Other teams are trying to check the Baron. They're basically doing two things at the same time. While Team Secret was really going in as a team. They went into the Baron as a team. They turned for the fight as a team. While Action PH did not, and that was the difference right there. You were very on point on how Team Secret plays as a team, and we want to see Action PH do that also if they really want to get in and take this game to a game number 3. Hopefully they can, but Team Secret's looking so strong right now. Hopefully Action PH will be able to adjust.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. I think adjustment is going to be very important. Flexibility, adaptability are certain characteristics that you really need to have in a professional league like this. And I think that's going to be very important. But moving forward, we talked a lot about this game number 1. I want to talk about yesterday's matchup.
True.
I want to hear your thoughts on a Vayne pick, because this is sort of the shocker for everyone that is watching when teams get played this out with Azar onto the Baron lane. And I want to hear your thoughts. What do you think about it?
I think that's a good pick. Same theory with when they picked up Lucian for the Baron lane. They are gonna go for the early game and they want to snowball from that point on. That's the theory right here. So Vayne pick onto Azar, I think is gonna be very possible in game number 2. I even think that's gonna be happening in game number 2. But yeah, that is always very good. But if ever the opposing team knows how to deal with it, knows how to stay in the lane and play with that Vayne on the Baron lane, it is going to be very beneficial for the opposing team. Why? In the late game, once again, Vayne is, yes, a damage dealer, but if you have a Baron laner that is a damage, like a Renekton, a damage dealer and a tank at the same time, who can initiate in the fight, that's a more, I think that's more points heading towards the mid and to the late game where the champion can do so many things in the fight. So it's a very it's a thin line for teams to do that, but if done correctly, a Vayne Baron laner can pay dividends for the team. I think Team Secret has that skill overall as a team to pull it off.
Right, I think Vayne is really, really strong. We saw it a while ago, right? In the previous series, wherein Vayne was very, very dominant in this game. So I think when Team Secret wants to play this out, if they can get that early momentum for that Vayne, they could really just affect the whole match overall, especially when it comes to mid game, late game. So yeah, I'm definitely having Vayne is a cheese pick for Azar to pick up, right? They have a lot basically for Azar as a flexible champion. Now, we talked about Team Secret, his cheese pick. I want to talk about Action PH. I think Akali currently has not been seen so far, but Yamada was able to pick it up, play it out against UCFC in day number 1. I want to hear your thoughts about it. I think you touched a little about it in our discussion in the draft. And what do you think about why Action PH actually played this out?
Actually, it was banned by Team Secret. That was that was one of the bans of Team Secret. I think if ever Team Secret did not ban that, they are gonna go for the Akali for Yamada. So that's a well played right there during the draft for Team Secret. They did not take Action PH for granted. They really studied the strengths of Action PH. They took away the Yamada Akali, and that played into their favor, especially that Azar it went go against the Darius. That was very, very beneficial for them, especially in the early parts of the game. If Yamada will be able to take this Akali into their team composition, I think Team Secret is experienced enough onto dealing with that Akali. So I think that's not really gonna be a factor, but Team Secret will not gamble in a way. But this time, Team Secret doesn't ban the Akali. Interesting. So the bans are going to be Ziggs, Senna. Yes, that's a good ban. Gragas. Then we have Galio. Good ban. Lee Sin, and then Braum. First pick is going to be Camille for Action PH.
Yeah, Lucian and Akali to follow through for Team Secret. I think they really want to play back onto what they played a while ago, but instead of going for an unconventional Baron lane, or maybe it's still potential with Akali that can go to Tatsuri. And this is what we're saying. It's a lot of flexible champions in the first rotation for Team Secret that they can really put anyone anywhere. So
Yeah, this
Team
could
Secret
be
is still going to be a mystery.
True. This could be another Baron laner, Lucian. You're saying the flexibility of Team Secret, right?
Yeah. But Kaisa, Janna being picked up by Action PH. I think they want to have a steady duo lane. And Kaisa, as we'll all know, has a very, very good wave clear. On top of that, we have a Janna that can really pressure in. But Team Secret want to match that up into an aggressive support as well. Nami can go for a support onto a Lucian if ever the opportunity actually arises. And Lucian at level 1, very, very strong individual champion because of the passive that is built into his skill kit. With Xin Zhao now locked in as well, Team Secret, I do believe, wants to play the early game for their team to really dominate in mid-game, late game.
Yes, another Xin Zhao pick right here. This worked for them in game number 1. Let's see if ever the Action PH does have an answer for this. They will go for the Twisted Fate as their mid champion. Jarvan 4 is going to be their jungler. So I guess this is going to be a Camille on the Baron lane going up against possible Akali. Oh, Pantheon is going to be here. I don't know. What do you think? Pantheon is going to be the top laner?
It's really going to be sort of the mystery at the moment because Pantheon can go to the mid lane, Pantheon can go to the Baron, can even go to the jungle. So it really depends on what Team Secret wants to go for. But having this information, I think Pantheon will not go into the mid lane instead. But I think this is actually quite interesting, right? Because Camille, as we all know, has a passive that actually gives him a tanky HP that cannot be broken down that easily. Jarvan 4 is a very tanky champion as well. With a Pantheon passive on his ultimate, having 15% penetration or something in similar percentage in level 5 can really affect how much Action PH can do into building armor up against a Lucian.
Right. Very interesting right here. You mentioned earlier about the picks, the synergy with the Lucian, but Renekton was missed right here. Wasn't banned. No one picked Renekton. Another power pick that's off the radar right now. So very interesting, this Team Secret. I think Action PH was expecting that to be picked by Team Secret, but no, they didn't go for it. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to game number 2, the fight between Action PH on the blue side versus Team Secret on the red side. It is going to be the junglers, Jarvan 4 going for the Raptors first. That's usually the new route right now, just to protect yourself, as the Xin Zhao finished the red buff already on the top side. There are no... Oops, there's gonna be a fight here in the mid.
You know what's interesting? The fight's not gonna be started off, no one's gonna get killed, but when you look at the map, information game, Team Secret and both Action PH has dominated the river information. Action PH went for the ward early game into both Rift Scuttler location. Team Secret does the same thing, but now it's gonna be Ryzen coming in. That's gonna be slow onto Trevor. That's gonna be the Ignite as well. Not gonna be able to bring him down. The third goes for the Aegis. Just delaying how much damage will come through. That's gonna be the first blood, but with a trade, that's gonna be the 1-for-1 for both these teams.
All right, that's gonna be 1-for-1 indeed. Still pretty even on the gold count. That was very hectic right there. But in the end, Action PH was able to really even things out. No, it was Team Secret who were able to even things out. It was Tatsuri who died first. Rift Scuttler is gonna be a very, very big factor right here. Team Secret will get the Rift Scuttler at the bottom side. Action PH will want to secure the top side. So here comes the support to help Action PH secure that top scuttler. But there are 3 champions right here, and it's gonna be a fight, man.
Pantheon actually going for the face check, will be knocked off. That's going to be the stun to follow through. That's going to be very difficult.
Boom.
And that will be another kill for Action PH. Now there's going to be a 2v4. That's going to be a 1-for-1 trade-off. But no, it is not, as Action PH gets one more on top of it all.
All right, 2-for-1 trade in favor of Action PH. We are now seeing a 3-2 on the board. 2 minutes and 23 seconds in. Azar is made available at the top. I think he will be able to do a decent amount of damage here at the top lane. Camille will have to run towards that side of the map, and he will be able to defend this. But still, it is Action PH still in control in the early part of the game. Hopefully, they can continue this pace of the game so that they can win throughout the game. Action PH right now is going for safety for both the lanes at this point. First Drake of the game. This is gonna be very big. We will watch out for this. It's gonna be an infernal Drake. Action PH will have to capitalize on this time.
Team Secret though, 3-man roam into the bottom side of the map. Action PH doesn't have any information on what's happening into the game. Team Secret will wait for the opportunity, will wait for the right time, and look at Trevor just waiting there very, very patiently as now he comes into the backside. Now Action PH has the information. Now he goes for the root. He goes for the stun. That's gonna be the Howling Gale. Actually quite perfect. Side the way to zone out the enemy team. That's gonna kill. Team Secret will get it down. Pantheon with the ultimate goes to the backside. Destiny will come in, and that will be the 1-for-1. But Action PH will still be surviving as they huggle under the turret. Team Secret will be forced back away as Infernal Dragon will come up 13 seconds.
All right, that was well played by Action PH, getting back into that fight. Even Jana, with very low HP, had hung around in the area so that she can still help the team. That's how you play as a team if you want to defeat Team Secret. 4-3 on the board. First Drake of the game is already available. Let's see who will take this one.
Still gonna be a mystery because Action PH currently has a dominance onto the riverbed below the map. So River, Infernal Dragon will still be stating Action PH, but Trevor having that information with a skill shot, checking onto the bush as it actually quite clever for their team. So Trevor has the information that Action PH really wants to go for the Death Brush, really wants to go for the Infernal Drake. And with that being stated down, Action PH will be forced to retreat once again.
All right, I like the itemization right here for the support of Action PH. They know that Akali is in this fight, so the Jana went for the Twin Shadows right away to counter Akali's Shroud. That's going to be very important here in the team fights, especially we know that Akali really loves to join the team fights. That early Twin Shadows right there is going to be a good answer for Team Secret aggression once that happens. Yamada at the top has priority. Let's see if he will be visiting for the Drake, as it is going to be a fight here at the bottom side.
That's a win for the stun. No follow through for Team Secret. No kills will be done as of yet. So Infernal Drake will still be alive. Action PH and Team Secret has the knowledge that Infernal Dragon is very, very important. So if anyone gets killed, this is gonna be over for the Infernal Dragon to go either of these teams. But this will change everything, as now it's gonna be Ryzen falling back away, but a flag and drag. It's everyone now falling through. 3-man roam for Action PH goes to the bottom side of the map. That's gonna be big, but Team Secret will be there as well to go for the contest to match it up against Action PH. But Team Secret knows that Ryzen went back for the recall, so TS is now gonna start the Infernal Dragon.
Yes, this is going to be Infernal Dragon, 2,000 HP down. That's 1,500 done. That's going to be the red team. Sins out taking the dragon, and there is not a reason for the fight. So Action PH will back away, but that was a well-played series of events with Team Secret. Getting the Jarvan 4 chip down, forced to go back home. That opened up the Dragon for them. Plus, they take the first turret of the game. So Team Secret, even if they're down on the frag count, they are on top of this game with 2,000 in the lead, 6 minutes and 30 seconds in. Blue team, Action PH, will get the Rift Herald as an exchange.
That's the least that Action PH can do. Team Secret already got the Infernal Dragon. They got the Tower First Blood. They were dominating the bottom side of the map. So Action PH needs to think, what do we do to get those trades? And Rift Herald will be the answer, which they've gotten. So at the very least, they've gotten something out of that engagement. They've got something out of that objective in favor of their team. And Rift Herald can be released later on if they do want the Dragon after with a Mountain Dragon, or they can punish pressure in Team Secret to get a tier 1 turret.
Right, definitely. This is something interesting I really want to point out. We looked at the TF. His first item is Nashor's Tooth. He's looking for some on-hit damage. I think it's working so far for Action PH. We saw that in the earlier skirmishes. Right now, because of this build, I think Action PH is looking to split push with their Camille and TF. We're going to be looking at that later on. But right now, they're not able to do that. They spot champions here at the top. TF goes in, there's a fight.
Destiny, and that's gonna be the golden card connecting onto the Nami. Nami will force it back away. That's gonna be the Hex Tech ultimatum onto the Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao will force down, and that will be the flash. But the Rift Herald will now be spawned on top side, so Team Secret needs to hug down the tier 1 turret on top side of the map. Azar will now come into the top side as well to go for the response, but Action PH is baiting the Rift Herald. They're now looking to go to the mid lane.
Yeah, that's very important. One of the most important turrets of this game is the mid turret, but Team Secret is gonna be here on time. That's the power of global ultimates right there. When Pantheon went in, that was signal for Action PH to back away, and Action PH plan was foiled because of that. But in exchange, it is gonna be Team Secret who takes the top turret, and there's gonna be a 1v1 fight right here.
Yamada, Chewy is actually gonna battle this out. Who looks to be better. That's gonna be the flash away. That's gonna be the kill for Team Secret. And Chewy will gain more gold on top of the turret that they've taken down.
A little BM right there from Chewy, winning that 1v1 fight. It was a hard battle. It should have been that Camille who won that 1v1, but instead, Chewy won that, and that was a well-deserved BM right there. But in the end, it is still Team Secret starting to pull away in this game. Top turret is already down. Bottom turret is already down. That's a lot of gold going to the economy of Team Secret side, and we're now looking at a 4K gold lead at 9 minutes in. That's not a lot, but you will still feel that in the next team fights, especially that the next objective of the game is going to be spawning soon. That's the Baron, and that's the Mountain Drake. So let's see how Team Secret is going to be capitalizing on this as they go for the pressure here in the mid side, and there's a fight.
Cataclysm connecting onto Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao will go back away. Team Secret will get the tier 1 turret into the mid lane, and they're happy with that.
True. They just get it, or they just went for the turret and went out and gets paid right away. That's still a very big win. Remember, there's still no turret down on the Team Secret side, and 3 turrets down on Action PH. That piles up, especially on the gold lead, and that will be very, very beneficial for Team Secret at this point. It is Azar split pushing, will be going back home. Dragon is available. It is going to be Action PH who is going to be here. So I don't think Team Secret is going to be here on time. Let's see what will happen. I think there's going to be a fight, man.
Xin Zhao, we have here, Pantheon Ultimate will come down on from the sky, but Action PH will get the Dragon, but the fight's not going to be over. Team Secret will try to go for the contest here onto the team fight. Golden card will be ready. Team Secret needs to respect this, and they will fall back away. They're giving it away for free, but they're lucky to go for the mid lane instead.
Yes,
Azardo,
definitely. All right.
He's not going to be happy with no kills. He goes to the bottom lane, but no. The recall will be forced.
It was spotted by the ward there at the Tribush on the bottom side, so the Action PH knows about that. I thought they were marching towards the Baron take right here, but I don't think there's gonna be fight, man.
Back and drag, Cataclysm to follow up. Tidal Wave will connect onto one, but not gonna be Jarvan 4, who was the one targeting onto Chewy. A big kill for Action PH, removing the ADC from Team Secret.
All right, big win right there for Action PH. They needed that badly, but still, after those kills, that kill that they got, they are still down 5k in this game. They have to try to be able to put in their action plan right here. I think they're still gonna go for a split push plan right here with the TF, but somehow it's not working for them. They haven't taken any third down. So this is very good by Team Secret recognizing the plan of Action PH, and they're not letting that happen at this point.
Yeah, and Team Secret has the information that Yamada is on the bottom side of the map because of their deep ward. They've placed in between the Gromp. So that's going to be big for Team Secret that they have this knowledge on whether Action PH wants to do something else, because Camille is a key core champion for Action PH, because that is where those hyper aggressive initial setups, those lockdown is going to come from. So having that information that maybe one member is onto the bottom side of the map, Team Secret will be able to open the other locations that they can engage. And look at that, right? Action PH cannot do anything because Camille's no longer there. Camille is not there to go into the fight, and they don't have any frontliners to do so.
Definitely. Well, right now, but the game is being stalled by Team Secret. They need to force the issue right here. They already have the advantage at this point of the game. They have to pick the pace up. One thing they can do at this point is try to fake a Baron to force a reaction from Action PH, and I think they're doing just that. They're just hiding inside the pit right there, and the initiation is going to start, and that's the fight.
Destiny will be there. Tidal Wave will now come in. No one will get hurt. Culling will be there, forcing out the ultimate from Chewie, but they don't want to kill. They want to Baron Nashor, and they're now going to force it away. It's now going to be Ryzen getting that information. Team Secret will try to bait this out, looking for the information whether Action PH wants to go for the contest, but no, they're not gonna do it. Team Secret will fall back away.
All right, I like what Team Secret is doing right now. They're forcing the issue. They're forcing the Action PH team to react. That means you are in control of the game, but somehow they are not able to capitalize on that yet. It would have been a very good Baron take for them, but so far so good by Action PH. They're not really committing onto their reactions, and they're able to stall this game out, and I think that's one thing that they can do to get back into this game. Drag the game into the late game. The more time you have, that means you will have more options, and more options will mean that there will be more chances for you to get back into this game and maybe force out a mistake from Team Secret. Very well played for Action PH so far, dragging this game.
Yeah, it's a very interesting point that you stated, but what's more interesting is we are seeing the first ever Warmug's armor coming to Jorvan 4. He went in for the HP. He wants to sustain himself because he understands the Team Secret is really all go for the aggression, all in for those hyper plays that they keep on doing. So having a Warmug's armor gives him more extra uptime in the game, in the lane, in these objectives that they can really punish. Now Team Secret though is now wanting to go for the contest here. Pantheon's now going for the ultimate. Akali will go for the flag. That's getting a 5-point strike. A lot of damage coming through. Destin will get the information. Hextech ultimate will now be forced, but he goes down. He goes out. Yamada will flash away. He's gonna battle this out, but he's gonna fall down. Double kill for Lucian, and Team Secret will get the ace, will get the 5 kills, and they're looking for the tier 2 turret into the bottom side of the map.
All right, that's the OPPO team ace right there. Again, we are seeing the power of the Pantheon. Good entrance from the Pantheon right there. And with this, I don't think there is going to be enough time for Action PH to defend this. Team Secret recognizes it, and they are going to go for the jugular. Oh no, it's going to be executed right there by Kali. But I think they're still A-okay as a new wave is going to be coming in. 500, 300, done. That is Team Secret winning game number 2, and that is well played. Another 2-0, man. What do you think about that fight?
It was intense. It was an amazing back and forth for both Team Secret and Action PH. I think they were really trying to adjust on Team Secret's gameplay. They understand really how Team Secret really just force in those fights. They want to be very, very dominant in their very game. And I think that is reflective towards the items they were building. But the problem is, they were not able to trade some of the objectives that Team Secret was forcing out against them.
Right.
That, at the end, boils down to to Team Secret getting the overall advantage and winning the game.
Definitely. So yeah, at that later part of the game, we mentioned that Team Secret is doing well. They have control of the game. They forced reaction, and they were able to force a very big reaction from Action PH with that dragon pressure right there. If I was Action PH, I wouldn't have committed onto that dragon, but it is what it is. The fight happened, and it cost them the game. It cost them the game dearly, really. They would have been able to drag the game even further, try to look for options in the later part of the game, but they went in for the fight. They thought they can win it. In the end, they lost, got aced, and they gave up the game because of that. Another 2-0. It's been a pattern for day 1 and day number 2. It's going to be very interesting if it's going to be the same pattern for tomorrow, but we want to see the stats. Who do you think is the MVP here?
It's really still gonna be so much to answer that question, because we have to look at how teams could play that game out. Every single one of them was key valuable players. And I do believe MVP is stating what the stats are going to be the best for that individual player. But if one is removed from Team Secret's draft, at this specific game, it's going to crumble down.
Right, definitely. That shows you the strength of Team Secret. If you play with Team Secret, everyone really steps up, and it's going to be very hard for you to choose the MVP. But here, the stats are up. 4-1-3 is the score of Chewy, and he's going to be MVP. But that's just a tad right there. Very good game from all of Team Secret at this point. Look at that. Even Hamas 1-0-6 on the support. That's very, very nice stat line right there. I can even say that Hamas is one of the MVPs of this game, but it is what it is. Here are the replays. Play of the game from Oppo A94.
Yeah, and this first blood was not exactly gonna be the best because the goal difference is quite small. But this is where everything just changes things out. Team Secret was being hovered, was being pressured in by Action PH. But the reason for this is how much Camille rotated into the mid side and enabled Azar to just farm into the top side of the map, wherein we really don't see so much because of the lane that was lost by Action PH. This is really enabled Team Secret to keep up with how much pressure Action PH is dealing in the early game. And with that pressure, they really built up to a certain point that they are sustainable. In this particular case, where Chewy was going for the 1v1 against a Camille, which was not exactly the most advantage situation for an ADC. And this is the game-defining moment for Team Secret winning that fight. They were able to pick up Action PH once again because of a better positioning. They were forcing the dragon. Action PH was the one trying to contest it, and they were the one who was very, very hesitant that they're trying to go for the dragon spit, and that in the end failed them. Team Secret got the kill, Team Secret got the ace, Team Secret got the 5 kill to go to the Nexus base. And the master of the match from that game number 2 is Chewy with the Lucian from Team Secret.
Well deserved right there. Well played by Chewy on this Lucian. 7 ADA. Kill participation is 44%. But it was enough to really impact the game, especially in the last part of the game, the last fights. He was very impactful, and that cost the team wipe onto the side of Action PH. Well played right here by our player of the game, master of the match, Chewy. Hopefully we see the same performance moving forward. I know the panel is rooting for Team Secret. They were practically praying that Team Secret win this, and Team Secret delivered. Action PH, they had another strong early game. You saw that. It was kind of, I thought it was already their game because they had the early game. But then again, Team Secret's team fights, they fight as one, and they're very good at that. It got them the mid part of the game and took control of the later part of the game. That's how strong Team Secret is as a team. We want to see more of that moving forward.
Yeah, more of it, especially coming into tomorrow, coming into the next weeks. We are expecting a lot more team fights. We're expecting a lot more unconventional picks. And this is the reason where everything with the meta changes, with the patch updates, that we can see how every single champions and composition will form out.
Right.
So once again, that was a very, very interesting fight. 2-0 once again for Team Secret. That was an amazing and exhilarating series to say the least. I'm Infinity and this is Leoric, and we're gonna step away for now. When we come back, it's gonna be the panelist desk talking about what had happened in this game for Team Secret and Action PH.
Play League of Legends Wild Rift with Glow.
Oh no! Our spot's closed?
No prob. With Go 50, you can play anywhere.
Wow!
Game on with Go 50 and level up with Go Play 10 for even more League of Legends Wild Rift. See ya!
Yo, Mark 9. They really don't think we can keep doing this. They don't think we can keep making hits about cameras. But I'm the cameraman. But I'm the cameraman. Stay creamy.
Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me Cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you had to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The end to it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansell Adams. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
You are watching the Sea Icon series fall season where it seems like a game 3 will never happen because Team Secret win the last series of the day against Action PH 2-0 again, and they will take 75,000 Globe Cup points home. Lucky for us, we are joined by a very special guest on our post show. We do have Chewy here from Team Secret. Chewy, thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations on Team Secret's win. Okay, so we have a few questions for you. First of all, I have to ask, what was going on? What was the feeling during that 5-man route when you were on the Senna? And then you thought it was pretty cool. That is awesome. It's awesome that it took you by surprise as well. So it's nice to know that even the pros can be surprised at what they're capable of. Otilus, do you have a question for Chewy?
Yeah, again, another historic moment, right? 5-man route on Senna is definitely one of the replays highlights that we will see over and over again. But Chewy, Otilus here, and congratulations on winning against Action PH. Just one quick question. What's the story behind your IGN? And do you plan, or does anyone from Team Secret have plans of changing their IGN to maybe Chewy87 or something like that?
First, the story behind my IGN. Kinuha ko siya sa K-pop girl group na Twice.
Hey!
Kasi kinuha ko siyang
fellow ones.
handle sa Discord, yung Chewy. Tapos tinawag na ako ng mga friends ko ng Chewy. Tapos nagustuhan ko, tinatawag nila ako na Chewy. Tapos yun na. Ginamit ko yun. And I'm not sure about the name change with my teammates. Siguro yun na yung pangalan namin forever.
Missed opportunity.
What about you, Osiris?
Yeah, hello fellow ones. So my bias is Sana, but good to hear that you're on Chewy. So yeah, question, and congratulations of course from winning. The question would be, are we going to expect to see you on a
muted?
Oh, I'm not sure. Ooh, I muted again. Okay,
Oh, yeah.
Oculus, it's your time to shine. You're my
Let me
translator.
translate. Come on,
We
come
need
on.
we
You're my
need an
translator,
interpreter
okay?
here, apparently.
Just ask him if he's going to play mages or is he going to stick with the traditional marksman.
Oh yeah,
Speaking
moving.
Osiris.
Yeah. Okay. So wait, Osiris. Osiris is in me. All right, Chewy. He's asking if we are going to expect you to still play traditional moving forward, or are you planning to incorporate more mages?
Usually wala talagang pinipiling champion. Hinahayaan ko lang si James kasi siya talaga yung drafter namin. And abangan nyo na lang kasi marami talaga kaming pwedeng gamitin.
Ooh, that sounds like
Very
a
well said.
tease indeed to Team Secret's unpredictability, of course, something that we very much miss.
We kind of
So,
miss that.
Chewy, do you have any shout outs that you'd like to give maybe to all of the supporters out there watching?
Shoutout syempre sa family ko kasi palagi nilang sinusuportahan, nanonood sila palagi. And naririnig ko palagi sila sa nag-cheer sa baba. And
Oh, that's so
pati yung mga fans ko since nung nag-stream pa lang ako, thank you for the continuous support. Sorry kung nane-neglect ko na kayo ngayon. Pero nag-focus kasi ako ngayon
Oh.
mag-improve lang. And sa pag-promote.
Chewy. One sec. Your fans, do you call them chewables or something?
Actually sila gumawa neto supporters.
Supporters!
It's even better.
Okay.
Sila gumawa.
Better.
It makes
Thank
me
you.
want to be a supporter. Chewy,
Chewbacca and the supporters.
Chewy, what's your page so that everybody out there watching can be a supporter?
Secret Chewy on Facebook, and make sure check nyo na rin yung Team Secret page for more memes and my teammates.
Oh yes, indeed. Gotta love the memes. Gotta love the memes. Chewy, thank you so much, and congratulations once again to Team Secret for finishing off day number 2.
Thank you po. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Good night. All right, there you have it. That was Chewy, and I'm sure he's gonna have a lot more supporters. Oh, that's so good. That is so good. Whoever thought of that? Salute. Good job. Good job.
Chewables to
On the
supporters.
loose, you thought on the loose. You thought you were so clever with the chewables.
No.
Yeah,
Chewy,
no.
Chewy
I'm
had
far
something
behind.
better. Supporters, it's a hit. It's a hit here with the panel. And what else is a hit? Of course, it is Team Secret looking back in top form, of course, under the direction of General James as they took on Action PH. Let's actually check out some of those series highlights because this is a Team Secret that we're a lot more familiar with, and it really does show, James' effect is just undeniable over here. This was a Team Secret that we are better off, of course, very familiar with. And Action PH, there were times that we actually had a window, and why couldn't they capitalize on that? And why was Team Secret able to cut them off?
Oh, definitely. They were on their toes, right? Team
Yummy.
Secret and Action PH in this game was very close to call, but I think there was this one point in this particular clash, and that's the killer's instinct from Eli. He will go in and he won't be able to finish off that Suri. That Suri, by the way, is going away with the MVP in this particular game, even though Azar bagged the medal. So in our analogy, it's like, in school we have best in science, best in math, best in everything, and yet you're not top one. So I guess that's just
Aw.
secret ref things.
Yeah, and sit down, Oculus, because I know that Satsuri is the real MVP. I know, I'm just kidding. Well, they did really function. Everyone really on game 1, this is the Team Secret that they wanted to see. Upon game 2, it was Action PH who's really close compared to their other games. This is the best form that I've seen to them so far at fall. And if this kind of approach to the game continues, there's a possibility that they can snag one win on a different team or even Team Secret also, because it was fairly close. The numbers are close. They're just having a hard time also on the macro that they dropped You Rift Herald onto the top lane, but continue pushing onto the mid lane, which is really different. And they need to focus more on those kinds of small details. But so far, I'm loving the improvement coming in from Action PH.
Yes, definitely. It shows that, they've really changed from the summer season. They really have grown. And the fact that they can take a match like this to Team Secret and call it this close, I think that's pretty awesome on the side of Action PH. Almost there. Almost there. And Team Secret, once again, back in it, back in action. And, we are looking forward to all of those new strategies that Chewy did tease us with. That should be really, really exciting as the weeks go on and as more patches come into the Icon series as well. Of course, the game is continuously changing, and we do know that Team Secret is usually one of the teams that are on top of that. Let's take a look at our standings as they are at the end of day 2. Of course, we know that we have RRQ over here with easy 6 digits right away for Group A. That is 150,000 Globe Cup points. Liyab Esports and GrindSky Esports. I believe that goes to Bren Esports actually with 75,000 Globe Cup points. And for Group B, we do have UCFC Esports with 150,000 Globe Cup points. Galaxy Racer and Team Secret with 75,000 Globe Cup points. Action PH yet to get on the board, and I believe GrindSky Esports yet to get on the board as well. But it is still it's still day 2. It's still pretty early, and we do have tomorrow as well. Let's actually check out. I do believe we have the schedule coming up for tomorrow, and it's funny. I know that it seems like I'm looking forward to all of Team Secret's matches, but there is an interesting matchup for tomorrow. Now I think these standings are where they should be. So we do have Action PH and GrindSky Esports yet to get on the board. They do have another chance tomorrow, of course, and the rest of the weeks that we have here at the fall season to improve, to learn what their opponents have in store for them and adapt. And of course, we have our eyes over here on RRQ and UCFC Esports. Panel, I have to ask you guys, is this kind of like what you expected? I mean, I know that we have all these new teams coming in for the fall season. Did you expect that it would actually be RRQ and UCFC Esports cementing their top spots here right on day 2 on the first week of the broadcast?
I'll be honest, the answer is no. Not because I'm a stan of Team Secret, but I believe on paper Team Secret, right, as one of our representatives, they have proven time and time again that they can really dominate the scene here locally. Maybe it's UCFC improving to a point that they can challenge Team Secret just for this group alone. As for Group A, I did mention during the pre-show that it's very difficult to really assess and analyze as to who's going on top. So, yeah, I guess to answer your question, no, I did not expect this.
Yeah. What about you, Osiris?
Yeah, and so far, there's, all of the games are really exciting. It feels like this always has been a 2-1 in a different universe. But so far, it was rating 2-0s, and then the top teams.
That's what I didn't expect.
They are somehow, they are somehow as expected with RRQ and Liyab just fighting on the top spot, and USC, FC, and JXR just trying to beat themselves out just to be the top of Group B. But so far, it's really convincing. Everyone really did show that they are deserving for their own spot.
And again, the big question remains: are we gonna get a game 3? Maybe we will get a game 3 tomorrow. I have to ask you guys, which match? So this is the big question now. Which match do you think we're gonna be getting a game 3?
Let's go. All right. So what's on the menu? Okay, Bren versus Liyab looks very spicy to me. So I'm going to pick match number 2.
Possible. We could have a game 3 there.
Well, I wanted to go with UCFC versus Team Secret because this is the true test. It should be Team Secret with James just to make sure that we know that UCFC is the deserving on that spot, making sure that they are sitting at top, or is it gonna be the redemption for Team Secret?
Yeah. I mean, I obviously I look forward to all of Team Secret's matches. It's also because of course they're a little unpredictable, and the thing with Team Secret is that they basically symbolize the summer season, the status quo of the summer season.
Yeah.
And that's how we know that things are shifting. You know, if somebody takes away the crown, or if somebody has the potential to take away the crown from Team Secret, then we know that, okay, fall, it's a different ball game now. It's a different thing. And we could be seeing, you know, other Philippine representatives making it over to other events that will be throughout the year. Possibly even to Worlds. Who knows? Who knows? So that's why I think it's very interesting to see Team Secret's matches. You know, they're the symbol of the status quo in summer, and their fight against UCFC Esports, I think, will be interesting because they have this very brutalist style, and they're just bulldozing through everything.
Yeah.
Very interesting indeed. This fall season is quite a puzzle. And again, are we going to get a Game 3? We're going to find out. So I hope you guys are following all of PPGL's official channels. We, of course, have PPGL on Facebook, on YouTube, on Twitch, and on TikTok. And, of course, we are active on Twitter. Once again, you guys can join the discussion. All you have to do is just post your thoughts, your comments, reactions, and use two magic hashtags. Hashtag #SeeIconSeriesPH and hashtag #DominateTheRift. We are also on Discord. Thank you so much to everybody who came out and joined us while we had our dinner, while we were checking out the matches. It was really fun to get to talk to members of the community. You can join in as well. Just hop on over there and join the PPGL community Discord. You can even hop in between different events. We got guests from different events coming on in, you know, checking out the Icon series, and then we'll peep in and see other events that are happening. Of course, they're in a different Riot universe. And of course, for more info, as usual, check out www.wildrifticonseries.ph. Thank you, of course, to PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the Philippines. This is organized by Mineski Philippines and by Globe Telecom. You can reinvent your Wild Rift journey like never before. Level up your Globe Wild Rift game with Go 50 for 5 gigs for all sites, plus Go Play 10 for an additional 1 gig to play Wild Rift for 1 day or all day, every day. I mean, come on, guys. Be ready to live life at full speed as well with the Oppo A74 5G. Empower your daily gaming with a 5G connection, 5,000 milliampere mega battery, and 18 watts fast charge. Go for the win streak and get the new Oppo A74 5G.
At syempre, nandito din ang sikreto ng mga gwapong gamers. Kahit buong araw na naglalaro, hindi mukhang na-GG. Fresh pa rin at para fresh all day. Bring your clay game with new Master All-in-One Clay Face Wash. It cleans 99.9% of germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. All-in-one, bring your clay game with Master. Sikreto ng mga gwapo.
And our new friend, our new sponsor, it's none other than Secret Lab. Help yourself to the best seat in the house from Secret Lab, outfitted with a built-in adjustable lumbar support mechanism, fully adjustable armrests, and super supportive patent-pending cold cure foam for maximum comfort. Helps you carry your teammates, I swear. Alright, so helping every gamer secure that is Secret Lab.
Indeed, and helping our backs as well. Say it's heaven, really helping me. And you can up your game even more as Virtual Hangouts Go Esports brings you events and programs like no other. Apprenticeship programs led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments await. Just download the Globe One app and click on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated. Get hashtag OL together now on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. That is a wrap on day 2, and we will see you back here same time, same place for day 3 of the Wild Rift Icon Series Philippines fall season. Of course, presented by PPGL. We will see you guys tomorrow. We will find out if we'll eventually get a game number 3 here. Maybe on day 3 we'll get that game 3. For now, stay safe, stay healthy. Good night, and see you in the Rift.
Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me Cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you have to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot. Take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot. Take the shot. Take the shot. Pull up and take the shot. Take the shot. Take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot. Take the shot. Take the shot.
Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like I'm Ansel Adams.
I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film.
Yo, Mark 9. They really don't think we can keep doing this. They don't think we can keep making hits about cameras. But I'm the cameraman. But I'm the cameraman. Stay creamy. Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me Cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you have to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like I'm Ansel Adams.
I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. I develop film, not feelings.